Part 51. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 501. The sun and the moon are in the same sky, and the sky and the sea are the same color. On the boundless blue sea of Guangjia, there is an isolated island sealed in the long river of history. This oasis is covered with huge green plants, and vines as thick as 100 meters are circling, taking root from the rocks on the seabed, gathering from all directions like dragons and scales, spreading upward and rushing straight into the sky. Looking from a distance, the vines connect the sky and the ground, like a giant's arm supporting the sky, making people feel endless pressure. Nature supports the sky, the sun and the moon are together, and in the face of the mysterious and great power, human power seems so insignificant, as if it is just a speck of dust. The vines support a piece of sky as the foundation, and the former life alliance was established here. There is a magnificent continuous palace there. As time goes by, only broken stone tablets, rusted weapons, and mysterious runes that cannot be translated are left, silently telling the former glory and legend of the life alliance. It is a relic and a symbol, burying the fallen sages on the road of evolution. Several figures floated up and rushed into the sky along the vines. The leader was the old unlucky guy, no, the ancestor of the abyss, the pursuer of darkness, and the strong competitor of the third sub-god devourer, the abyss giant scale Cisna. Don't be addicted to eating in front of Wayne. In the Dark Kingdom, who doesn't know the name of Jasna? As the strongest man closest to the third sub-god, his future is limitless. The only two sub-god listeners and avengers of the Dark Goddess have to give him some face. In everyone's eyes, Jasna is already a sub-god. He only needs a little time to settle down. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and the Dark Kingdom is no exception. The goddess is too far away and the sub-god is too arrogant. Under the circumstances that they cannot contact these three, Cisna has become the best investment target for Xiangxiu. It won't be wrong to brush up a wave of favorability before he becomes a sub-god. When investors are active, Cisna did not reject everyone, but raised the threshold to select the best. In the end, 5 teammates who advance and retreat together were finalized. The reason why they are teammates, not younger brothers, is because the former Dark Knight Wei Zi was personally invited by him. The Dark Knight is the godly knight of the goddess, and it is impossible for him to be a younger brother to Suoskina. He joined as an ally. Suoskina has been rolling around for many years, and has experienced the wars of hell and the abyss. He is familiar with the ways of the world, and he also called the remaining 4 younger brothers allies, giving everyone enough face. In addition to Caizi, among the remaining 4 allies, 2 were born in Shenrun and are Giaskena's fellow villagers, and the other 2 are old people from the Kingdom of God, all of whom have the realm of demigod level. The 2 demigods of the Kingdom of God are named Sid and Ge-Shiu. They started from the God-chosen continent. They have standard human blood and embarked on the evolutionary path of dark elves. The 2 demigods from the abyss, Sai and Hina, are worth talking about. The natives of the abyss have strange forms, such as Suoskena's black giant scales, and half-body spiders like Malsha. Sai and Hina are more anthropomorphic, and at first glance, they are no different from humans on the God-chosen continent. If you look closely, you will find that the limb proportions of the twin sisters are a bit strange. They are over 2 meters tall, with more than half of their body being made up of their chest and abdomen. They have 6 slender arms and their hands and feet are extremely slender. Black-white eyes, red sleep septum, mouth full of teeth, and snake-like forked and slender tongues. Their faces are weird, but they have a good foundation. If you are brave, you can do it. If the appearance can be seen, the twins have mixed blood, and they are related to other abyss races. Counting 3 generations ago, who knows how they mated, it is very complicated. It's a pity that Wei Zi is not here, otherwise she would have a share of today's harvest. Ge-Shiu said regretfully without hesitation. 1 more person means 1 less share, and it is a good thing that Wei Zi is not here. Sai and Haina nodded repeatedly. The two sisters were close to Zhang Zi, who was always taciturn, but they were not happy. You have a long face every day, who are you showing off to? You are so noble, why don't you just continue to be your dark knight? Why did you fake your death and leave the chosen continent? Ahem. Suoskina clenched his fist and coughed twice, interrupting the unpleasant exchange, and sighed, Wei Zi is dead. She sacrificed for us. She was a very loyal knight. She has principles and will never betray. I hope everyone will respect her. As before, the leader spoke, and the four demigods said no more. Sid asked in confusion, Suoskina, is Wei Zi really dead? She died in the god-chosen continent. Will she fake her death again? I am very sure that she is really dead. Suoskina shook his head. He had been trying to contact Wei Zi, but never got a response. According to Wei Zi's chivalry and moral qualities, the loss of contact can only be due to death in battle. You can't just change jobs and recognize a new leader, and you're afraid that the leader will misunderstand, so you just cut off contact, right? This is too un-God-chosen knight. Wise is not that kind of person. It is not that easy to become a sub-god. I have always been so self-important because I have no competitors. I forgot that a sub-god needs to go through the baptism of blood to stand out. Suoskina murmured. He once asked the two sub-god predecessors, the Listener and the Avenger, to ask them what kind of test they went through to get recognized and become a sub-god. The Listener and the Avenger sighed, one with a bitter smile, and the other shook his head silently, asking Suoskina not to ask so many questions. He would understand when the time came. The goddess has her own ideas. Although the two sub-gods did not say it clearly, Suoskina was not a fool. Looking at their expressions, he had some guesses. Sub-gods are agents who exercise the divine power of darkness. They are only second to the dark goddess in terms of power and status. It is conceivable how difficult the test they went through was. They were unwilling to mention it. I think they had experienced a life and death struggle. Thinking about his own life, Suoskina gradually realized that he was too smart and lacked the experience of blood and fire. Such a sub-god would not go far. Therefore, the goddess found him a competitor in the human world, who had the same ability to devour as him. I have another opponent. He is very strong, so strong that I must go all out. Last time I underestimated the enemy and was careless, which led to Kang's defeat and death. I will not lose again in the future. Jasna said for a while. The four demigods nodded and asked about the situation of the competitors. Unfortunately, Suoskina didn't know much about Wayne, and the information was limited. He couldn't analyze the key points. It's not a big problem. He hasn't even set foot in the kingdom of God. Suoskina, you have obtained a piece of territory on the ground, and found the legacy of the Life Alliance through intelligence. You have already used him far behind you. Sid smiled and said, it's okay if he doesn't show up. Once he shows up, he is destined to become a stepping stone for you to be promoted to a sub-god. That makes sense. Everyone agreed with it, and Suoskina couldn't help but nodded. Thinking of the happy things, he smiled and said, speaking of which, I have to thank him. If he hadn't hit me hard, I would still be fighting with Lei Ji and Feng Bao, forgetting that what suits me is the best. Speaking of this, Suoskina couldn't help but feel a little proud. Some time ago, he got an investment in hell. The Lord of Gluttony allocated a piece of land to him, allowing him to establish a base in hell. Although the land is not large, with his ability, he can quickly conquer a large area by bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Good fortune comes in pairs. In the conversation with the Listener, he found out about the remains of the Life Alliance and entered this place by going through the back door, skipping the three goddesses of nature, sun, and moonlight. Why did the Dark Goddess hold the backdoor key of the Life Alliance? The listener didn't say, but the support hesitating. Suoskina had some calculations, so he didn't ask so many questions. The buffet was right in front of him. He could eat his fill and be done. After experiencing the failure of the two information laws of devouring thunder and storm, Suoskina corrected his attitude and knew that some things could not be forced. A high racial value did not mean he could do whatever he wanted. What suited him was the best. This time, Suoskina anchored on the dark law in the ruins. He did not eat alone, but pulled in several investors. When he invested, he agreed that he would eat and everyone would make money. People should not break their promises. Thinking of this, Suoskina felt a little regretful. Wei Zi invested the most, and was about to receive dividends, but died on the battlefield, leaving in an extremely hasty manner. In addition, he lost Wei Zi's investment, can no longer use Twilight Despair. Just like being a younger brother, whoever is a brother in the underworld will have lost a few older brothers, and whoever is an older brother will have a few younger brothers who died early. The dead are gone, and the living should look forward. Wei Zi's fate is like this, and she is destined not to reach today. Suoskina looks forward to the future and feels great. Some words are too shocking, so he hides them in his heart and does not tell the four investors Zayadai. Becoming a god is no longer the first choice. Suoskina does not want to be a god for the Dark Goddess, he wants to be an ally of the Dark Goddess. The remains of the Life Alliance are the original accumulation of rapid wealth. With this first pot of gold, he can step on the springboard of hell and become the devil of hell. The suffering of hell. The 7 demon kings have been around for a long time, and the devils have been calling for it. It's time to welcome her loyal demon god. Becoming a demon god, being on equal footing with the Dark Goddess, the position of an ally is stable. Why should you be someone's younger brother if you can be an ally? Be bolder, you are on equal footing, you can go further. Suoskina estimated that he was single, and the Dark Goddess was unmarried. She was dignified, virtuous, elegant, and majestic and holy. She was not a goddess, she was simply a goddess. I was a little excited when I thought about it. Strange, this space should not be in the God's chosen continent. Ge Shiu said, we descended as our bodies, and the power we exerted was the same as that of the kingdom of God, but according to the information of Ling Ting, this is not the kingdom of God, but part of the God's chosen continent. No, it should be connected to the God's chosen continent. The original beliefs of the Life Alliance all originated from the God's chosen continent. A space that has been opened up. Be careful, we are not affected, and the goddess will not be affected. If we hit one of the 3 goddesses of the Life Alliance, the problem will be big. Don't worry, I have been prepared for this. Suoskina said confidently, I have made all preparations before coming here, and I can escape unscathed even if I meet the goddess. What do you mean? Suoskina winked and made eyes. After listening to his story, Sai and Haina, 2 ancestors of the abyss, both raised their lips. The moon, the Sky City. The Sky City is the palace of the Moonlight Goddess in the human world, and it is also one of the 3 major altars of the Life Alliance. Before the Holy Land of the Moonlight Church established the Kingdom of God, the Moonlight Goddess lived on the moon. Occasionally, when she remembered that she had a palace in the human world, she would reach this place through the saint. The last time he came, Wayne could not find the gate of the Sky City and was blocked outside. This time he was directly teleported to the entrance of the palace, and what he saw was a crystal clear ice. The outline of the official palace was elegant and smooth, as if it was formed by countless tiny stars. It was solemn and mysterious, inlaid in the cold and lonely silver-white desert. The entrance was a standard moonlight arch. As Wayne stepped in, the frozen officials gradually woke up, revealing the sharp sword tip piercing the sky. On the surrounding walls, various shapes of moon phase symbols were carved, and silver vines were wrapped around the columns, emitting bright light and a faint fragrance whenever someone passed by. Calm and pure, it is like the fairyland of the Moon Palace. She maintains her airs and does not conform to the secular world. It is in line with Wayne's stereotype of Shilluk. There are no living creatures in the palace, only a phoenix hanging in the sky serves as a light source. The phoenix is the possession of the sun goddess. It was born close to the element of fire. This big bird lowered its head and looked down at the mysterious visitor, vaguely remembering that he had seen this face somewhere. Wayne raised his head to shape the sky, waved his hand and said hello to the phoenix. Speaking of which, most of his skills are related to the phoenix, such as flight, heat vision, and strong affinity to the fire element. They originated from the 14 vengeance. The spirit of revenge and the spirit of revenge come from the phoenix. Tracing its origin, the phoenix is not an investor. The fire element affinity does not count, there is no phoenix. Wayne's fire element affinity is still terrible, and together with the Archangel Heshino who represents water, they just form the palace of the goddess of dire straits. Wayne does not have the first she rushed to the entrance of the ruins, looked around, and found a room that was probably a bedroom. Nothing else. I just want to see if there is a bookshelf in the bedroom and whether there is a diary on the bookshelf. After searching for a long time, the palace was empty. I only found a wardrobe with a silver white robe hanging in a room that seemed to be an altar. The 4 robes are all of the same style, and the goddess's aesthetics are too monotonous. Speaking of which, Shilluk always wears Gilun when she comes to the palace for vacation. These clothes should be Gilun's clothes. Wayne Yu Liao Gugu, no matter who she is here and cannot go back empty-handed. He waved a few robes and threw them into his carry-on space, identifying them as Shilluk's change of clothes, and then complained, "It's all coats, not a single underwear. What is the goddess thinking? Is this the legendary liberation theology? Hey, as a goddess, there is no restraint under the holy robe, they still blame Shanglihan," Wayne complained as he walked. He was very dissatisfied that he didn't find any loot. He suspected that Shilluk had cleaned up before he came. Otherwise, the designated garbage will be left on the floor and the clothes banquet will be filled with dirty clothes. No matter how brave you are, the goddess's feet are still smelly. She took off her socks and threw them on the ground, and then she stopped with a crash. Happy, Wayne knew that the arrangement of the goddess was not good, so he only thought about it in his mind and expressed it in a narration without saying it directly. Wayne walked and said that Sky City is cleaner than Wayne's face, and he got nothing, leaving a lot of complaints in return. He followed the map to the apse, and saw the magic arch of the moon phase. Dreaming back to Guanjing, he thought of the 3 portals that Xiaoluo saw in the muscle gym when he was 18. He raised his hand and pressed it against the arch, injecting the silver white moonlight magic. The strong light bloomed, pulling him into it. Wayne's eyes were spinning, and the vast sea appeared in front of him. A green pillar stood in the middle of the sea and reached into the sky. The sun and moon were suspended in the sky. After 2 drinks, he didn't think much about the colored rays of light. He moved at high speed with his body suspended in mid-air, flying straight to the bend of the sky. The white clouds were the ground. An ancient city stood high in the wilderness made of vines. Inside the city, the palace was mostly in ruins. The temple-like building is wrapped with vines and blends into the surrounding natural environment. In the center of the ancient city, an intact open-air forum is preserved. Dozens of columns surround the square to protect the square. Under each column, there is a statue representing a god. Some are wearing robes to hide the mystery, or wearing glorious armor to shape their bodies, some are making staffs and holding shields, and some are selling swords and playing with arrows. The 2-color light of the sun and moon interweaves and illuminates the entire square, silently pulling people back to that magnificent era. The corresponding names of gods are engraved on the base of the statues, so that future generations can remember these pioneers walking on the road of evolution. 5 figures walked through the square, and every time they passed a statue, they stopped to discuss its king for a while. Sosner frowned and said, "Which god is this? I have never heard of Zhang's name." It should be the goddess of death. The general was defeated. No, look at the shape of the statue. The robe cannot hide the elegant figure. It is a woman. Is there a possibility that the goddess of death used to be called Pluto? Heiner guessed. Maybe. Ge-Shiu, the Supreme Light One, smiled and shook his head repeatedly. The name of this god is even more silent, which violates the taboos of heaven. I bet he was killed by the Heavenly Father in the War of Faith. God of fire. God of winter. Ocean witch. King of the deep sea. Lord of the ocean. Wait a minute, have you noticed that there are many demigods closely related to the water element here, but there are no gods related to water in the Life Alliance? Sid noticed something fishy. It's true. Several demigods counted it, and there were 7 or 8 gods related to the sea. They accounted for a certain proportion in the Life Alliance. Water is the source of life. The sea below proved the importance of water to life. As a result, the Life Alliance, all the demigods related to water failed to evolve. Sosna looked at a few people in confusion. What is this, a collective failure, or is it a deliberate design by some goddesses to not let a god be born in the sea? Is there a possibility, the sea already has its own master? His name is Poseidon, Wayne interrupted. Poseidon, the 5 demigods fell into thinking after hearing this and shook their heads. Sai turned back and looked at Wayne beside him. I have never heard of Poseidon. This friend looked at me. You. Who the hell are you? The 5 demigods came back to their senses from their thoughts. At some point, a passerby mixed in among them. The passerby came from the ruins of the Life Alliance. The enemy was almost the same. Sai's 4 demigods didn't think much, and all took a step back, allowing the leader, Giaskena, to step forward and speak. They are thieves who came in through the back door. The real owners are the 3 goddesses of the Life Alliance. They control the inheritance to cultivate their own subordinates. A mysterious person suddenly appeared. He can only be the subordinate of the 3 goddesses, or a powerful demigod who is about to become a subordinate. What you fear will come true. You were worried about bumping into the 3 goddesses, and then a subordinate of the 3 goddesses appeared. Is it too late to kill him now? It's you. The family's eyes widened, staring at Wayne, who suddenly appeared in disbelief. This should be said by me. How old are you? Wayne looked at Suoska speechlessly. If I remember correctly, this is the 3rd time he has seen the Devourer. I don't understand why he is always here. Forget about the headquarters of the Dark Church. This is the former base camp of the Life Alliance. Only the 3 goddesses of nature, sun, and moonlight have the key to the gate. Suoska is the little one of the Dark Goddess. There is no reason for him to appear here. What? Idenus used to hang out in the Life Alliance, and there was also a bandit account of the Star Plague in the world. Before leaving, she took a spare key? That's no problem. Thinking of this, Wayne was even more speechless. Before coming here, he showed the map to Idenus, who introduced him to the remains of the Life Alliance and increased her investment to give him a big wave. After that, she warned him repeatedly to stay away from nature, not to believe in the nonsense of the sun and moonlight, and that death had no good intentions, etc. In a word, except for Idenus, the goddesses outside are all bitch gods who eat people without spitting out bones, and they must not be caught by them. In the past, Wayne would not believe a word of such nonsense that only cared about Jiggy. But Idenus gave too much, and that darkness was full, not just an ordinary investment waiting for dividends. In addition, Wayne had previously beaten Idenus back to the kingdom of God with one blow, and the relationship between the 2 sides suddenly became warm, with a sour taste of mutual disgust. Wayne thought Idenus had changed, from plotting behind the scenes to playing open plots in front of him, but he never expected that she would still use the map to plot against him. I don't understand, is she plotting against him, or is she playing tricks on Suoskina, and won't stop until she kills this unlucky guy? Suoskina, who is he? Do you know him? 4 demigods are ready. He is the rival that the goddess prepared for me. Only by defeating him can I achieve the position of a subordinate god. Suoskina danced in a black-sleeved robe, and kept a distance from Wayne. No, this is your wishful thinking. I don't intend to be a subordinate god for darkness. Wayne's face was complicated, although, after that, it is estimated that even if he wants to be a subordinate god, Idonis will not want him. The Dean of Teaching has excellent acting skills, she can play dignified and coquettish. In essence, she is a high-ranking goddess. It is impossible and will not place a subordinate god who has a relationship with her in her kingdom of God. If Wayne really dares to bow to her, she will dare to kill and silence him, and completely destroy this relationship. For such a strong woman, either stay away from her, or go all the way, and use irresistible power to make her completely honest, a lick dog. Haha, the dog must die a horrible death. Of course, it is not ruled out that the Dean of Studies will get angrier and angrier, and plan to turn him into a sub-god and train him for 1,000 years, and then kill him to silence him. Stop talking nonsense here. Every time I want to make progress, you will appear. What a coincidence, you are my competitor. Suoskina shouted loudly, it's not true. Wayne spread his hands, the situation is too complicated. I won't say bad things about your goddess, you just need to know that I have no idea about the position of sub-god, and I am not your enemy. Do you think I will believe it? Believe it, anyway, when doesn't charge money? Free ones can't be believed. Star. Reasonable, Wayne couldn't refute it. Suoskina, you can enter the ruins of the Life Alliance. I think it is the goddess's instruction to the listener, and he should be no exception. Sai said coldly, the goddess provides the platform. Whoever wins will get the legacy of the Life Alliance and will be the third subordinate god of the goddess. The twins Haina followed and said, today, we have 4 people to help you. Don't hesitate, and don't think about a fair duel. Sid and Ge Shiu followed up and advised Suoskina to put aside the boring chivalry. The winner takes all. There is no winner in the world, only the loser of the Qian Pianyu case. Don't worry, I understand these principles better than you. Suoskina sent a look, surrounded Wayne with the 4 demigods, and sneered, I thought the goddess was more optimistic about you before, but now it seems that the goddess has personally placed you in front of me. She has recognized the position of the magnet swallower Suoskina as a subordinate god? Is there a possibility that the 5 of you were surrounded by me? Wayne mentioned tactfully that if possible, he didn't want to hurt the 5 demigods. Let's put that aside. Idnis is the largest investor besides the goddess of death. After taking the investor's money, there is no reason to crush the investor's people. Even if the investor wants him to deal with the 5 demigods, he has no intention of doing so. Wayne didn't have much contact with Suoskina. He felt that this demigod was okay. He was a festive iron fool. He said bad things about Idnis in front of Idnis, which made Wayne very happy at the time. The reason why they always confronted each other had nothing to do with the dormitory. It was purely Idnis's secret manipulation. He had to fight to the death. He used to fight, but now, Wayne no longer had Suoskina in his eyes. They were not life and death enemies. There was no point in fighting and killing. It would be better to sit down and have a tea party and say bad things about Idnis together. He has prepared his lines, but you guys may not believe it. Your goddess is very smooth and has a little clip sound. Suoskina didn't want to listen to Wayne's nonsense. He looked at the 4 strong reinforcements and then at Wayne, who was alone. His smile gradually became pure. He said with a twisted smile, boy, don't say I bully you. Let me make it clear before the fight. There is a competition between you and me. He and the 4 of us are fighting to help we Isa get revenge. Hearing that Suoskina was still entangled in honor, the 4 demigods were somewhat helpless and nodded, saying that they came for revenge. There is no need to fight. Kazit is alive and well, playing cards at home. Boy, don't embarrass yourself with such lies. You are insulting your enemies while insulting yourself. Suoskerna's face was serious. My name is Suoskerna, a competitor of the Devourer of Gods. Tell me your name. Wayne. Wayne shook his head slightly. To tell the truth, no one believed it. He could only reason with him. I believe that the 5 demigods will calm down after seeing his reason. Wayne Suoskerna took a deep breath, and the surging dark magic power spread out, solidifying the surrounding space. His eyes were red and cold, and he said sternly, "You came at the wrong time. My 4 companions and I can use the life field here. Your talent will fall here. Just be careful." Wayne finished his fist. "Since you have more people, I will go first, is that okay? So what if I let you hit 10 times first?" Ge Shiu smiled. "Since you are so brave, I will start with you first." Wayne turned and looked at Ge Shiu, and a life force field with a diameter of 3 meters was spread around him. "What?" Ge Shiu looked at it and was overjoyed. "Suoskerna, your competitor is a legendary wizard. You are not kidding us, right?" "No, he is very serious. You will know after you experience it." Seeing him laughing so happily, Wayne also laughed. Before the laughter ended, his figure faded and disappeared, leaving only a shadow in the original place. Ge Shiu's pupils shrank suddenly, and Wayne's breath disappeared in the perception and thinking of the demigod. Shocked, he hurriedly sacrificed the life field and piled up a layer of the thickest armor for himself. Boom! With a loud bang, the air wave exploded, and a black meteor appeared in the distance. Wayne stood where Ge Shiu originally stood. The surrounding space was half a beat slower until he stood firm, and then it suddenly twisted and exploded with a series of crackling sounds of broken glass. The black turbulence danced, unable to shake Wayne in the slightest. He slowly turned around and looked at the stunned people. "Don't be afraid, my relationship with the Dark Goddess, well, it's quite close. I won't embarrass you guys. That guy can't die, and can teach him back to the literal closeness of the abyss." The twins and Sid were shocked, pushed away the life field, and joined forces to plunge Wayne into a terrifying dark sky. Seeing that the latter's life essence was not affected, they felt even more childish. Is he really a legendary wizard? Why can't the demigod's domain break through a weak life force field? Suoskerna's expression was complicated. He had experienced Wayne's strength a long time ago. Now, looking at Wayne again, he felt desperate at the terrifying speed of his progress. After all, he was a mature demigod. He quickly stabilized his mentality. "You are very strong and your talent is far higher than mine. In another half a year, I am afraid I will not be your opponent, but now, the goddess has chosen me after all." Suoskerna roared, took a step forward, and his own life domain spread out, overwhelming the 3 teammates and dragging Wayne into his own world. Suoskerna's life domain was interwoven by the blood-colored abyss and endless darkness. The sky was shrouded by thick clouds, like an eternal night. The sun, moon, and stars were nowhere to be found, and occasionally only a blood-red lightning can tear apart the heavy darkness for a short time. On the ground, the blood-red abyss is like a giant beast that has just been sated, opening its huge mouth full of teeth, and the hot magma rolls in its throat, making a low roar. In the air, the rich blood is mixed with rust and sulfur, and mixed with a strong sense of oppression of death and destruction, which makes people feel breathless involuntarily. It is not an illusion. Everyone who enters the field, even a demigod, will be unable to exert their full strength due to a strange sense of oppression. Wayne redeemed it lightly. It is not a simple life field, but a divine field infused with faith. This giant scale has a promising future. Is Idonus really willing to let him kill it? In addition, I felt the deep and moist breath. If I operate it, I seem to be able to taste it. The space in front of me exploded, and Sosna's strong figure teleported over. In the real-life realm, he was almost omnipotent. With a casual wave of his hand, he pulled Wayne towards him. He raised his right fist high, ready to throw Wayne into the abyss. Wayne did not resist this powerful gravitational force, and took advantage of the momentum to accelerate, raising his right fist. White foam surged in his body, and the pale knight put on a layer of human skin. The two fists collided, red lightning tore through the sky, and the figures passed by. Wayne slowly turned around, and the high-temperature flames ignited on the tip of his fist, burning the blood on his arm. Sosna on Skena's side, looking at his empty right arm, he fell into deep thought. Who am I, where am I, and why should I think about the first two questions? Wayne defeated Ruxia with one punch, but he was not at full strength. Now he is. Skena disrespectfully asserted that the competitor's strong waist extension refreshed his cognition, and he was understated and at ease. It didn't look like he was going all out. This made him strongly doubt his victory over Wayne. But, as mentioned before, today is the last chance. If you can't defeat Wayne, it will be even more impossible in the future. Only a desperate fight? Fight, you may win. Roar, roar, roar. Skena looked up to the sky and roared. Blood-colored lightning was added to his body, and his broken hip was repaired as before. The realm of life shrank rapidly, wrapping around Sosna's body and hands and feet from all directions, turning into a pitch-black armor filled with blood. At the head position, two special horns soar into the sky, and the evil energy and blood light manifest into war scenes. The terrifying momentum shakes the heaven and earth, just like the god of war emerging from hell. Without thinking much, the Abyss twins and Sid joined forces to spread out the life domain and cover Wayne and Shenur, lest they prepare for a melee and destroy the legacy of the Life Alliance. Clang! There were two more black scimitars in Sosner's hands, and the blades were filled with blood and dazzling bright red. Wayne waved his hand, took out the sword of Deep Run and held it in his hand. Seeing the sword, Sosna roared angrily, "Devil of hell, you are not human, you deceived the goddess." Logically speaking, this sword was made by Wayne, who stopped mid-sentence and raised his sword to attack the approaching ruler. At the touch of the scimitar, his face suddenly changed. He felt like he was fighting against a world. The huge pressure made the sword of the Abyss almost come off. The realm of life can be worn on the body, and useful postures have been added. In the flash of lightning, the black scimitar cut through the large blood-red net, and red light rushed down from all directions at the same time. The deep sword in Wayne's hand turned into an after-image. As soon as he blocked it, he was pressed back by the power of Terror Sieve. The feeling of facing the world is very uncomfortable. If he didn't have a strong foundation, he would have stopped being a human being early on, and he would have flown out in the first moment. After 3 or 5 seconds, Wayne was violently pushed out of the rice field. He noticed that Sosner's momentum was gradually declining, and secretly whispered that the 5-second man swept across with a sword, forcing the two scimitars back. From behind, a total of 12 slender arms, with 2 bodies and 6 arms, penetrated the space and launched a sneak attack, grabbing Wayne's limbs and head. The Abyss twins, one on the left and one on the right, imprisoned Wayne's head, lowered their heads and bit his neck. The upper and lower foreheads were opened in an extremely curved arc, and the two delicate and charming faces became particularly dull. His teeth sank into the flesh and blood, and he sucked hard. Nothing came out. "For the sake of the goddess of darkness, I won't pollute you. Don't make trouble, or you will be filled with foam at your mouth." Wayne's body shook, his shoulders bulged, turning into 2 dark holes, and his face-to-face output confused the twins. Sai and Hina couldn't get a single blow, so they decisively left. They want to leave, but Wayne doesn't agree. "They've come since they came. Bring some souvenirs before leaving." 2 red lights shot out from behind Wayne, locking on the twins, who fled far away. The shoulder bones on their backs opened, and 2 missiles shot straight at them. He came out, positioned himself in mid-air to correct the trajectory, and disappeared into the darkness at extremely fast speeds. Two brilliant orange fireworks bloomed, injecting a touch of warmth into the dark world. In the surging firelight, two charred figures fell with smoke. The life field surrounding Wayne was weakened again, and only Sid was left among the four demigod investors. He tried various methods, but was still unable to control Wayne's life force field, and he called out for a while. The law of mechanical ascension, Sosner recognized this law. He had seen it in Prussia. Hell has become popular now. It is a very violent and aggressive law. If it were not inappropriate, he would have taken a bite and tasted it. If you want to learn, I'll teach you how to tree. Oh, eating everything will only harm you, Sosner expressed deep disdain. With two scimitars in his hands, he used what he had learned throughout his life and stood up to 5 meters tall. 10 seconds after the crazy output at Wayne, Sid was slapped due to the demigod domain, and fell to the ground with a sound. The four demigods who invested in Sosner didn't even see what the legacy of the Life Alliance looked like. They rushed to the street one by one and couldn't fight anymore. 30 seconds later, black giant scales fell from the sky and hit the meeting square with a bang, knocking down a circular pillar. Sosner tried his best, but he couldn't hold on for 1 minute. The gap was huge. He couldn't help but wonder if there was a possibility that he was fighting against the gods. Wayne was not a competitor, but a listener or an avenger pretending to be a listener or an avenger. He was instructed by the goddess to teach him to avoid arrogance and impetuosity, and to show him what it means to be arrogant and impetuous. Really from God? How is it possible? Sosner is not a fool. He speculates that the goddess opened a small lecture hall for Wayne, which caused the two of them to become stronger. The darkness appointed the third follower god, Wayne, not him. For a moment, Sosna was heartbroken and no longer had the will to fight. Redemption, it smells so good. The giant black scale tilted its head slightly, and found that after the pillar collapsed, a water blue halo slowly rose. It's the breath of law. If I remember correctly, this pillar represents the sea witch, a demigod with a powerful appearance. Film. A figure fell from the sky, hitting the giant's scaly head squarely, crushing the open bloody mouth, and driving the whole head deep into the ground. Wayne jumped out of the pit, put away the sword of the abyss, and walked towards Law Information. Whose dining table is this? Don't you have any idea in your mind? If it weren't for her sake, you would be stewed together today. Wayne rubbed his little hands, and the Book of Greed rubbed his tentacles, and swallowed the food in front of him with a clucking sound. Wayne grabbed his fists to clear the way, punching a pillar with each punch, and the Book of Greed clucked, and each mouthful sent a message. Just like the locusts passing through, not a drop left. Gia Schechner transformed into a human form and lay down leaning against the broken stone pillar. He looked at the scene in front of him expressionlessly, not to mention how terrible his mood was. He could feel that Wayne was getting stronger and stronger, and it was very possible that he could not beat the legendary mage who had been promoted to the demigod realm like him, let alone the demigod. Unprecedented despair hit his heart. White Wayne did not kill him, but to accept him as his younger brother and force him to invest in the third sleeper from God. How can it be unreasonable to kill someone and kill someone's heart? Soskenna's face suddenly changed. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. If he had the ability, he could just kill him. He was so disgusting. You like to confuse people, right? Then he must disgust Wayne too. Thinking of the sword of the abyss in Wayne's hand, Soskenna's heart was ruthless. If he remembered correctly, once the devil fell into hell, he would never be able to return to the world. So that's how it is. We must outsmart it? Goddess, this must be your guidance. Soskenna suddenly realized. At this moment, he regained his respect for the dark goddess and believed that the goddess chose him instead of Wayne. Boy, you are lucky to meet me. I will send you home today. Soskena whispered, his eyes glowed red, and a strange wave spread from his body, affecting the surrounding space, causing a sulfur smell in the air. This fluctuation is very subtle and has nothing to do with hell itself. If you have to say it, it should come from the abyss. Because the abyss has become the back garden of hell, it has a connection with hell. Suoskina hummed in a low voice, speaking some difficult to understand language. His body shrank rapidly and he became thinner, as if his body was hollowed out and his spirit was directly cut off by half. Wayne, looking at the Pluto in front of him, strongly suspected that the previous bandit name of the goddess of death was the king of reality. Spit, she actually registered it. I was thinking of using this title when I was the master of the real country in the future. Wayne hit the pillar with his fist, and swallowed the mottled death with a sound of la. In front of the Book of Greed, there is no such thing as pollution or no pollution. Knowledge is so precious that it cannot be put aside just because it is stained with a little dust. Just eat it and it's done. Soon, they came to the last pillar, or to be more precise, a half-broken pillar. The dark message is hidden in it, the statue in front of the pillar has been removed, and the name of the god on the pedestal has been erased. Idenus, the plague of the stars, did not leave her name in the Life Alliance. It is not known whether the three goddesses did it deliberately, or whether Idenus cancelled her account personally before leaving. It is not important. As I said, just eat, and you're done. Wayne groaned, a strong feeling of fullness came over him, his stomach was bloated, and he felt like he was going to make it. He sat down happily, but before he could start observing the changes in his body, the world in front of him spun around, and along with the surrounding space, it was projected onto a world that had not yet arrived. The black sky, the hot air, the lingering smell of sulfur, and the occasional flash of a twisted smile. Wayne, although this is my first time here, it seems like hell? No, 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 how could it be hell? For someone like me, going to hell is too unfair. And it was so sudden. Wayne took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and changed the way he opened his eyes. The sky is still the same sky, and the sulfur is still the same sulfur. Star. I didn't meet the devil, but I went straight to hell. Think on the bright side, I was too wise not to bet with Mona. After all, the last thing hell lacks is the devil. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 502. The distant mountains are dark, with red lights beating and electric arcs shining. In the nearby black forest, the faint phosphorus fire is erratic. Blood-red streams pass through the rubble. The air is filled with the pungent smell of sulfur, blood, and burning. Take a breath. Feces, trachea, and lungs are extremely hot and dry. This is hell. In the center of the rubble pile, there is a large-scale black castle. Construction is still going on around it. A group of green-skinned imps carrying cut stones and pushing wooden carts to the construction site. These green-skinned imps are the lowest level of hell. A lemur with a raised horn on its forehead, which looks quite similar to the daily necessities goblin used by female magicians and night priests. The person in charge of overseeing the work was also an acquaintance. The trollwain, an evolved species of goblin, stood on the watchtower above the castle. He leaned over and looked at the busy construction site below. His handsome face was filled with sadness. He didn't understand why Sosna accomplished what the Lord of Jealousy couldn't do. Based on the fluctuations in the surrounding space, he probably understood something. Sosna reached hell with his mind, and gained a territory here. With the castle at his feet as the center, it radiated a radius of 500 kilometers, and he was considered a lord. He himself did not reach hell, but his mind was always there, and his body connected with hell, moving Wayne's space to hell together. It was a very thankless job. The main body suffered heavy injuries, and the thought clone of hell died suddenly on the spot. It was originally a trump card used to save one's life, in case the real owner was encountered while stealing something. If he could not find a way out, even if he tried to escape, he was beaten by Wayne to the point where he doubted his life. In anger, he used the trump card on Wayne. This trick cannot be used by the devils in hell, and the life in the abyss has become the back garden of hell because of the abyss. It is also affected by the seal of heaven, and the price-performance ratio is greatly reduced. When used on one's own side, the cooperation of teammates is required and the whole process is undefended. When used on the enemy, one's own level of cultivation must be higher than that of the opponent. Wayne just met this requirement. Don't look at him fighting against 5, but look at Sosna and other demigods rubbing against the ground. In terms of realm, Sosna is a genuine demigod. Sure enough, Zhang is still getting older. These demigods seek defeat before they win, and put their lives first in everything. Wayne shook his head repeatedly. Yesterday he was competing with the Archangel, and today he fell into hell. The psychological gap was too big, and the experience was so bad that he didn't even come here. He just wanted to leave immediately and return to the world from hell. There was only one way: open the gate to hell. I used to be on the front line blocking the gate of hell, and now I have to find ways to open the gate of hell. What kind of boomerang is this? Wayne's face looked weird. Thinking on the bright side, he doesn't need to completely open the door to hell. He only needs to put his mind into the human world, go to Windsorland to find Heshino, and make the hell on earth unimpeded. He will definitely be able to bring him back from hell to the human world. The key is, how let thoughts enter the world. The devils have been studying this topic for many years. They all have unique skills and have summarized a complete set of processes. Wayne does not need to think too much. He can just learn from the past and learn from it. But first, let's break the bottleneck of the demigods first. Wayne's body sank, falling 500 meters below the castle. Bathed in the magma, the golden triangle began to impact his body. The golden triangle is the symbol of the golden mage and the legendary mage. Gold is the starting point, the beginning of consolidating the foundation. Legend is the precipitation, a massive the process of learning knowledge. Once the foundation has been consolidated, the foundation has been accumulated, and the transitional stage is completed, one can break through the bottleneck, try to challenge the realm of demigods, and transcend life in a true sense. Wayne examined the unusually strong golden triangle in his body, and secretly switched to another legendary mage with a single click. After being exposed to a massive amount of knowledge at one time, the golden triangle would lose balance and collapse on the spot, and the legendary mage would also turn into a vegetative state during the collapse. It has nothing to do with whether the knowledge is clean or contaminated. It is not good to know too much. The golden triangle: life, emptiness, and self. To explain it in the simplest way, it can be understood as the essence of life, knowledge, and thinking. When knowledge pours in large quantities, thinking cannot handle it. Excessive knowledge will change the essence of life and then affect thinking. Like dominoes, under the chain reaction, thinking completely collapses, and the essence of life is repeatedly disturbed by knowledge, and finally reduces to the appearance of knowledge. This point is almost the same as the pollution of the life realm, or the granting of evolution. The difference is that the life domain is an active skill, and the demigod will create dependence based on the situation, and will not overfeed his dependence to death at once. The golden triangle in Wayne's body is too stable. Knowledge has always been chasing the essence of life and thinking. Unless the ancient god says a few words to his face, his essence of life will not change and will only continue to move upward along the path of evolution. What he has to do now is to take out all the law information in the Book of Greed, severely damage the golden triangle with one blow, completely shatter it and merge it into one. Demigods are a whole, with life, space, and self integrated into one, an independent universe, a life separated from the meaning of mortals. Regarding this point, Wayne has studied this on her Hanat many times and recorded a large amount of data in his mind. He had homework to copy, which was not a problem for him at all. If he fails, there is only one possibility: he does not know enough. 2 days later, June 1st, in God's choice continent. The pale figure steps out of the magma, with a calm aura, as if it is transparent, and exists. It can be sensed with the naked eye, but it will be ignored subconsciously and cannot be captured by perception. Wayne's body flashed and he returned to the world, becoming real. His luck was so good that with the investment of Idnis, Gaul, and Seluk, the knowledge gained from the Sword of the Abyss, and the entire legacy of the Life Alliance, it was just right. It broke the solid golden triangle and almost didn't work. If Wayne had not made a fortune in the Papal State and had not planned to pick up the Philosopher's Stone of the Church of Death, the attack on the bottleneck of demigods would inevitably fail. Demigods need so many resources. Where should I go to become a god? The void. Wayne sighed. The void is not impossible. The void is the source of knowledge and stores countless information laws. But his appetite is too big. The void dishes are exquisite and the serving speed is slow. He will only get hungrier after thinking about it, and he still needs the wool of the goddesses. There's also the lobby and hell, the golden rule and the 7 deadly sins, and I haven't finished them yet. Wayne frowned and thought, maybe going to hell is a good thing. If he wants to make progress, he will have to go to hell sooner or later. He wants to learn knowledge, and the devils happen to have knowledge. What a coincidence. As for heaven, it's even easier. When the reincarnated angels find the real sun, I can hug Heshino's thigh and rub it, and we can hitch a ride to heaven. Wayne secretly thought that the problem was not big. After pondering for a moment, he decided to give it a try. Try out the quality of the 7 demon kings, and then you can evaluate how much you weigh. If the 7 devils are vulnerable, evil has always prevailed over good since ancient times. This is an undoubted truth. He, Wayne, is full of righteousness and vows to implement the truth to the end. If the gold content of the 7 devils is still there, just be patient for the time being and avoid its sharp edges. Being able to bend and stretch can make great things. This is the truth of wisdom. Wayne's body swayed and changed into the appearance of Sosner. His body dropped and came to the construction site. Who is that? The evil goblin. It's you. Don't look at it. Come here, let me ask you a few questions. Lord, I am not an evil goblin. This place used to be the territory of the Lord of Gluttony. That's the gluttonous goblin, they're all the same. I'm not a gob. Come on, gluttony troll, there's so much nonsense. Wayne waved his hand to interrupt, and with a burst of thinking, he got the answer he wanted with his excellent eloquence and outstanding appearance. First of all, this is the territory of the Lord of Gluttony. Secondly, there has been a war recently, and the chaos is very uneven. Hell's underworld has always been very chaotic. War and chaos belong to regional culture and are the #1 selling point of Hell's cultural tourism. But this time it was different. Gluttony and rage among the 7 demon kings suddenly came together. They violated the non-aggression treaty, annexed the small territory in the buffer zone, and started a fight. They usually had small fights. The 7 demon kings pretended to be righteous from above, but suddenly they met with their own eyes. For a time, the land of the Lord of Lust, which made people's hearts jealous and their hearts yellow, was the territory of the Lord of Lust. Countless people wanted to be tough. The Lord of Lust had not appeared for a long time, and the devils who were controlled by beauty were going crazy. It's not over yet. The territory of the King of Jealousy has also been in chaos recently. The great King of Clowns, King of Fun, and dominator of Hell's jokes became angry and vowed to fight to the death with the Lord of Arrogance. He is currently being robbed. Unbeatable, but still unconvinced. 5 of the 7 demon kings were in chaos, and only the 2 demon kings, Lazy Ching and Greed, had their territories stable, let alone Lazy Ching, who was too lazy to move. The King of Greed is different. He sees wars going on in all directions and feels there is a profit to be made. He jumps repeatedly between gluttony and rage, helping whoever pays the highest price. It can be said that because all the 7 demon kings are moving, the devil who stabbed the 72 demon kings has to move. There is a war in the 67th place, and the whole hell has become a mess. About the master of fun and the number 1 joke in hell, a friend of mine wants to hear it. This paragraph is elaborated on. Wayne was beaming, and his intuition told him that this part would be very exciting. Page Lord, I don't know many jokes. You can go next door and ask. Who's next door? The Blood Lord Ngoyama. It turns out it was him. Wayne raised his eyebrows. The Blood Tyrant Ngoyama is an old acquaintance. If something doesn't bother the 2 masters, it's up to him. Wayne decided to have some fun first. Instead, he would try out the quality of Ngoyama and evaluate the level of the top devils under the 7 demon kings in hell. In order to prevent the 7 demon kings from being too valuable, he bumped into him and mentioned a big brother on the spot. Wayne touched Sosner's big bald head and flew into the air. The Blood Sea man who was going to the distance suddenly thought of something in mid-air. Wait a minute, did I forget something? Wayne frowned and thought for a moment, and then he remembered that he seemed to have forgotten a very important person. Bat Demon. The Fu Bat Demon had been gone for almost 2 years and fell into hell right after he was born. Wayne was not very impressed with him. Based on the strength of the Fu Bat Demon, he suspected that this unlucky child was gone. He tried to sense it and was surprised to find that the Bat Demon was still alive. Because of the long distance and extremely poor signal, the perception was intermittent. Wayne tried to switch the vision of the Bat Demon to see the surrounding situation clearly, but the signal was really weak. He could only hear a short and low scream and his sight was blocked, and he couldn't see anything. He carefully sensed the state of the Bat Demon, and the result was it's not very good either. The other party is stuck in the mud and is dragged by a huge suction force, as if falling into the hell of reincarnation. It is ups and downs, shaken by wind and rain, unable to respond to the call. It's a terrible situation. It seems to be very difficult, being caught. Is it sealed? Wayne frowned. No matter what, the Bat Demon was his clone. He had to find a way to rescue the person. First, he had to go to the Blood Tyrant's territory to find out. If possible, he would find another Demon King to explore the truth, and finally deceive him. The Bat Demon was fished out and tried to find a way to return to the human world. Wayne quickly finalized the plan, and his figure flashed and arrived at a sea of blood. The blood waves were rolling, and there was no white foam. The ripples were full of thick blood. In the blood sea that symbolizes pain and sin, ship fragments rolled, canvas was stained with blood, and everywhere was dirty. A huge wave was hit, and the broken limbs and wreckage of unknown creatures were thrown into the air. The simple and crude fear, with a large amount of plasma, caused a strong visual impact, causing people to feel very uncomfortable physically and psychologically. Wayne covered his mouth and nose and stopped breathing. Compared with the pungent smell of hell, the smog in London can be regarded as a kind of enjoyment. There is a fragrance of industrial pollution, which is the smell of civilization, freedom, and upper class. The blood sea is too primitive. You devils, you don't know how to do marketing, and you still expect mortals to yearn for hell. Learn from heaven. The same 7 deadly sins are packaged as 7 virtues. Wayne complained in his heart, saying that hell was far inferior to heaven, and even the human world was inferior to it. If he were one of the 7 demon kings, he would definitely find ways to move to the human world. Is this the reason why the devil covets the human world? Wayne was happy, and waved his hand to dance a ball of electric arcs. The blazing white light danced at his fingertips. As he pressed his palm down suddenly, countless thunders fell from the sky. The air suddenly sank, and then it roared violently. Thousands of lightning pillars illuminated the space of the sea of blood like daylight, making a deafening roar and piercing straight into the sea of blood. Looking from a distance, the sky and the earth were white. The terrifying thunder tore the sea of blood into pieces of different sizes with a crushing force. The aftermath spread far and wide, pushing up sharp electric currents. After the loud noise, most of the sea of blood evaporated, and it was charred and sticky like fruit. Frozen, the bloody smell in the air is even stronger. Who is it? A roar came from the depths of the blood sea. The angry beast stepped on the waves and rose into the air. It was huge, covered with dark green scales all over its body. Its majestic body was like a mountain. Its two scarlet eyes stared at Wayne's bloody monarch, Engiema. Engiema is the child of the Lord of Greed. He looks like a dragon and can dry blood. He is born with extremely powerful strength and ranks high among the 72 demon kings. Wayne doesn't think so. He doesn't see many characteristics of dragons, but crocodile characteristics are everywhere. He would like to call him a crocodile man. Who are you? Engiema was stunned when he saw Wayne. Such a powerful power could not be an unknown person, but he was very sure that he had never seen this face in hell. Don't you know me? Wayne was also stunned and pointed to the territory next door. Sosna, your neighbor, the little brother just taken in by the Lord of Gluttony, do you remember? Sosna, Engiema changed into a human form, his body suspended in the air, and sneered, so you are the little lord next door. Why, do you think you are very strong and want to challenge me to gain fame? No, I just want to kill you, or be killed by you. Wayne shrugged, considering that you are already dead, it's just a waste of time to look at the territory. I will accept it with a smile. You are quite arrogant. Engiema sneered repeatedly. Behind him, one by one, the familiars drilled out of the sea of blood. The auras were strong and weak. There were too many. Hell is worthy of being a high-level map benchmarked against heaven. Under Engiema alone, the weakest familiar has the destructive power of a legendary wizard in the world. Wayne took a quick glance and didn't take it to heart. The familiars were forged by Engiema's pollution. Once formed, they were fixed, and there was no room for improvement. They look powerful, but they are actually cannon fodder. They are okay to show off, but when they meet opponents of the same level, they have to stand away to act as the atmosphere group. However, these little things are really ugly. They are not even human-like. They are not even Sosna, right? You are a newcomer and you don't have the courage to challenge me. Tell me, who is behind you? Who instigated you to come and provoke me? Before the fight, Engiema had to ask clearly that the devil has many tricks. There is nothing that the devil can't do, especially framing. The devil has been iterating technology for many years and is about to roll out of the edge. No one instructed dash, forget it, you don't believe this. Wayne said straightforwardly, since you have seen through it, I won't hide it. I came here on the order of the Lord of Gluttony to take your dog's life and seize your territory. It's true. Engiema was not surprised. The Lord of Gluttony has been expanding like crazy recently. His two good allies, the Lord of the Night Sea-Tolas and the Queen of the Abyss Spiders, Malsha, have suffered greatly from it. They don't want to have a direct conflict with the Lord of Gluttony, so they ceded land and paid compensation, giving up a large piece of territory. The power of the devil is closely related to the amount of territory. Sea-Tolas and Malsha have been keeping a low profile when they meet him recently because of the shrinking territory. Now, it's finally his turn. It's right to come. Who would I look down on if I don't? Engiema looked at Wayne and sneered, newcomer, do you know what excuse the Lord of Gluttony uses to annex the surrounding small territories? Oh, is there any explanation? Ha ha ha, you dare to work for him without knowing anything. Engiema laughed out loud, let me tell you, he will send a subordinate to challenge the surrounding small lords, and then no matter what the result is, he will forcibly invade in the name of the disappearance of the demon. Wayne, one by one, what kind of operation is this? Hey, it's really a ghost operation. The Lord of Gluttony will gain several territories after the death of several familiars. You are not the first, and you will not be the last. Seeing that your strength is acceptable and you have the possibility of self-evolution, have you ever considered going solo? Ngoyama asked enthusiastically, which can be regarded as sowing discord, or it can be regarded as sincerity. If possible, Ngoyama does not want to conflict with the Lord of Gluttony at this juncture. The Hell Gate plan failed. He could not become stronger by plundering the territory and faith of the human world. In order to realize the lifelong dream of the big devil, he has been very low-key in recent times. The low-key is to wait for opportunities. I'm very lucky to have a chance that only comes once in a century. Hell has been having a bad year recently. I don't know what evil has happened. Each demon king is going crazy and attacking like crazy, especially gluttony and rage. They fight without mercy. I really plan to drive the opponent to death. There will be a vacancy in the 7 demonic lands. It may be 1 vacancy, or it may be 2. The dream is right in front of him. Ngoyama does not want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seeing Wayne, he does not speak. He continued, if you work as a dog for the Lord of Gluttony, you are destined to have a bad end. The most important thing about being a devil is freedom. Without freedom, brilliant achievements belong to the master and not yourself. You should understand this truth. It makes sense, but the Lord of Gluttony is too strong. If I don't deal with you, he will deal with me. After thinking about it, I can only wrong you. Arrogant. Ngoyama snorted coldly. He was the child of the devil, and he was destined not to be too smart. He was already too smart just now, and it was time to return to the bad-tempered and brainless persona. The Blood Lord waved his hand, and the familiars rushed towards Wayne one by one and used blood magic to induce the blood in Wayne's body to run wild, but failed, and then started a simple hand-to-hand combat. Wayne waved his hand and condensed a dark scimitar, and walked leisurely through the encirclement. Every time he raised the knife and dropped it, a head soared into the sky and its headless body fell into the sea of blood, stirring up the angry sea. After a while, the devil resurrected and returned to the encirclement network. Wayne whispered, he did not have the authority to the hell territory, and it was impossible for someone from a bad place to obtain a hell residence. He guessed that this was one of the uses of authority. While Wayne was surprised, Ngoyama was also wondering. He couldn't figure out where the Lord of Gluttony had found such a powerful demigod. Judging from his posture, he could only defeat him with all his strength. Also, he was already so strong, so why not? How happy it is to be a dog for others and a leader for yourself. Seeing that the familiar is useless, Ngoyama roared and came on the scene in person. At the same time, he sent a message to call his 2 allies, agreeing to advance and retreat together. Now is not the time to watch a show. Boom! The dark scimitar collided with the sword of blood, and the surging air waves roared and dispersed, the fierce wind crushed the angry sea and calmed down, ruffling the blood clouds in the sky, pushing away the shockwave visible to the naked eye, and rolling the surrounding familiars into the distance. As soon as they met, Ngoyama realized that this was a tougher opponent than he had ever seen in his life, and he had to hit hard. He described Zheng Zheng as a ferocious creature, with fine scales spreading out from his face and a mouth full of fangs. I understand, you work for Gluttony, Gluttony promises to be your equal, you want to be the big devil. No, I just want to go home and repair the Archangel. There was a crisp sound, and the dark scimitar in Wayne's hand broke. The quality was too inferior to be able to compete with the weapon in Ngoyama's hand. Newcomer, if you want to be the devil and commit the 7 deadly sins, you have to pass my level first. The boundless sea of blood rose, and the bloody arrogance filled the sea of blood. The restless blood rolled like boiling water. And Goyama's arrogance soared for a time, and with the help of the authority of the territory, it reached an unbelievable and exaggerated stage. The power was terrifying, exceeding the power of any powerful enemy that Wayne had fought against before. It made him particularly greedy. He thought about how to get a hell account, and a figure of the Bat Demon popped into his mind. Only then did he realize that almost 2 years ago, he has settled in hell. There are no mean foreigners, only honest locals. The blood sword fell down, and the terrifying coercion stirred up the turbulence in the space, directly affecting Wayne's perception, making him unable to capture Ngoima's location. When the crisis hit, Wayne had a black light in his hand, and used the sword of the abyss to welcome him, Chiang. Gold and iron mingled, and the sound shook loudly. The pure brute force set off a terrifying storm. A big hole was opened in the blood cloud high in the sky. The clouds spread rapidly in all directions. The blood sea below quickly sank. The impact spread to the edge of the blood sea, and the tsunami wave washed down violently. The two figures collided fiercely in the sky. From the initial going back and forth, it gradually turned into Wayne suppressing Ngoima. He had just been promoted and had some misunderstandings about his own power. Using Ngoima as a reference, he got out of the misunderstanding. Realize that now he is really strong. Ngoima roared angrily, and became more frightened as he fought. He thought that his dream was about to come true, but it was someone else who would realize it. His murderous intention surged in his heart, and he retreated even though he was fighting. He came to the edge of the territory of the two allies. Don't look at it, the idea is thorny. Come together. Two figures soared into the air, showing a powerful aura that was no less powerful than Ngoima's. One was black and the other was purple. They were also familiar devils to Wayne. Lord of the Night Cytheras. Abyss Spider Queen Malsha. The two top-ranked demon kings looked solemn, surprised that Ngoima was at a disadvantage in the fight, and even more surprised that the gluttonous demon had such a powerful familiar. Why did you two come here? Ngoima asked angrily. Observe. Ambush. The two devils turned against one army and blamed Ngoima for his lack of forbearance, which led to the failure of the tactics before they were implemented. Not believing a word of the devil's words, Ngoima snorted coldly and said nothing more, pointing his sword at Wayne. Let's go together. If he doesn't die today, we will have one more of the 7 deadly sins on our heads in the future. No one else. I want to stand up and call the shots. Tolas didn't say anything, his face expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking. Marcia didn't say anything either, looking at the strong Wayne, licking her purple lip gloss, wanting to test his capital. If he has any special skills, she can recommend him to her king. The king of lust should stop accompanying that braided bat to drink puffs all day, open his eyes and look at the outside world. There are many devils with 7 or 8 legs. Damn it, you two talk. Ngoima, it's very chaotic outside now, and being a devil is to be peaceful. That's right, you are a child of greed. Gluttony is at war with rage. He dare not do anything to you, ceding part of the territory and spending money to avoid disaster. This is what a mature devil should do. Which side are you two on? You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 503. Ngoima looked at the two allies angrily, cursing and saying that it was not worth looking at. He was a devil with dreams and wanted to be one of the 7 deadly sins. Because they were like-minded, he formed an alliance with Setholas and Malsha, and patted Malsha's chest together, vowing to drag a great demon king off the altar. Now it seems that he overestimated his two allies and was timid. After all, it is unlikely that he will achieve anything big. He values peace and wastes money to avoid disaster. He is clearly a coward. I warn you, he is really strong. If you don't kill him today, you will not be able to do anything in the future. He will ride on our heads. This is the best opportunity. Ngoyama gritted his teeth. It makes sense, but Saitolas and Malti both have their own plans and have a tacit understanding to keep a distance from Ngoyama. The boat of friendship is rocking in the wind and rain. Ngoyama's face looked different from that of Yin Cheng. He didn't understand what the two allies were thinking. In anger, he transformed into a red light and disappeared into the distance. Go back and sue your parents. This is the first time we meet this powerful lord. My name is Sitharas, also known as Lord of the Night. You should have heard of my name. The Spider Queen of the Abyss, Malsha. I have heard that you two failed to open the gate to hell because I was secretly sabotaging it. It turns out that these two are the Lord of the Night and the Spider Queen of the Abyss. They have been famous for a long time. When we meet today, they are indeed the devil among devils. Wayne put away the sword of the abyss and found that Malsha was ogling him, and responded with a polite yet elegant lewd smile. He was a newbie and didn't understand the rules of hell. He expected that witches were extremely confident in his charm. A response that is sure to offend the other person. Seeing that the newcomer and Malsha were flirting with each other and would not stop without shouting, Sitharas stepped forward and said politely, "Your Excellency, after talking for a long time, I still don't know your name." The human form that Sirtoras transformed into was a young man with long black hair, gentle and well educated, and Marcia was not bad as a mature and beautiful woman, and she was quite tolerant. The two demon kings were placed in the human world and were also leaders of the upper class. My name is Sosner. I used to live in the abyss. You two of the abyss giants should have heard of it. Wayne readily revealed his information. He didn't pay much attention to Sosner's situation. He had previously asked Wei Zi and got a little bit of information. Because he was not very interested, he didn't delve into the exact information of the abyss giant clan. Fortunately, the problem was not big, and it was more than enough to pretend. Sitharas frowned. I know the name Sosna. Your faith isn't in hell. You know all this. I have some small tricks in terms of intelligence. The corner of Sitharas' mouth curled up. The intelligence was very deep. He only knew a little bit about it. Among the three giants of the Devil Alliance, Sitharas' intelligence was very important. He knew that Sosna was not enough. Surprisingly, Malsha had no doubts. Wayne didn't know the reason, and didn't think much about it. He nodded and said, "Since you know it, I should be more relaxed. I believed in the Dark Goddess early, and now I am a strong contender for the third god." "I see. I would like to congratulate you in advance." Sitharas raised his brows. "According to my observation, Your Excellency came to hell in your true form. You are an aborigine of the abyss. The abyss has become a part of hell. It may not be that easy to return to the kingdom of darkness. Can I understand that Your Excellency no longer believe in the Dark Goddess?" "No, my beliefs will not change." Wayne's expression was solemn, but his expression collapsed in the next second, and he sighed. The arrival of the real body was not what I wanted. I encountered a difficult enemy. I had no choice but to activate the secret hand and sacrifice the thinking clone of hell to allow the real body to reach hell. What enemy could push you to this point? Very strong, very strong. In front of him, I have no room to fight back. Wayne shook his head, angrily, while praising the powerful enemy Sitharas for wanting to get more information. Wayne waved his hands and refused. He mentioned it again, and then said, "Not long after I came to hell, thinking made a deal with the king of gluttony some time ago, and I was able to obtain a territory in hell. I wonder if you two can tell me why hell is now a mess? It's a long story, for various reasons. If you have nothing to do, Your Excellency Sosna, you can go sit down in my palace and listen to what I have to say," slowly Marcia said with a faint smile on her face. Wayne's mind wandered, and he thought to himself, as a witch, the devil in hell and the devil in the world are indeed two different things. Faced with the charm of Malti, he is somewhat incapable of controlling it with his powerful indigo power. The Queen of Pearl is like this, how can the Lord of Lust repay it? Okay, that's what I meant. Wayne nodded, looking up at Sosner's face and acting like a pervert. He didn't worry about damaging his personal reputation just in case. He looked at Sir Oraz next to him. This is not the place to talk, how about we go together? That's fine, there is no reason to be careless. Malti-Yi's lair is located deep in his own territory, without the darkness of the spider's crypt. The high-end atmosphere of the palace is even more magnificent than that of the papal state. Everywhere is luxurious, which shows that the owner is a devil who knows how to enjoy. The three inhumane guys came to the living room. Marcia raised her hand to unzip the long dress, and saw that the skirt had fallen to her chest. She found Wayne and Seth Ola's. While they were communicating, they decisively pulled back the zipper without even looking at her. It turned out that we were talking about business, not doing business. She had told her earlier. This misunderstanding caused her to sit down gracefully and pretend that nothing happened. Several young girls with spider beads crawled into the living room and served dark-colored black tea. They were covered with purple gauze, which was not covered at the same time. It was very uncomfortable to cover up, which made people want to see clearly. In terms of charm, these spring girls were not even worthy of carrying shoes for Marty. Wayne took a glance and then retracted his gaze. Then he took another glance. No other meaning, just arrived, trying to integrate into the customs and habits of hell, so as not to be seen. For the black tea on the table, Wayne did not refuse, picked it up and took a sip. He had stopped being a human being early, so he still had some confidence. Huh, it smells like milk. Wayne looked at Marty in confusion. Logically, it should be poisonous. Such a serious black tea and milk is too unhellish. Marty smiled slightly, said nothing, just straightened her chest and guided Wayne's side to get the correct answer. Wayne, thank you for the hospitality of the host. I am not worthy of this. Don't fight so hard next time. Wayne put down the tea, and said nothing about the scene just now. He asked Sitolas what happened to hell and why there were wars everywhere. The reason is the 7 demon kings. Although hell was in chaos before, the 7 demon kings rarely died. Now, Sitolas said slowly. Let's talk about the war between pride and jealousy first. The king of jealousy is the instigator of the war. He chased pride and provoked him in various ways, and also said a lot of harsh words. Jealousy, pride, if you don't kill me today, I will keep chasing you. The Lord of Jealousy has been crazy recently, and all kinds of ridiculous operations have continued. No one knows what he is thinking and why he insists on playing the clown to make everyone happy. He only knows that jealousy is wronged and swears to seek justice. Regarding this part, please be sure to explain it in detail. Wayne asked seriously what was going on. He probably knew that asking further questions was like whipping a corpse. He would sprinkle salt, cumin, and chili powder on the Lord of Jealousy's scars. Then again, the Lord of Jealousy tried his best to create fun and turned himself into the Lord of Clowns. If he didn't savor this fun a few more times, would Wayne still be a human being? It must be explained in detail. Initially, it was because of the vanity of the Lord of Jealousy. Sitolas shook his head, thinking of happy things, and said happily, Jealousy said that he met the Archangel Hexunio in the world. The purity of the 7 virtues was filthy and was taken away by a despicable and shameless lower human being. Wait a minute, let me interrupt. Wayne looked at his face and said, regardless of whether this outrageous news is accurate or not, let's assume it's true. The human who can be changed to a pure ambassador must have his merits. It's not fair to say that he is despicable and shameless. Maybe. Sitolas did not comment, and continued, the 7 virtues correspond to the 7 deadly sins. The devil cannot let go of the 7 deadly sins, and the angels cannot let go of the 7 virtues. The lies of the Lord of Jealousy are too outrageous, and were exposed by the Lord of Pride, who severely mocked his vanity. The Lord of Jealousy had no evidence, so he sent his own hell angels to the world, vowing to slap the face of the Lord of Pride. The hell angels never returned and became a laughing stock again. It was just a lie at first, but later it became a fight for face. The Lord of Jealousy took control of the gates of hell and met the reincarnated angels who came to the world. He kept saying that he had captured Hexunio, but the other party escaped from hell. The Lord of Pride mocked his lies, saying that they were full of loopholes. He refused to accept it and clamored for a duel. He was severely beaten, but still refused to accept it, so there was a war between the 2 demon kings. One lie must be covered with more lies. The Lord of Jealousy has become what he is today. It is his own fault and he does not deserve sympathy. Wayne, one by one, that's not right. The Lord of Pride had seen Hexunio in London and knew that Hexunio was no longer pure. Ur and Kirer were also in a mess. The jokes about heaven should be popular in hell now. Why hasn't the version been updated yet? Wayne didn't understand. The Lord of Pride knew the whole truth and knew that the King of Jealousy didn't lie. Why did he insist on suppressing the version update? Also, what about the news about the Son of God? Why didn't the Lord of Pride say anything? This is a rare opportunity to counterattack heaven. Is it really good for the 7 demon kings to get along with each other? In Wayne's impression, according to Hexunio's narration, although there are no demons in hell, the Lord of Pride is the well-deserved leader. What is the leader thinking? Too arrogant? Is he going to do everything by himself? Wayne was puzzled and couldn't figure out the key point. Not to mention the information about the Son of God, it is understandable that he and Mikhail and Hexunio didn't want the other party to get the Son of God. Meaning, there is nothing to hide about Hexunio's loss of purity. Speaking it out will not only make heaven laugh, but also boost the morale of hell. Arrogance should agree with jealousy. Oh, I see. Arrogance will not agree with anyone. Even if he knows that the other party is right, arrogance will wave his hand and characterize him as fake news. Thinking about it this way, the clown master is really wronged. He was led by arrogance in various ways. He was so angry that he chased him and asked for a beating. Page the devil is not happy, but Wayne is happy. I feel that arrogance, this devil, can be dealt with. He has protected the glory of heaven and the peace of the world with his own selfishness. He should be given a little red flower. After talking about the only fun in the chaos, Sitola period told another demon king, the king of lust, the Lord of Lust did not launch a war against the outside world, but because of her disappearance, the lost paradise of the 7th abyss continued to be in chaos. Sitolas glanced at Wayne. So Skena, as a native of the abyss, how much do you know about the ability of the Lord of Lust? I haven't understood it. I am not a lustful person. Wayne shook his head and said sincerely, the Abyss Giant clan has a grudge against the King of Gluttony, and has nothing to do with the King of Lust. I have only heard of her erotic name. She is a very generous succubus. When it comes to her, everyone is soft. Citras nodded. The Lord of Lust was indeed very generous. She had ridden 8 or 10,000 devils. The King of Lust is quick to change his mind. Well, we cannot rule out the possibility that she is the leader of the succubus after all. We cannot expect how pure she is. We only look at the results after the Lord of Lust sleeps with the devil she has been with. I can't resist her charm, and every request she makes will be carried out unconditionally, no matter whether it is reasonable or not. At the same time, she was suffering from the poison of Slaanesh and struggled in pain all day long, like a walking corpse, thinking of nothing. Monaco only had the brain of the Lord of Lust. Only having sex with the Lord of Lust could relieve her symptoms. She never expected that it would all come naturally. Everyone is happy, because the Lord of Lust gets a new look, the bus becomes a private car, and the Lord of Lust becomes a special guest. Hundreds of demons gathered in Lost Paradise to ask for an explanation and to ask the Lord of Lust to appear and detoxify. Among them were many powerful demons among the 72 demon kings. The Lord of Lust has not appeared for a long time, and ordinary succubi cannot deal with these angry demons, so how can there be such a mess? Ah, this! Wayne's mouth opened wide, amazed that there was such a powerful devil in the world, that even a succubus like the Lord of Lust could be arranged. What kind of legs does this face have? Kun has become a spirit. What a powerful devil, what is his origin? Wayne blurted out, subconsciously showing a bit of admiration. I don't know, Sitola smiled and looked at Marty Yi, wanting to hear her opinion. I don't know either. The Lord of Lust is hidden very deep and few people know about it. Malsha shook her head slightly. She had seen and ridden a bat demon. It was more like an octopus than a bat. The whole process almost plunged her into the abyss of Slaanesh, and it took her a while to get out. During the Gate of Hell in Yangris, Malti Yi found a container in the human world for the King of Lust to descend. With a door and a container, the leader could descend at any time. As a result, the leader was addicted to octopus and lacked interest in descending to the human world, which eventually led to the gate to hell is cheap. The jealous Lord. Although it later proved that among the reincarnated angels were Ur and Heshino, it would be a good thing not to go. However, the leader's lack of enterprising behavior still made Malsha very dissatisfied. She took the container to see. Arriving at Lost Paradise, the man was admonishing by the swimming pool, trying to wake up the leader who had lost his mind. I temporarily took over a baton task, was dragged into the water by an octopus, and was finally lifted out. It was a pretty bad memory. Putting aside the endless aftertaste and the original taste, it severely affected Malti Yi's self-esteem and made her suspicious of lust. The Lord was defeated repeatedly in battles, but he was so angry that he continued to be diligent and neglectful of internal affairs. What's the point of competing with an octopus? Forget it if you can't beat it. Change to a batch of ones that can beat it. Look at the devils outside who are waiting to be fed. If you don't help this group of lunatics, they can tear down Paradise Lost. This is also true. The reason why Altia wants to have sex with Wayne is that recently she is looking for a strong man to offer to the King of Lust, so that he can get out of the shadow of repeated defeats, regain his credibility, and turn back into the charming person she knows and yearns for. The Demon King is not like now, a soft ball of mud, either in the process of being soaked, or on the way to being soaked, almost giving up the title of lust to the octopus. These cannot be said. Saying so is equivalent to telling others that she, Marcia, has been working for the Lord of Lust. Faced with Wayne's curiosity, she shook her head and expressed deep regret. Sosna, if you want to know the truth, I can help you get through to Lost Paradise and let you meet the Lord of Lust. No way, I will become her slave. I will never get out of this life. I won't go to this attraction. Wayne shook his head like a rattle. They were just succubi. He had 2 of them, and they were original. He wanted to have them whenever he wanted, so there was no need to covet the leader of the succubi, the Lord of Lust. Speaking of things, he knows how much he weighs, and it's okay to clean up his purity. He is definitely no match for lust. Seeing Wayne's decisive refusal, Malsha smiled and said nothing more. After preparing to send Straz away, she sleep where Wayne, the Lord of Lazy Love, has always been very lazy. His territory is the most deserted and has always grown wild. It is one of the few pure lands in hell. Seth Horus spoke in one word, telling about gluttony and rage in the last chaotic land, and the war between the greedy Lord of Gluttony and the Lord of Wrath, who repeatedly jumped around to get benefits. The war between them was very strange. They had a good relationship at first, but suddenly a war broke out. It has something to do with their arsenal. Arsenal? Wayne became interested. Is the Demon King broadening his horizons in the human world and preparing to implement industrialization in hell? If this is the case, he can only say that the two Demon Kings are sensible people and cannot stay. After receiving the information on the evolution of mechanical weapons, Wayne sincerely recognized the power of this evolutionary route. The power of mechanical weapons lies in self-evolution. When encountering a strong force, it becomes stronger. The evolver does not need to move, the rules will update themselves and iterate the pale night. The nuclear warhead is handmade, and when paired with long-range ballistic missiles, it can strike accurately from the God's chosen continent to the frozen continent. And there is no magic power fluctuation. For the current magic world, it is almost incomprehensible. Wayne remembers that the two Demon Kings Gluttony and Fury also participated in the robbery of the mechanical weapons. Because he succeeded first, the two Demon Kings returned. It is speculated that they saw the prospect of mechanical weapons, so they launched industrialization in hell. It is a good idea, but this road is not easy to follow. Without the self-evolution of law information, it will take decades to build a complete industrial system. Wayne felt that the Demon Kings did not have the patience, and most of the time they robbed each other's arsenals for the sake of buying each other's lathes. JPG Many strange weapons appeared in the territories of the Lord of Gluttony and the Lord of Wrath, especially the dependents of the two Demon Kings. The familiar changed his past style and turned into a plane and a tank in the world. Wait a minute, I didn't hear it clearly. Can you elaborate on this? Wayne smiled and laughed, but couldn't stop laughing. He stared in his heart and asked Saitola to elaborate on this part of Sosna. Have you ever seen an airplane or a tank in the world? They have no flesh and blood, they are pure machines. Saitola, I don't know much about it, so I gave a rough description. The more Wayne listened, the more frightened he became. His eyes widened and he secretly thought it was impossible. He has obtained the laws of mechanical weapons. Gluttony and rage have nothing to gain from them. What are they using to pollute their own relatives? Where do the laws come from? A drop of cold sweat broke out on Wayne's forehead. His intuition told him that this matter was not simple. He was very convinced that he had obtained all the information about the mechanical weapons without missing any information, and because of him, Prussia had no way to mechanically ascend. The source is already in his hands, gluttony and rage. Do the mechanical weapons have three sources? The fusion of information between the three types of mechanical weapons is the real path to evolution. Is this why the war between gluttony and fury comes about? If so, it's best. If not, the situation will only get worse. Wayne picked up his sleeve and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Is there a possibility that the source of the mechanical weapons is not in him, nor in the hands of gluttony and fury? They thought they had succeeded, but in fact they had been defiled. It's not a big problem. I have the Book of Greed. It can only be white and will not be contaminated. Wayne wanted to read it silently. He took a deep breath and calmed down for the time being. Wayne has always been very confident in the essence of his life. Only he to pollute others, no one else could pollute him except the ancient god. Strictly speaking, his dirty work only failed once. The mysterious monster in the other world, Wang Dongliang, ended in a disastrous failure. Part of Idna's mental pollution has been successful. Because of the powerful background of the Dark Goddess, the latter it was only when the contaminated areas were isolated and controlled that the pollution seemed to have failed. That was before, and now is now. Wayne is confident that if he is given another chance to contaminate, Ednis will definitely not be so relaxed. Just like part of the thoughts of the goddess of death in his right eye, after Wayne became a demigod, his life became more powerful. Quantitative changes led to qualitative changes, and the speed of pollution suddenly accelerated a lot. The more courageous you are, the monsters in the other world can also pollute it. In terms of the nature of life alone, Wayne is not afraid of anyone except the ancient gods. Sosna, you seem to be very concerned about gluttony and rage. Okay, let's talk about the Lord of Greed. What's going on with him? Making war fortune, high in the boundless dark clouds, and Goyama, who was looking for his parents, did not see his father, the Lord of Greed, but instead saw the Lord of Jealousy who came to visit him. And Goyama's expression was strange, and he stopped laughing. And Goyama, what are you doing here? When did the relationship between your father and son become so good? Puff. When the camera turned, the Blood Lord was lying on the ground covered in blood, paying the price for his offending the 7 demon kings. On the other side, the dark door opened, and the Lord of Greed and a black-faced bald man came out, Sosna. Part of his mind reached hell and sought help from the King of Greed, asking him to help extinguish the fire. Wayne, this is the situation. In my territory, there is a human named Wayne. He is very powerful, dash. What, Wayne? The Lord of Jealousy was shocked, stepped forward and held Sosner's shoulders, tremblingly saying, tell me again, what is his name? Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 504. The Lord of Greed has been very busy recently. Busy making money from war. At present, his clients include but are not limited to gluttony, rage, envy, Sosna, Njima, and hundreds of demons from Paradise Lost. Wherever there is money to be made, there is the busy figure of the Lord of Greed. What, Njima is his son? Laughing to death, sons can't be clients, can't make money from sons? How can you be so embarrassed to still rely on your parents when you are so old? It is clearly written in the newspapers of hell that on the God-chosen continent, children will be kicked out of the house by their parents at the age of 18, make a living on their own, and go to college on their own. If a child still spends the family's money at the age of 18, he will feel guilty, and will be isolated by classmates and looked down upon by friends. Humans are still strong, how can the devil be compared? When he is a greedy child, he has no money to do business. The Lord of Greed is like this. As long as it is profitable, they are his customers. The Lord of Envy and Sosna came for this. Jealousy came to Greedy, ready to pull him together to deal with pride. Pride was too strong. In a one-on-one fight, none of the 6 demons were his opponents. Only by joining forces could they see hope of victory. Greedy was a well-known greedy person. He would not get up early without profit. There must be a reason for greed. Looking for him was equivalent to being slaughtered. If possible, Jealousy did not want to join forces with him. But there were not many choices now. Except for Greedy, the other 4 of the 5 demons were busy. Gluttony and Wrath were busy watching the cross, Laziness was busy watching laziness, and Lust was even more heavyweight. They were so busy that their wet souls fell. How could Wandering and Wet be so disappointed? Jealousy really had no choice but to come to Greedy. Sosna's situation was similar. After throwing Wayne into hell, he immediately sent his thoughts to hell. Knowing that he could not beat Wayne, he did not go there to get beaten by a fool. He went to Gluttony to seek tactical guidance. Wayne was not an ordinary person. He had to use a big devil-level punch. Only the King of Gluttony could defeat Wayne in person. Gluttony was busy fighting with Wrath. Sosna waited for 2 days but didn't even see Gluttony. In desperation, he came to the notorious Greed to try his luck. Greed has a bad reputation. When mentioning him, the devils all spit foul words, angry that he always adds money and has no contract spirit. That being said, as long as the money is added, everything can be negotiated with Greed. Sosna arrived first and met Greed before Envy. The latter deeply understood the truth that rare goods are valuable. At present, no one can help Sosna except him, so he hesitated and refused to agree. Although he had never met Wayne, he regarded the other party as a close friend, brother just by hearing the name. He had to pay more for him to deal with his own brother. One raised the price and the other tried to lower the price by blade method. At present, they are still in the business power. As soon as he went out, he bumped into the next customer, the Lord of Envy. Sosna, you can see that I am very busy, really busy. Greedy looked helpless as he could lose millions of dollars every minute. He had already lost a lot by taking time out of his busy schedule to see Sosna. Sosna must make up for the loss. After Greedy finished speaking, he found that no one was paying attention to him. He turned around and saw the two clients gathered together. What's going on? Greedy looked curiously, and Envy looked ecstatic. His struggling expression seemed to show that Pride was being pressed to the ground and rubbed by the four archangels. Greedy didn't understand, and Sosna didn't understand either. They just stared at the enthusiastic Envy. Damn it, you should say something. Say it again, what's his name? Yes, Wayne. Ha ha ha, the Lord of Envy laughed loudly, slapped Sosna on the shoulder one after another, 2 lines of blood and tears flowed down, and his face showed 3 points of joy, 5 points of relief, and 92 points of Shu Yang's relief. Justice may retreat, but justice will never be absent. What's the situation with this guy? Did Pride damage his brain? Suoskina was confused, and vaguely thought of a possibility, and asked tentatively, Great Lord of Jealousy, do you also know Wayne? More than knowing him, I think about him in my dreams. Jealousy had a ferocious look on his face. There were 2 people in his dream, Pride and Hexunyo. Wayne didn't appear in many scenes. Generally, Wayne was never the first choice of Jealousy when he appeared in a team with Hexunyo, but it didn't matter. If there was Wayne, there was Hexunyo. If Wayne came, how could Hexunyo be far behind? After catching Hexunyo, he would drag this couple to the 7 Demon Kings conference and parade them in public. Everyone would know that he was jealous and not lying, and it was Pride that had been leading the pace. No. There was no need to catch Hexunyo. As long as he got Wayne, Hexunyo dared to come to hell to rescue people, and the truth would be revealed in hell. Thinking of this, the Lord of Jealousy laughed again. The injustice was redressed, and his thoughts were clear. He finally waited for this day. But first, calm down, don't be happy at the critical moment. Jealousy suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, stared at Suoskina, his eyes were like a wolf, almost wanting to bite people. I ask again, his name is Wayne, a magician in the world, right? Look, he waved his hand to pull down a ball of water curtain, and posted Wayne's headshot. It's him, I can recognize him even if he turns into ashes. Okay, okay. The Lord of Jealousy's eyes were red, and he twisted his voice, tell me, why is Wayne in hell, which angel kindly sent him down? There is no angel, it's me. Soskena did not mention the remains of the Life Alliance, but only said that he had a grudge against Wayne. This is so he came down. No, you are the angel, my jealous angel. Ha ha ha. X2 Sosner nodded repeatedly and laughed. Judging from the posture, the Lord of Jealousy and Wayne are mortal enemies. Jealousy hates Wayne so much that he is so unforgettable that he even dreams about Wayne. Wonderful. Sosner was so excited. The secret passage was obtained without any effort. If he had known that Wayne had enemies in hell, he would have just gone to the Lord of Envy. So much time was wasted on gluttony and greed. Great Lord of Jealousy, just call me Jealousy. From today on, your kid is my angel brother. Call me Big Brother, and I won't look after you from now on. Jealous Genji said, brother, is this appropriate? Sosner smiled honestly, not being carried away by the ecstasy, and said rationally, Brother Jealousy, I heard that you recently started a war with the Lord of Arrogance. If you go to deal with Wayne now, will it delay the fight? No more fighting, let's stop fighting now. Jealousy waved his hand and went to TMD war. If it were not for his grievances, he would have nowhere to complain. He was crazy and fought with arrogance to the end. Getting Wayne is the same as getting Hexeuno. There is no point in continuing the war. The top priority is to catch Wayne. Hexyuno must not be allowed to sneak away and bring Wayne back to the world. This is the closest he has come to being innocent. If he misses it, he will be a clown for the rest of his life and will never be able to hold his head up. Wait a minute, what are you two doing? Greed looked at it for a while and realized that the problem was serious. The two clients who were looking for him to discuss business ignored him and concluded the business on their own. Are there any of you who talk about business like this? There is no spirit of contract at all. When did hell become like this? Greed is a bit impatient, which means that everything is easy to discuss. Selling jealousy to save face, no extra money on the original price, let's deal with the arrogant master together, make Sosner a friend, 9.9% off the friendship price, and just take care of the business in the future. What have you been doing? X2 You are not here in the coldest month of winter, but who are you when spring comes? Jealousy and Sosner's mind is filled with Wayne, and there is no greed in his eyes. Looking at this face that only talks about business, his fists are itchy for a moment. He was so greedy that he couldn't understand how a good business could be cut off. He covered his bleeding heart with his hands and comforted himself silently. Successful people are too busy. They are up and down every minute. Jealousy and Sosna, if the business is gone, it will be gone. Today, I can still do a business with Ngoyama, and I will give my son a 6-year-old father later without agreeing to the price. I will make 3 orders of money from one business, and I will make up for the loss. Having said that, Greed is still heartbroken. He could have made 9 out of 3 orders, but rounding off, he suffered a big loss today. Snort. Envy snorted coldly, ignored Greed, and looked at Sosner with a friendly look. Brother, where is that piece of shit Wayne? Without further ado, let's get there quickly. This kid is a slippery man, we can't let him run away. Ah, this. Sosna hesitated and looked at his brother's expectant eyes. Chien Baba said, I sent him to hell 2 days ago. He was in my territory at that time. Maybe he hasn't left yet, bar. Dear brother, you made me miss something important. Why didn't you come to me 2 days ago? Jealousy's eyes widened, he felt a throbbing pain at the top of his heart, and his fists felt itchy when he looked at Sosna. If you don't succeed enough, you will fail more than you should, so don't let me be a useless good brother. Jealous brother, you are at war with the Lord of Arrogance, and the younger brother is not familiar with you, and does not know that you have a grudge against Wayne, so, excuses, they are all excuses. He was furious with jealousy and suspected that Wayne had been brought back to the world by Hexyuno. In anger, he raised his hand to chop his newly befriended brother. Sosner, why are you here? At this time, Ngoyama, who was covered in blood, climbed up unsteadily, with a familiar black face and bald head, and came to Greedy in a flash. That's him, he just acted recklessly on my territory. Father, you want to make the decision for me. 2 good models, 1 big brother and 1 good brother, not to mention how close they are. There were no fools in the field, and Ngoyama's words told them all. Shut up, you bastard, who told you to speak? Greedy was sweating profusely, and grabbed Ngoyama's sleeve. Come, follow me into the house. Today, I will give back to old customers, and I will count it as your own son. Whoever does anything wrong in your territory, quickly pay for it money, I'll go over and kill him. It's him, Sosna, now in the territory of Sitharas and Malsha. Damn it, you still said that. Asterisk ha 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 x2 looking at the 2 good brothers laughing, and looking at the indignant look on the old father's face, Ngoyama frowned, probably understanding something. Sosner had just been negotiating business with Greed, and had no time or ability to disappear in his territory. The Sosner he saw was someone else, an enemy of the Lord of Envy. In this case, there is no need for him to negotiate business with Greed, even if the dog father doesn't want it. And Goyama waved his sleeves, made a slapping sound, and came to Envy and Sosna with half sleeves and an angry face. I know it's very hard to be the son of the big devil. He doesn't deserve to be so smart. He must ask clearly, Sosner, stop acting. I can't mistake your face. It was you who was in my territory just now, make trouble. The Blood Lord has misunderstood. And Goyama, you have wronged my good brother, he is the real troublemaker. Envy waved and showed Wayne's mugshot. What, it's him. For a moment, Ngoyama's eyes were red, and he let out a roar in his throat. How dare this bastard come to hell and use his mask to deceive me again and again. I must kill him today. Wayne and Ngoyama met 3 times, the first time on Dragonheart Island, the second time in the great underground tomb of Paris, and the third time just now. During the 3 meetings, Wayne put on a vest twice and used 3 faces to insist on talking about the similarities. Ngoyam responded and never stood up in front of Wayne. With new grudges and daily hatred, Ngoyama is on the verge of going berserk. He can't make a single order today. The Lord of Greed felt a chill in his heart. No profit equaled a blood loss. Looking at the 3 customers who had found a common topic, he didn't understand what was going on. Ngoyama, you also have a grudge against Wayne. Sosner was delighted. More than just a grudge, I want to eat his flesh, drink his blood, and pick off his head and play it as a ball, Gama growled. Kick together, X2 brother. Good brother. 2 brothers. Ha ha ha, and became the elder of all demon kings. I've made it. Greed shed tears of joy. For a devil with greed engraved in his bones, blowing 3 orders in a row and still under his nose is more disturbing than the appearance of a great devil in hell. He is sad. Damn it, who is this Wayne? Greed's seniority was short-lived. Jealousy reacted as soon as he left home. He recognized Ngoyama as his virtuous younger brother. According to seniority, Greed became his elder and rode on all the big devils. This is an achievement that neither arrogance nor lust has accomplished. The more he thought about it, the more jealous he became. Unwilling to let Greed ride on his head, he changed his mind on the spot and kicked Ngoyama out of the trio of hell brothers. How can you be my virtuous younger brother? If it were your father, he would be the same. Ngoyama secretly told the devil that the big devil is moody and will fall out whenever he wants. From now on he will become the big devil and he will be as ruthless as the Lord of Jealousy. With Sosna's input, everyone discussed their own issues, so Ngoyama reluctantly retained his position and did not call out his uncle and third uncle on the spot. Newly made brothers, not yet familiar with each other, Sosner introduced himself and made his identity clear. It turns out that we are the ancestors of the Abyss. Hell and Abyss are connected by the same spirit. We can be called brothers and sisters. Dear brother, we have been a family for a long time. Jealousy said cheerfully. He is happy with everything he sees now. He is in high spirits during happy events. If he were not already flying in the air, he would be floating. Big brother, you serve under the Dark Goddess, and you are still a strong competitor for God. Your future is limitless. Ngoyama praised. That was before, but it doesn't work anymore. Wayne is closer to the Dark God than I am. If I hadn't been defeated miserably in his hands, I wouldn't have risked my life to send him back to hell. Sosna sighed, he is a devil. He has the seal of heaven. If he goes to hell, he will not be able to return to the earth. What, Wayne believes in the Dark Goddess, but he is a Death Knight? Ngoyama's eyes widened. How could Wayne be the devil? He and Heshino had sex, so he should go to the lobby. His eyes widened with jealousy. Ah, Wayne is involved with death and heaven. He betrayed the goddess of darkness. Sosner's eyes widened, X3 faces looked at each other, 6 eyes wide open. Don't worry yet, let's do it. Ngoyama clenched his fist and coughed softly. Last time in the catacombs of Paris, I saw him wielding the Shadow Dream Demon and turning into a Death Knight. I am very sure that I can never be wrong. I saw Wayne and her not having sex with my own eyes. In fact, not smiling is already very embarrassing. It makes no sense. What kind of look do you have? The Lord of Jealousy was so angry that he was shaking all over. He was in high spirits just now, but now nothing happened. Brother, I believe you. Sosner said hurriedly. I believe it too. You two don't believe it at all. Jealousy's eyes were red. He took several deep breaths, suppressed the boiling anger, and gritted his teeth and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't believe it. Wayne is in hell. My truth and justice are already late. I don't mind waiting a little longer. Wait. I will capture Wayne and guard Heshino who comes to get him, and then you will know who is lying." He was struggling in pain and suffering because he was waiting for an opportunity. He wanted to take a breath. He was not trying to prove how great he was, but to tell all the devils that hell owed him an apology from the jealous Lord and that he had not lied. He is not a clown. He believes that even in hell, there is fairness and justice. Brother, don't be angry. If Wayne is caught, the truth will be made public and you can be cleared of your grievances. Sosner comforted me repeatedly, and then said, "It just so happened that I also had some questions to ask him. This boy competed with me to become a god, bullied me, and suppressed me. I thought he had won the favor of the goddess because of his pious faith, but Wanfang didn't expect it. He dared to deceive the goddess of darkness. There is also the goddess of death outside." Speaking of this, Sosna was extremely angry. The goddess was deceived and believed in a traitor, which made his failure even more failed. Who is this kid? Is he an undercover agent sent by the goddess of death to the goddess of darkness, or did he deceive two people at the same time? She's a goddess, she's really brave, and Goyama looked solemn, and he even slept with Hexuno. Jealous Zhensheng added, "Well, he also slept with the archangel." And Goyama hurriedly added this paragraph and spoke quickly, "Lord of Jealousy, Wayne is very powerful. I am not his opponent when I fight him in the territory. I don't know you, don't get me wrong. I'm afraid you are arrogant in underestimating your enemy. You are so arrogant in front of me. If you want to die, just say so." Jealousy glanced at Ngoyama with disdain, and became even more angry. "Listen, no matter what mistakes I make in my life, I will never commit the crime of arrogance. But I used my authority." "What's the use of your little authority? Wayne can tarnish the archangel's purity. How can he be a weakling like you? It's natural that you can't beat him." Jealousy made an evaluation, and then said, "The power of the 7 demon kings is far greater than that of all devils. This is hell. He cannot be my opponent no matter what. Keep your eyes open later and see how I deal with him." X2 Is there a possibility that this is called arrogance? X2 Sosner and Ngoyama looked at each other and agreed to remain silent, saying nothing or persuading anything. Ngoyama was a little worried. The Lord of Jealousy's strength has declined seriously in recent times. He first lost part of his mind in the human world, and threw the Hell Ambassador into the human world, which consumed a lot of power. The time at the gate of hell was a heavy loss. Being chased and pinned to the ground by arrogance caused all kinds of friction, and the injuries were getting worse. It was a far cry from the heyday. However, after all, he is the 7 demon kings, and his powerful background is there. There is no doubt about the strength of the 7 demon kings, and this is hell. No matter how powerful Wayne is, no matter how jealous he is arrogant and underestimates the enemy. It will not affect the final result. Will win. Sosna nodded vigorously, and Goyama thought for a moment and then nodded vigorously. The Spider Queen's lair. Wayne knew that Maltese whole milk was added to the black tea, so he stayed away from the cup of black tea and never touched it again to gain a general understanding of the situation in hell. His mind was filled with information about the evolution of mechanical weapons. Mechanical weapons originated from Prussia. The super black technology among black technologies originated from an alien spacecraft. Human beings are not alone. There is a vast world outside the God's chosen continent. After learning that Gluttony and Fury both had information on the evolution of mechanical weapons, Wayne couldn't help but think about it and was horrified. Things were not that simple. Someone had planned a scheme behind the scenes to allow him, Gluttony and Fury, to obtain the keys to evolution. No matter how brave you are, at one point, he was just adding to the problem. Gluttony and rage were the goals of the mastermind behind the scenes. Through the two demon kings, he brought the evolution of mechanical weapons to hell. There is no definite evidence, and it is not clear what the mastermind behind the scenes is planning and why he wants to invest in hell. Wayne's idea is just a guess and he does not dare to draw conclusions easily. But the mastermind behind the scenes has a huge plan, and he wants to swallow the whole hell. Then, will he point his sword at the human world and pollute everything in sight into machines? Suddenly, he thought that the weapons had contaminated Hea, and the lobby was also part of the mastermind's plan. Wayne was worried about Zhong, and decided to return to the world as soon as possible, and visited Prussia at night to find the truth about the mastermind. It was not the best. He thought too much, and there was if. While the crisis sweeping through the lobby, the world, and hell is still in its infancy, eradicate it immediately and never let the crisis turn into a disaster. Citras, to tell you the truth, I am an aspiring immigrant from hell. The abyss has become the playground of the 7 demon kings. I am unable to take it back, so I left my hometown to serve the dark goddess. Wayne sighed repeatedly. The competitive pressure outside is even greater, and it's hard to get along anywhere. I returned to hell to work under the king of gluttony, and moved into a territory, preparing to learn more knowledge to enrich myself. After studying for a while, I learned that the territory of hell can affect the human world and quickly increase my power. Do you have any good ideas about the gate of hell? Having said this, he looked at Malti again and said, if Empress Zhu has any ideas, I would very much welcome them. The affairs of Ngima are rough, so why don't the 3 of us form an alliance to advance and retreat together? Marty smiled slightly, then put her hand on the back of Wayne's hand, and drew a small circle with her fingertips, which was soft, fragrant, and itchy. Wayne was feeling angry. He used to slap the devil in the face, but now he was selling his beauty in exchange for information. He was touched by a charming female devil with long breasts and thighs, but he still smiled at her. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, but he had been wronged to death. In order to return to the human world, I can only act for a while. Wayne Wei Guangnian and Malsha were full of joy, had a wide range of roles, and played the perverted ghost vividly, and they quickly entered the state. 3 seconds later, his muscular hand turned into Marty Yi's hand, and he drew a circle on his palm. Trust was not affected, and looked at Wayne with a faint smile, seeming to be thinking about the possibility of an alliance between the 3 of them. After the sound, when Marty Yi sat in Wayne's arms, he slowly said, if you want to enter the human world, you must first set the coordinates in the human world. The seal of heaven is very strong. Only by contacting hell from the human world can our thinking come to earth. In other words, the devil needs to be summoned before he can come to the world. Coming here is just the beginning. The devil at this time is not strong and there is a risk of being eliminated at any time. Losing part of your mind for nothing is a loss-making business. If he wants to make his business bigger, the only option is the gate of hell, and the seal of heaven has become unavoidable. There is no gate of hell in Ken Wen's plan. He sets the coordinates, puts part of his thinking into the human world, and it's done. He presses to see Mal. Tia's conscience asks Sithara what to do. Sosna, you are a demigod from the kingdom of darkness. It is impossible for you to have no backup plan. We should ask you for advice on how to come to the world. Sitola smiled and told Wayne not to be miserable. Wayne was speechless. Sosna could do it, but he was really helpless. He said with a bitter smile, "You have also seen that I arrived in hell in my own body and almost lost contact with the kingdom of darkness. I now, like the two of you can only come to earth through devil's means." Wayne. There was a roar mixed with joy from high in the sky, and the loud sound echoed through the sky. Sidus frowned slightly. "It's the king of jealousy. Why is he here? The lord of jealousy?" Wayne's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he temporarily took over the hand with self-awareness, and pulled it out from the collar of the dress. He asked curiously, "Who is Wayne? Is the lord of jealousy beaten stupid by the lord of arrogance?" "Most likely." Citrus smiled. "Don't pay attention to him. He will go crazy for a while from time to time. Just leave him alone and he will leave. Yes, just ignore him. Talking to him will only cause trouble." Marcia covered her mouth and smiled sweetly, and put Wayne's hand back into her arms. Neither of the two devils took the Lord of Jealousy seriously. They didn't ignore it, but they couldn't look at it. The Lord of Clown's temper is getting more and more irritable, and his rage is not as angry as his own. Any devil with brains knows how to hide away. If he goes up to him at this time, it is no different from actively looking for a beating. Boom! With a loud noise, most of the Spider Queen's nest collapsed. The pressure at the level of the great Demon King fell from the sky, turning the world upside down like a sea hanging in the air. The figure of the Lord of Jealousy slowly solidified, standing in mid-air, ignoring the ashen-faced Malsha, and looked at Sosna with a twisted smile. "Wayne, I finally found you. Ha ha ha, how long has his symptoms lasted?" Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 505. Wayne was curious about the condition of jealousy, and asked Cert Auras and Malsha. He opened his mouth to talk about Wayne and shut up about Wayne, making it seem as if Wayne really existed. One of the 7 demons of jealousy, no matter whether he is sick or not, or crazy or not, this is an untouchable slide. Just smile behind your back, but be sarcastic in front of your face, and you think you are the Lord of Arrogance. Citrus did not speak, and stood up expressionlessly. He was just a passerby, and did not disturb the jealous master who was ill. Marcia also remembered that before she could get up, she was pinned on the whip by Wayne. This is the Spider Queen's lair, her territory, of course. He ignored the passers-by and asked the jealous owner with a dark face why he wanted to demolish her house. The Lord of Jealousy was too lazy to talk to Malsha. He stared at a pair of scarlet eyes and locked the black-faced bald head. "Stop pretending, I know it's you. There is a way to heaven but you don't take it. There is no door to hell and you break in. Where is Heshino? Tell me quickly. Jealousy devil, you have the wrong person. My name is Sosner, not Wayne." Wayne looked aggrieved. "Tolas and Malsha can testify on my behalf that I am from the Abyss Giant clan and have been in hell for a while. I am an honest immigrant." "Ha ha ha, you dare to quibble even now, look who he is." Envy waved his hand and pointed to the sky, and 2 figures, one black and one red, fell down, standing on his left and right. 3 inhuman guys, each with redder eyes than the other. Ngaima opened his mouth and showed a mouthful of ape teeth. Sosner pointed his sword and said angrily, "Wayne, take your hand away, don't do it like me, such a shameful thing. Who are you and why are you pretending to be me?" Wayne's eyes widened and he held Malsha in his arms tightly, unwilling to let go no matter what. "Ha ha, do you still want to act?" Sosna's eyes were red, and he dispersed the black mist, manifesting the totem of the Abyss Python, a unique anti-counterfeiting mark of the Phantom race. Malsha also came from the Abyss. When she saw this situation, she immediately realized that the person sitting under her butt was an enemy. "Be honest, if you fall into my hands, you still want to run away?" Wayne raised his hand to clasp Marcia's neck and looked around, knowing that he could no longer act. I don't understand why Ngoyama brought the king of jealousy and Sosna over in just one trip. He could pick up any one of them and watch the show go on. What went wrong when two of them were put together and their identities were exposed on the spot? The passerby Seth Oras came to the king of jealousy with a very gloomy face. He was good at collecting intelligence, but he was tricked into taking away a lot of information, and he felt a burning pain on his face. Fortunately, there is no worst, only worse. Marcia took the initiative to send the cannon, but was manipulated and became a prisoner. Seeing Malsha, whose eyes were spitting fire but helpless, Sthrasa's face became much better. With Malsha on the list, Haljoke won't be able to reach the top and take 10,000 steps back. No one can shake the status of the Lord of Clowns, and Malsha is no exception. Brother, you don't need to talk to him so much, just do it and it's done. Sosner said with red eyes that Wayne had been pretending to be him for 2 years, for a whole 2 years, and maybe he did something disgusting while slapping him. Looking at the way Malsha was sitting, she was probably already asleep. This is unreasonable. He has always been clean and self-sufficient, and has always remained single for the goddess. His great reputation was ruined by a slave with 2 family names. You are right. The Lord of Jealousy twisted his smile, waved his hand and took out a big sword. Wait a minute, I have a hostage. If you dare to come over, I will kill you. Wayne grabbed Marcia's neck and stood up, suppressing her with the life domain and unable to resist. Ha ha ha, I bent over with a jealous smile, tears coming out. Where are the hostages? Why didn't I see them? Dear brother, did you see them? Sosner hesitated for a moment, shook his head and said, I didn't see it. Ngoyama, Said Oras, have you seen the hostages? Jealousy looked at Wayne happily, mocking him for not understanding the value of the devil. Hostage? If it's Malsha, I only see her naked body now. Citras and Ngoyama gave standard answers one after another, and praised Malti Yashe's sacrifice spirit, asking her to find a way to control Wayne and give the Lord of Jealousy a double kill with one move. Chance. Marcia's face turned dark. Faced with the betrayal of her allies, she was not surprised and said calmly, Wayne, right? You don't have any hostages. Let me go and I will deal with them with you. It's true or false, I don't believe it. Wayne believed in nothing but the devil. The realm of life wrapped around his hands, pinched Malsha's neck, and held her body and mind firmly in his hands. It doesn't matter if you don't have a weapon. The weapon called the Abyss Spider Queen is also good. Come on together. If you don't step on Malsha's body today, don't even think about hurting a hair on my head. Wayne said coldly. Marcia was so angry that she cursed. That's not what Wayne said when he just tried to mold her conscience. There was no one in the room, and it was almost the same as saying that everyone was a devil. If you take a closer look, you will find that the one with the highest moral character is Sosna, a black-faced bald man, who casts a sympathetic look at Malsha. The encirclement tightened, and Ngoyama and Citras blocked Wayne's retreat. The special sword of jealousy was in front, and black chains with clattering black mist around him came out of it and penetrated into the ground beneath their feet, forcibly defiling Malti Yi's territory. Liang took his shape and Wayne was keenly aware that the space solidified in an instant, blocking his mind's perception of the outside world. Tell me, where is Yuxiuno? The 4 archangels are leading their legions on the outskirts of hell. If you send people out to take a look, you will know that the angel legions are ready for a decisive battle and will rush into hell at any time to kill anyone with a bloody river. Wayne said firmly, I won't buy you now. I am a secret agent of the Angel Legion, and I was ordered to come here to find out information about hell. Nonsense. Jealousy categorically denied that he didn't care about the Angel Legion, but only paid attention to the dog men and women. Tell them that you have soiled the purity of the 7 virtues, and you slept with the Archangel Heshino. Well, I fell asleep, many times. Did you hear that? He admitted that Heshino was impure. I didn't lie. Jealousy was in high spirits, like a drowning fish seeing land, looking at Sosna and the three of them with a look of innocence on their faces. The effect cannot be said to be non-existent, it can only be said that it is the same as no one. Whoever you look at with jealousy will avoid their eyes. Don't think about your ridiculous joke, they are just teasing you. X4 was furious with jealousy and scolded, Wayne, please be serious and tell me again if you have slept. It doesn't matter if I say it 10,000 times, justice is in the heart of the people, and the truth will not be falsified. After all, the reality is here. Wayne shrugged and stabbed Envy in the chest with one knife after another. Seeing that he was on the verge of going berserk, he spoke quickly, you may not believe it, but the Lord of Slowness knows very well about the situation of Archangel Heshino. Some time ago, the reincarnated angels drove him back to hell from London. What? Envy was stunned when he heard this, and quickly reacted, are you sowing discord? Wake up, no one in hell knows about your relationship with arrogance. Do I need to instigate it? Wayne complained. Jealousy nodded subconsciously. This is indeed the truth. I admit that I and Heshino have rolled on the bed. The Archangel, who represents purity, has long been in my shape. Not only you know about this, but the Lord of Arrogance also knows. Wayne raised the corners of his mouth, smiled like a devil, and whispered, guess, why did he just watch you being wronged but didn't tell the truth? He's jealous of me. X5 It's hard to say whether arrogance is jealous or not, but jealousy is true. Seeing Envy being arrogant and confident, with the facts in front of him, Wayne couldn't help but fell silent, and said dryly, yes, arrogance is jealous of you, you were the first to discover the truth. He was jealous of your achievements and was afraid that your reputation in hell would surpass him, so he did not clear up your grievances even though he knew the truth, but humiliated and suppressed you again and again. Arrogance. You bastard. Jealousy's eyes were red, and then he changed his face for a second and looked at Wayne coldly, that's very good. I'll tell you at the Demon King's meeting, should you take the initiative to surrender now, or should I help you surrender? This Demon King was too calm. Even though he was extremely angry, his thoughts were still clear. Wayne had no choice but to fight, and said faintly, jealousy, is there any difference between me voluntarily surrendering and you voluntarily surrendering for me? Have. Jealousy said with a serious face, you have betrayed purity and are a contributor to hell. You have accomplished things that even the 7 demon kings have not been able to do. I personally respect you very much. As long as you surrender voluntarily, I will treat you with courtesy and return the favor. I'll find a group of succubi to entertain you. Hiss, there is no cold air in hell. Wayne took advantage of the heat and took a deep breath without paying attention. What a polite person. If I hadn't been a womanizer and had a righteous heart and would never bow to the devil, I would have almost agreed. X5 What do you mean? It wasn't you who touched Marcia's chest just now, it was Sosna, right? You are full of lies and hypocrisy to the extreme. I think you are the devil. The corner of Jealousy's mouth raised a smile, however, I appreciate it. The more unbearable you behave, the filthier Heshino will be. Remember to be humble at the Demon King's meeting. That would be a joke from heaven. You can't be humble, otherwise they won't believe that Heshino fell into my hands. Wayne said kindly. This is the truth. You must be tougher when the time comes and you must be worthy of Hexuno. Jealousy nodded again and again. Brother, I'm holding back, he's stalling for time. Sosner couldn't bear it and said, brother. Wayne's eyes widened, Sosner, when did you become the legion of the jealous Demon King? Oh, I know, you are disloyal, you betrayed the Dark Goddess. Nonsense, the real traitor is you, you Death Knight. Sosner glared at Wayne, I will tell the goddess face to face about you becoming a Death Knight. Just wait and see, the darkness will remove you, and there will be no place for you in the world, and Change back quickly and don't do these things with my face. Just say it, I am undercover in the kingdom of death, it is the goddess's instructions. Wayne kept talking about the truth, and said the truth, remember to tell the goddess, just like Wayne said, her body is very moist, and it was very useful to me that night. Asshole, I'll kill you. Sosner was furious, refusing to use offensive words to associate with the longed-for pure goddess. He waved a black light and turned it into a machete and rushed towards Wayne. This is the truth, remember to tell the goddess. Wayne's eyes lit up and he was worried about not being able to return to the human world. Maybe Sosner could help him. Putting aside the awkward relationship, Idnis has placed a big bet on him and will definitely find a way to fish him out. The Black Scimitar is close at hand, with overwhelming power and fierce killing power. Wayne calmly sets up the magic weapon. The Spider Queen resisted, and when the scimitar cut through the bloody red light and struck Malchus' chest hard, he swung his prepared fist. Boom! The space shook, Sosna's body atomized, and his shattered body flew out upside down, withered and scattered in mid-air, and was gone before it hit the ground. The original body is not Wayne's opponent, let alone a mind clone. Sosna is willing to splatter Wayne's face with blood even if he dies, which shows how important the Dark Goddess is in his heart. Remember, you must tell the Dark Goddess that I have humiliated her severely, Wayne shouted from a distance, asking Sosna to return to the Dark Kingdom with his last will. My brother, Jealousy roared, and switched to a cold face in a second, forgetting who my brother is. Sosna's value lies in Wayne. If Jealousy finds Wayne, Sosna will have no value. How can a person without value be qualified to be brothers with the jealous Demon King? Let alone hell, this principle is still applicable in the human world. Jealousy smiled and looked at Wayne, don't waste your energy. The space here is blocked by me. Without my nod of permission, Sosna's mind will die, and nothing can be taken out of hell. Don't worry, I allowed him to leave, which will leave you a little hope, and the taste of despair will be more delicious. Are you pinning your hopes on the Dark Goddess? If so, you can keep looking forward to it. What a bad character, and so arrogant. Wayne frowned secretly. The blockade of space seemed to be related to power, but it was not. It should be the privilege of the 7 Demon Kings. The 7 Demon Kings were very powerful. If they really fought, he was a little unsure. Should he surrender and be pressed down by a group of succubi, and wait for Hexunio to come and take him away? After 0.25 seconds, he decided to test the quality of the Demon King. Maybe he is just a show-off, and he only looks powerful. Wayne, you killed my brother, this hatred is irreconcilable. I will capture you alive, and then find hundreds of succubi to humiliate you, so that Hexunio knows that her man has been toyed by the devil a long time ago. Jealousy laughed. So, ruthless, this operation is too devilish. Wayne complained, raised the Spider Queen, who rolled her eyes and said, Engiema and Cetolas are too much of a nuisance, let them get out of the way, I want to fight you one-on-one. Envy smiled and shook her head, it's useless, the devil doesn't care about these, we devils don't have honor. The Lord of Pride will care. Wayne raised his eyebrows and said admiringly, if it was the King of Pride, he would definitely say, what level are you to? You are not worthy of joining forces with me to fight the enemy, get out of here. Envy's eyes twitched, and he roared at Engiema and Cetolas, what level are you to? You are not worthy of joining forces with me to fight the enemy, get out of here. You are a big devil, can you be more mature? X2 The 2 devils were speechless, and then they saw Jealousy waved his hand violently, and was repelled by the space and thrown out of Malchus' territory. Wayne, does Pride have anything else to say? Jealousy stretched out a black face. Really? Wayne said arrogantly, a mere legendary mage, I, the Lord of Pride, can beat one hand. If you beat me with one hand today, I will forgive you and let you go without chasing you. Jealousy, you say something. What does it matter if you say it? We devils are not trustworthy, and pride is no exception. Jealousy couldn't say anything more, raised one hand, and took Wayne in front of him with 5 fingers, and waved the dark residual light with the other hand, mocking the dirty blood flying. Martha lost half of her body in a scream. The devil has strong vitality, especially a powerful devil like her. Not to mention losing half of her body, she still cursed even with only a head left. Bang! Bang! Black light flashed, one attack and one defense, and soon Wayne's Spider Queen Divine Soldier was left with only a head. Cursing JPG, Martha cursed the devil, and she was scolding Wayne. Jealousy is a devil, and the king of devils. Jealousy raised his sword and chopped, and every sword hit Martha. Knowing that Wayne used him to eliminate the hidden danger, he was not angry, but also very cooperative. You underestimated the devil too much, it doesn't matter, so what if it goes your way? The 7 deadly sins are common. It is not surprising that jealousy has arrogance. He does not need the help of Malsha and is confident that he can capture Wayne alive by himself. Jealousy tasted the joy of cat and mouse, and was not anxious at all. After 10 moves, Wayne exhausted Malsha. Looking at the remains on the ground, he said helplessly, "There is not a big piece. I was looking forward to her a little bit." Ha ha ha, Jealousy smiled and raised the sword. He liked Wayne's ugly face. Although Wayne was not a devil, he was no different from Hexunyo, who was tainted by the devil. Rounding off, hell has fallen from the purity of heaven. Clang! The 2 black swords were against each other in the air, tit for tat, and no one had the upper hand in the struggle. Jealousy was surprised and examined the sword of the abyss. This is a weapon used by arrogance. Why is it in your hand? I know arrogance. In fact, he is an undercover in the lobby. This time when the lobby army attacked hell, he was the chief of staff. Wayne said skillfully. Still talking nonsense. Jealousy was disdainful and didn't bother to ask questions. The sword of the abyss had been used by pride. He planned to take it away and put it in the trophy exhibition hall to humiliate pride. This might cause some misunderstandings, as if he had snatched the trophy from pride with his own hands. This was the effect he wanted. The sound of metal clashing, sparks flying, 2 figures fighting at one place, the surging shock waves swept away, crushing the Spider Queen's nest that had been banned in space for a long time into pieces. In the distance, Martha, who couldn't escape, returned to her original state, looking at Wayne, who was getting stronger and stronger in surprise, secretly saying that it was a monster. It can be seen that Jealousy was a little careless at the beginning and didn't go all out. It was only when he realized that Wayne was strong that he began to increase the rhythm of the battle. Wayne followed, becoming stronger rapidly in the battle, digging and realizing his potential like a monster, and not losing to the big devil in a single fight. How could this happen? Jealousy pulled away, picked up his hand and brushed across his face, looked at the blood on his fingertips, and his eyes suddenly shrank. Wayne exhaled hot air, and his eyes focused on the hot side to bombard the Lord of Jealousy. After becoming a demigod, he was proud of his power, and now he found that there is still potential to be tapped. But the environment needs to put pressure on it. The pressure exerted by Njima was too small, and Jealousy at the level of the 7 demon kings was just right. The gold content of the devil investor is still rising. Jealousy's face gradually turned cold. So that's it, you deliberately sealed your power in order to stay in the world, and you don't have this concern in hell. You unlock your power bit by bit. I'm very curious, which god cultivated you? You may not believe it when I tell you, they are all involved. Forget it, this is hell, you can't escape from my palm. Jealousy's eyes bulged open, and the surging pressure penetrated his body. The solidified space collapsed at the touch of a button and shattered into a dark vortex in an instant. Under the horrified gaze of Martha, the dark vortex attracted the vast black sea, and the giant beast crawled under the abyss of the ocean. Boom. Outside the Spider Queen's nest, Ma and Sitolas both paused, each returned to their territory, picked up their own territory and started running. Marcia's territory was over. Not only did it become the appearance of the Lord of Jealousy, but it was also uprooted and helpless. From now on, everyone is no longer an ally. In the bushes, the Lord of Greed poked his head out, curiously looking at the changes in the space, and muttered, "What's going on?" Although Jealousy has suffered consecutive defeats, resulting in a serious decline in strength, it may be the existence that makes him go all out. After counting, there are only a few of us. Who is that Fenjan? Took a look, a dark shadow, dancing to the sword of the abyss. It turned out to be arrogance, that's right. Greedy pouted, after all this time, Wayne is the clone of pride. Envy is crazy, insisting that pride slept with purity. What good is this for him? Pride is also too arrogant. What's wrong with admitting this? I'll plead guilty on the spot. That's right, he is pride after all. He didn't fall asleep, but his clone fell asleep, so he doesn't want to admit it. Greedy shook his head repeatedly, saying that he was bored, and turned to walk towards the territory of gluttony and rage. The battlefield of jealousy and pride is nothing to pay attention to. Jealousy will definitely fail, and will definitely come to him to do business. First, gluttony and rage will explode their money, and then wait for jealousy to cry. It seems that it's fun to spend money. JPG. After Greedy left, another figure appeared. Sosna. Yes, he was stubborn and split a part of his thinking to come to hell. His birthplace was in his hell territory, very close to here. Looking at the two entangled figures in the space, Sosna was silent. One is very strong, so strong that it makes people desperate. The other is not so strong, but it becomes stronger at a desperate speed. Both are very strong. When Suoskina learned that Wayne was a slave of two families, he was very excited. Although he couldn't beat Wayne, Wayne's faith was not pious. Seeing that the Dark Goddess worked as a death knight for the Goddess of Death, it was a high-level job. He didn't have to do anything. He just reported the truth to the Goddess. The Goddess would investigate and Wayne would lose his qualification as a follower of God. Without Wayne, others were not worthy of competing with him. It didn't take long for Wayne to be happy. Wayne showed enough strength to compete with the King of Jealousy. Although he was not a follower of God, he was much closer to a follower of God than him. He only needed the signature and seal of the Goddess. Wayne was so strong and talented. Would the Goddess forgive Wayne and just think that Wayne was practicing his skills outside? Would she still recognize Wayne as a follower of God without answering the past? On second thought, Wayne's potential was so strong that he was getting stronger every time they met. Being a follower of God for the Dark Goddess was definitely not Wayne's goal. The evidence was simple and clear. Wayne had a connection with the Goddess of Death and didn't intend to be a follower of God from the beginning. Wayne's goal was to become a god and be an ally of the Dark Goddess. If they were a little bolder, since they were allies, they might be able to go one step further and become the husband of the Dark Goddess. The couple punched heaven and stepped on hell, captured the three goddesses of nature, sun, and moonlight alive, locked them in the basement and fed them millet porridge to force death to surrender and serve tea and water to the couple. Sweep the world and be respected forever. Sosna raised his hand to cover his heart. The picture was too beautiful. He didn't want to see where the three goddesses of the Life Alliance and the Goddess of Death lived, what they ate, he didn't care. The key was the Dark Goddess. That was the most noble goddess in his mind. No way. Absolutely not. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 506. Come on, brother Jealous, you are one of the 7 demon kings of hell, you will definitely win. Sosna murmured, looking at the magnificent battle, praying that the Lord of Jealousy could defeat Wayne. From the original sure win to the current silent prayer, he did not realize that he put Wayne on the same level as the Lord of Jealousy, and lost the confidence to compete with Wayne, and was defeated. In the depths of the dark ocean, the terrifying beast crawling in the abyss let out a long roar. This was a shock from the soul, causing the ocean to be magnificent, illusions to appear, and the Lord of Sin to rise and fall. The violent breath of destruction came out, and the power of jealousy was so strong that it was chilling. If he had not sealed the space himself, the terrifying energy fluctuations would have swept to every corner of hell in an instant. Facing the increasingly powerful Wayne, who was growing at an astonishing rate, the Lord of Jealousy put his body in the abyss. The sea monster that can devour the whole world has been brought out. The abyss was divided by the 7 demon kings, 1 into 7, and each of the 7 demon kings occupied a layer. Except for the number 1 evil force in hell, pride, the remaining 6 of the 7 demon kings are almost equal in strength, and there is no ranking order. They are evenly matched with anyone. Having said that, there is a ranking where there are people. Heaven still has a ladder system of 3, 6, and 9 levels, not to mention hell where the 7 deadly sins gather. If there is no front, middle, and back, hell can't expect to counterattack the lobby. Internal friction can kill them. Under the leadership of pride, he occupies the first layer of the abyss, higher than all the demon kings, and then, pride, I'm saying something fair, I'm not fanning the flames, the facts are in front of us. Hell is a reasonable place, the strong is strong, the weak is weak, the weak are not worthy of riding on the head of the strong. You fight, whoever wins takes it. The second level. Knowing that pride was leading the pace, the 6 demon kings still fought. 10 years later, they left pride aside and held a demon king meeting alone. No more fighting. Pride laughed every time he passed by. The devil was instigating us to kill each other. He treated us as a joke. The 6 demon kings decided that instead of fighting without any results, they might as well sit down and have a good talk. In the case of a tie in strength, they voted for the ranking of the 7 deadly sins, and used the level of sin to determine the ownership of the 2nd to 7th levels. According to the level of sin of the 7 deadly sins, the 7 layers of the abyss are pride, envy, wrath, laziness, greed, gluttony, and lust. At the same time, in order to avoid disputes, the 7 layers of the abyss are called the 7 abysses. No one is above anyone else, blurring the concept of space between the upper, middle, and lower levels. The 7 abysses are equal to each other. Having said that, envy is still dissatisfied. After the 2nd in hell, happy to be the 2nd in the abyss, and there is a pride pressing on him wherever he goes. Once he is jealous, he is not jealous if he can tolerate it, so he is dissatisfied with pride. Back to the book, jealousy named the 2nd abyss as the boundless sea, which is simple and dazzling. He fell into the sea of sin and could not reach the other side forever. He could not be redeemed, and could only keep falling. The final outcome was that he fell into the deep sea and was swallowed by a sea monster. Normally, jealousy's body will not appear in hell. There is a thinking clone stationed in the territory of hell so that he can be angry with pride at any time. Other demon kings are similar. Their bodies are in the abyss, and they leave a clone in the territory. The exception is the king of lust. There is not even a clone in the territory. He made the 7th abyss paradise lost into the number 1 red light district in hell. She personally sits in charge and plays a lot every day. Where is the 2nd red light district? This question is asked. Succubi have been monopolized. Where else can they be? In the hell territory of the Lord of Lust. So, when it comes to the Lord of Lust, the devils are all submissive. Back then, the angel legion chased a bunch of weaklings everywhere, and the succubus legion of the Lord of Lust made great contributions. Without her efforts, the ambassador legion could not have achieved such a glamorous record. Let's get back to the point. Jealousy's body is located in the boundless sea, which is powerful enough to rival the realm of the kingdom of God. Among all demigods, he is also a top existence. The mighty energy gushed out from the boundless sea and poured into the human-shaped jealousy body. With the influx of a large amount of thoughts, this body began to reorganize. The huge body was as black as ink, like a black demon mountain standing tall. Demon King, Demon God, there are 72 demon kings in hell. The 7 great demon kings spread out the other demon kings and called themselves demon gods. In addition to subjective arrogance, there is also an objective and actual gap in strength. Other demon kings are not worthy of being ranked on the same level as them. The demon god stood in front of the boundless sea, his long hair dancing, exuding a breathtaking aura. His whole body was pitch black, with no mouth or nose visible, only a pair of cold eyes opened. The fishy yellow pupils were as deep as the sea, and 2 terrifying divine lights were emitted, as if 2 lightnings bloomed in the boundless darkness, enough to shake the entire hell and erupt in an instant. At the same time, black chains rushed at the feet of the demon god, and after the rustling friction sound, they were entangled into 3 different images of hell beasts, snakes, cats, and dogs. These are the 3 symbols of the Lord of Jealousy. The beasts have willow locks around their necks, and the black chains are reins, which are held in the hands of the jealous demon god. The overwhelming energy roared down, and the space continued to collapse and reorganize around it. The powerful force could instantly tear apart the mind of a legendary wizard by just pulling out a strand. Wayne held the sword of the abyss, his body suspended in the air, looking at the boundless dark demon god. A drop of cold juice flowed from his brow. Such a great pressure, I don't know if I can withstand it. Wayne felt that he could fight the dark demon in front of him, but the giant beast crawling in the boundless sea was obviously beyond the standard. Using the analogy before the time travel, what's the point of traveling through time? Wayne has become stronger repeatedly, refreshing the Lord of Jealousy's understanding. He realizes that if he doesn't go all out, it is impossible to leave Wayne the King of Jealousy who goes all out. It also refreshes Wayne's 3 views, making him more aware of the 7 deadly sins. Having a clear understanding of the 7 virtues, it's no wonder Hexuno was so disgusted when he gave it to him. The gap in strength was like an abyss, and no one would be happy to devour him. The dull voice of the Lord of Jealousy came from the boundless sea, the black hair of the demon god's exorcist danced, and the boundless darkness wrapped down, crushing Malchus' territory into pieces as soon as the night fell. Malchus' face was pale, without any trace of blood. She hurriedly sent a message to the Lord of Jealousy, vowing to dedicate her loyalty, but only asked not to involve her in the battle. There was no response, and he didn't even bother to deal with the jealousy. Marcia was so unlucky that she was sitting at home without provoking anyone. When she saw a strong man who wanted to eat something hot, he invited him to go home and do it. As a result, her family was gone, she was about to lose her life and her territory was abolished, and the authority closely related to the territory disappeared. Marcia's strength dropped drastically, from a first-rate demon king to a third-rate one. Being weak and without the right to speak, she could only admit that she was unlucky and pray that Wayne's strength would stop here. Faced with the big devil who went all out, he would be gone in an instant. Otherwise, if the big devil fights more and more fiercely, she, the witch who is forced to watch, will definitely be gone in an instant. If you are braver, there will be no sound, ho 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 ho. The civet cat, vicious dog, and giant python received the order, and the chains around their necks rattled. As the 3 monsters sprinted, there seemed to be an infinite stretch of trend. The vicious dog arrived first, its eyes were fierce, and it opened its mouth full of fangs and bit into Wayne. The vicious dog was as big as a small mountain. It roared in the smelly black wind and dripped poisonous saliva. The smell almost killed Wayne. Send it away directly. He floated up, dodged the bite and swallowed him, and waved the black sword of the abyss in his hand. The wolf slashed at the back of the evil dog, tearing up a wound and knocking the evil dog to the ground. He was in mid-air, and there was another blow. Zhang Swippen rushed over with a big mouth. The civet cat was agile and stepped in mid-air, as if it could travel through space at will. With two flashes, it had Wayne in its mouth. Click. The big mouth was closed, but nothing was bitten. Tianling Gai was hit hard and hit the vicious dog with a bang. The next second, the giant python came out of the ground. Wayne was about to avoid it, and the surrounding space suddenly solidified. The entity saw the demon's body's fishy yellow eyes out of the corner of his eye, and was swallowed into its belly by a huge mouthful. But that's it? The king of clan jealousy secretly said that it was natural that the 7 demon gods and other demon kings were one by one. Wayne's ability to defeat Ngoyama did not mean that he had the strength to compete with him. As long as he was serious and waved the chain in his hand, he could, hiss law. The black light disemboweled him, tearing apart the monster's belly. Wayne jumped out with a sword, his body covered in some sticky black liquid. The 3 monsters are symbols of jealousy, which can be regarded as an extension of his thinking and a forged product of his thinking. Is also his clone. It has no absolute entity. It is converted into energy by the information of the 7 deadly sins, and then composed of matter produced by the collision of energy. In essence, the 3 monsters are the 7 deadly sins. The black blood on Wayne's body is partly energy and partly matter. It was not intuitive information about the 7 deadly sins, but for some reason, he found that his body could directly absorb these energy substances and trace them back to their origins to return to the original information. Wayne's expression was strange. He couldn't do it before. If he wanted to eat the Book of Greed, he had to rely on everyone's investment. Suddenly he could eat whatever he wanted. Is it because of demigods? He murmured, decisively denying this speculation. The realm of magicians is common. If he can do it, other demigods can also do it. Only he can do it, and it can only be related to the evolution of his life essence. Wayne's spirits perked up and he looked at him with jealous eyes. In Shine, thanks to the jealous old iron who arrived at the critical moment and put pressure on him to evolve in order to adapt to the environment. Without the pressure of the 7 demon kings, he would not have gone so fast. The black liquid on Wayne's body made a corrosive sound of acidic substances. To outsiders, it seemed that his body could not withstand the energy pollution and was slowly decaying. Malsha breathed a sigh of relief and found that praying was useful. She continued to pray with greater intensity. The jealousy of the clan also thought so. It is not arrogance. The gap in strength lies here. Wayne cannot resist his dirty beam, and turn you into a familiar seems to be a good choice, but not now. I want to take you to the Demon King's meeting, and then transform you into my appearance in front of Heshino. The eyes of the demon god's body narrowed slightly, and a strange wave spread out. The surrounding space collapsed and withered. Wayne's body fixed in mid-air aged rapidly. He was forced to change back to his original appearance, with a head full of black and gray hair, hanging down like weeds. The skin on the lower back was loose and no longer firm. In just 3 seconds, it turned into old rotten wood. However, his back is straight, his body is still strong, and his pair of bright black eyes make him a handsome old man with great spirit and temperament. Wearing a crown and pretending to be the Pope is more than enough. Wayne, I am God here. I can do what I want. Everything he did. Ding Ching, the body of the demon god, looked at Wayne. As for you, your life is vulnerable. Do you still have the strength to fight at such an old age? Malsha looked horrified, looked at her face and stepped back, fearing that she would age like Wayne. It's fake. Wayne spoke calmly. Time had accumulated dignity on him, and there was an undoubted intensity in his old voice. Fake. This is not who I really am. It has never been. Wayne raised his hand and pressed it on his face, pinching and watching the wrinkles lengthen and then become smooth. A ball of skin was pulled off by him and turned into pale slime in his hands. He tossed it casually and threw it to the ground like garbage. Under the jealous and surprised gaze, Wayne's old appearance regained his youth, and then his facial features blurred until they disappeared. Instead, there was a pale knight with wrinkles all over his body, like a sickly armor. On his chest, vertical cracks opened, revealing a demonic eye full of greed. Invisible tentacles spread out around the pale knight, and with a sticky squirming sound, the pale knight expanded and grew taller, becoming as big as the body of the jealous demon. The three monsters, which were so menacing just now, look a bit naughty and cute when viewed from a high position. The life of the void. In the deep sea, the most original voice of jealousy came out, "No, this should be the power of heaven. I see, you are a reincarnated angel. Who are you, what is your real name in heaven, and why have I never heard of you?" It is not impossible to regard the beings in the void as angels in heaven. The styles of the two are generally similar. The Heavenly Father followed the route of the ancient gods, and the angels he created are some and most likely dependent beings. Of course, evolution cannot be ruled out. Guinea pig on the road, I have no real name in heaven, I am a human being. The enlarged doughty knight raised his hands flat, and the palms and fingers were extended and elongated, turning into two doughty sharp blades. Bang! 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 Two giants, one black and one white, walked. As they walked, the sky and the earth roared and shook continuously. The demon raised one hand, solidified the space, accelerated the passage of time, and corrupted the frozen body of the pale knight into mud. His big eyes suddenly shrank, and the thoughts were gathered into a thread and slammed into the solidified space, creating a crack in the space with a click. The immovable body turned into white foam, flowing out along the cracks. The next second, it reorganized into a huge pale knight. Wherever the invisible tentacles passed, it blended into the space like a companion, rendering everything from the inside out white. The void's pollution ability is very powerful, and it can be called a dimensionality-reducing blow against any form of life, but jealousy has never seen a void life that is more polluting than Wayne. The angels in heaven, those old friends, couldn't compete with the pale reorganization, wielding a sharp blade with his right hand to chop the demon, who raised his sword to meet him. When the black and white touched, there was a loud thunder, the thunder exploded, the space was shattered, and black turbulence raging down like a river of death, dancing disorderly, sweeping across the sky, leaving behind unpredictable traces. The pale knight raised his left hand, and the sharp blade collected under his belly, extended and shot out, piercing the demon god's head. The demon god raised his hand to clasp it. Holding the sharp blade, the 5 fingers of his palm rubbed the wind blade, and the sparks were fired without fear. At this moment, the demon god felt his hands light up, and the sword he held to resist and the sharp blade held in his palm suddenly melted, and a large amount of white foam splashed in, like a tide, in all directions. Pounced. The white foam grew rapidly in the endless self-reproduction, instantly drowning the black demon god, and the remaining force rushed towards the boundless sea. The demon god waved his black sword and struggled in the white foam. Several tentacles swept in, wrapping around his hands, feet, and neck, and suddenly retracted, pulling force in all directions. The devil's body cannot be shaken, but the position where it comes into contact with the sun foam is still deformed and assimilated into the color of the sky. The message of the 7 deadly sins is invincible. At this moment, Baba does not resist, allowing the white foam to swallow it up and sweep it away, drifting with the current into the white ocean. Middle. Jealous of the handsome man, is there anything else you want to say? If not, I'm going to speak out. The white foaming tide rolled, a towering pale tsunami rose into the clouds, the white tide separated in layers, the magic eyes locked on the demon god's body, and weird whispers bombarded down. In terms of fighting alone, the gap between Wayne and Envy is not small, but when it comes to pollution, the situation is just the opposite. Jealousy is not his opponent in any case. If possible, Wayne didn't want to expose his true identity in front of the 7 demon kings. If he could beat him, there was a beauty of strength; if he couldn't beat him, he would be a rare species. Jealousy pressed too hard, condensed space, and even moved out of his own body. He thought, can't even run. It would be even worse if he didn't run away, people said jealously. Thousands of succubus ladies took turns to humiliate him. They knew that he was a pure animal, with max endurance. There were so many succubus ladies on the wheel that he would hardly be tired. Usually, sooner or later, the truth about his lack of human nature will be exposed. Rather than being exposed passively, it is better to be proactive. Fluttering whispers filled the airs. Following the body of the demon, the body of jealousy poured into the boundless sea. Due to the obstruction of the domain, it was unable to contact the sea monster in the first place. The big eyes were stunned, silently watching this. I remember the scene in my mind, and I guess what the kingdom of God, which is located above the realm and the realm of gods, will look like when it faces pollution. I probably understand why Idness is not afraid of contamination and can in turn control the contaminated mind. Of course, it has a direct relationship with who the target of the contamination is. Sosna has a demigod realm, but he still joined the divine realm of faith. When Wayne faced him, he could ignore the resistance of the divine realm and hang him up with his tentacles to listen to him in front of his face. If it were clan jealousy, he could stop it with just his domain. The background of the 7 demon kings is here. Sosna can be regarded as an upstart at most, and there is no possibility of comparison. Boom! The white foam swallowed the body of the demon god and absorbed all the information of the 7 deadly sins. The violent white wave rolled towards the boundless sea, carrying the power of great victory. It was in full swing and roared all the way with unstoppable courage. In the boundless sea, the giant beast roared below the abyss, setting off a black wave thousands of feet high. The black and white oceans collided and rolled over each other. For a time, there was no winner or lose. The white waves were endless, and the white foam was rising exponentially every second. The growth rate is huge, and it can also pollute the Black Sea when it touches it. But unfortunately, the boundless sea is not an adjective. There is no other shore to speak of. No one can completely eliminate jealousy unless the gods themselves come to an end. After an unknown amount of time, the dark tide suddenly rose, and 2 pitch-black octopus tentacles emerged from the deep sea, each one huge enough to cover the sky. The 2 tentacles circled into a ball, and with the authority of hell and the almighty power of the domain, they blocked the condensed space, shrank into a ball, and compressed Malchus territory into a glass bead the size of a finger, which was vast and boundless inside. Sealed the ocean of white foam, making it impossible to escape, and dispersed out of the solidified space. The black vortex that pulled the boundless sea dispersed. The territory that originally belonged to the abyss spider queen Malcha was now mottled and withered, and the space of heaven and earth shrank and stitched together. Completely the existence of this area has been erased. The Lord of Jealousy stood there with a solemn expression. He waved his hand and held the glass bead in his hand. The whispering in his ears seemed to be absent. He couldn't help but swallowed with lingering fear. He didn't know what kind of biological weapons heaven had developed. He made a little guess. The reincarnated angel came to the world, and also dispatched 2 archangels, which were very likely to be related to Wayne. Heaven conducted an experiment in the world, and Wayne was the experimental subject. Ur and Heshino came to kill him. Take it back to heaven, Jealousy murmured and frowned suddenly. They must be informed as soon as possible. Wayne has an extremely strong ability to withstand the 7 deadly sins. Heaven has developed a void life weapon to target hell. Wayne is the first, but definitely not the last. Hell is sealed by heaven. From the 7 demon kings to the little evil demons, they are all sealed and unable to leave. With just 1 breath of biological weapons, there is no possibility of survival in the urn. Cold sweat dripped from Jealousy's forehead, so it's In this way, it is no wonder that Heshino, who insists on purity, is willing to fall. This monster's appetite is indeed terrible, and greed and gluttony cannot compare with him. No, you can't say that. Jealous facening, thinking about the arrogant face and the strange taunts of the 5 demon kings, he felt a burst of evil fire. Yes, Heshino lost her purity for another reason. The essence is for the glory of heaven. As an enemy, I should praise her dedication without fear of sacrifice. But loss is loss, and uncleanness is unclean. This is an established fact. I didn't lie, I was the one who was wronged. Hell still owes me an apology. Thinking of this, Envy quickly made up an argument in his mind that suited his interests. It would not only make other demon kings more vigilant, but also make him innocent. Thinking of this, Jealousy quickly rose into the sky, wanting to convene a meeting of the demon king as soon as possible to Jealousy brother. Seeing that Jealousy was about to leave, Sosna hurriedly shouted to catch up, "Who are you? Who are you with?" Jealousy stopped and glanced at the black-faced bald head. It turns out to be Sosner. "What's wrong with you, kid? Ah, are you no longer a good brother so soon?" Sosner secretly cursed the devil for being ruthless, with a look of admiration on his face, and said honestly, "Great Lord of Jealousy, did you just capture Wayne alive?" "What's wrong?" "Nothing, I just want to ask, is Wayne dead?" "Dead." Jealousy nodded, waved his hand and showed the glass bead. "It's okay to tell you, he is a creation of heaven, he was not born human. Your goddess of darkness was deceived, and so was the goddess of death. The lobby is very ambitious, and besides hell, she also wants to point her finger at Liang. Kingdom of God." Speaking of this, Jealousy held his head high and sealed Wayne, which was equivalent to saving order and protecting world peace. Everyone owed him a life. Goddess is no exception. Jealousy glanced at Sosner. "Go back and tell the dark goddess the truth, saying that she was deceived by Wayne and heaven. Of course, if she insists on having her own way, she can go to hell, and we 7 demon kings will get close to her. How about the dark goddess? The 7 demon kings swarm us, she may not be able to kill us all." Realizing the intentionality in Jealousy's words, Sosner smiled bitterly, knowing that the eldest brother who looked after him would never come back. "I will report this matter to the goddess, and please rest assured that the Lord of Jealousy, the goddess, will not give up because of a traitor. Descend to hell. It better be this way." Jealousy snorted coldly, plunged into the dark sky, and disappeared into the distance. Sosner shook his head silently. The information was crucial. He should inform the body of the information as soon as possible and ask her to send a message to the dark goddess. "No, don't worry and tell the goddess after a while. In case the goddess never forgets Wayne and is still thinking about the god devourer named Wayne, telling him the information is tantamount to personally saving Wayne and taking him out of the abyss of hell. Be careful and press first." Without Wayne, the sky was clear in front of Sosna. The sky was no longer dark, the water was no longer red, and even the smell of hot sulfur was extremely sweet. He flew unsteadily to his own territory to watch the battle at the level of a slave at close range. He felt deeply ashamed of his previous arrogance, and even shouted at the Lord of Jealousy, why he was so embarrassed. "He's so ignorant, people are just teasing him. Evolution makes the most sense, and the same applies to the kingdom of God and hell." Sosna secretly warned himself that it doesn't matter if he can't call him Big Brother today, but one day, he will be jealous and call him Big Brother. Work hard, struggle, and become a god soon. Sosna shouted slogans and flew towards the territory. Full of energy, he was very jealous, and Sosna left one after another. From the cracks in the scorched earth, a trembling figure emerged, the Abyss Spider Queen Malsha. Now she calls herself the Spider Queen, which is a bit unworthy of her title. She has lost her home, her territory has exploded, and she has lost her authority. She has not even taken off a piece of clothing to cover her shame. Marta raised her hand to hold the roundness and looked at a grain of dust in the cracks of the scorched earth. She wanted to cry but had no tears left. Look, this grain of dust is her territory. Strange, I should be dead, why? Marty looked down and could not see her feet. A piece of sunlight and 2 points of tight light filled her vision. Although she was seriously injured, it was a miracle that she was still alive. Now was not the time to doubt. She tried to fly into the air, slowly floating 2 meters, and helplessly landed on the ground. The injury was too severe, and the mind-shaping clothing could not do it, let alone fly. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. The surrounding demons will arrive soon. I am in too bad a state now. If they catch me alive, Marta's face turned black. She saw the scene of herself being blocked by iron chains in the basement. Without thinking too much, she quickly disappeared from the spot. It is true that she studied at the Succubus University, but being active and being forced to be active are two different things. The former is happiness, while the latter is humiliation. They cannot be generalized. Malsha did not notice that a patch of skin on her back was abnormally pale, with hyperplastic tissue superimposed, as if the skin was ulcerated. This pale skin slowly moved and opened a single eye. What a powerful demon king! If I don't get a piece of land and settle down in hell, I can't be his opponent. First go find the bat demon and rescue him so that I can get a residence in hell. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 507. Dark Dome. Dazzling red thunder lingered, filled with high-temperature heat waves, and every wisp of air was extremely dense. In the darkness shrouded by dark clouds, charred islands hung above the beings in hell, with scorched earth everywhere, black smoke lingering, and from time to time, a bolt of lightning struck down, explodes the burnt smell. The island was empty, with a shaky long table and 7 dilapidated wooden chairs, giving it a beauty of war damage and frugality. Demon King's Council. Because it is a public item, no one repairs it, so it is understandable that it is a bit broken. This is hell, and we cannot expect devils to have the virtue of paying for themselves in hell. There are 72 devils who are qualified to participate in the Demon King's Council, but only 7 are qualified to sit on the chair. The remaining 65 demon kings can sit down if they want. Well, it's such a big open space. If you sit wherever you like, get out and I'll beat you to death. Having said that, the 65 demon kings have not participated in the council for a long time, and they can't even sit in the open space. Hell is the hell of the 7 demon kings. They just have to fight and create hell jokes for the 7 demon kings. Boom. The red lightning struck the ground of the island, freezing in mid-air and no longer moving, as if a screen was hovering. The Lord of Jealousy gracefully pushed open the red door curtain and deliberately arrived 15 minutes late. He was very satisfied with his status as the last one to appear. All 7 chairs are empty. Jealousy, damn you bastards, the Demon King's Council is late, how can it be so hellish to be with you devils? You deserve to be sealed by an angel. Jealousy blew out 2 bursts of hot air from his nose. Seeing no one around, he happily went to the main seat of the long table and sat down. This is the position of arrogance. Envy twisted her butt and rubbed it, leaving her own scent, then reluctantly got up and sat on the second chair. It was obvious that she had suffered a loss because of this chair before. Soon, a thin figure solidified in mid-air and slowly sat on a chair. He looks like a human biological male, wearing a simple gray robe, with elegant and handsome facial features, and a face that is as good as the ceiling. Like Envy, he is the top handsome guy in the world. But unlike Two's fierce jealousy, the visitor's eyelids were hooded and his eyes were out of focus. After he sat down, he lay on the table with his head tilted, indifferent to the world. The Lord of Lazy Love. He scratched his head, his pupils suddenly dilated, and his breathing stopped, as if he was dead. Too lazy. Jealousy glanced at him from the corner of his eye and snorted arrogantly. Knowing that the other party was too lazy to talk to him, he didn't take the initiative to talk to himself. Pooh. He, the corpse shrugged its shoulders and became alive again. Jealousy's eyelids twitched, he slapped the table and stood up, roaring, "You lazy fool, I've tolerated you for a long time, go out and let's fight." Jealousy, you misunderstood, I'm not laughing at you, I remembered happy things. Lanking lay lazily on the table and only smiled, which was very perfunctory. What's going on? Tell me clearly. The heavenly joke about Heshino losing his purity was the same as the last time. You were standing here and said it? Damn it, when did that happen? I was too lazy to laugh that time, but it was really funny. I can't do it without laughing, and I don't respect you. Jealousy has bulging veins on his forehead, which are common among the 7 deadly sins. Laziness is just an excuse. It's nothing more than finding a reason to laugh at him. Besides, I've already laughed about my laziness. He is not lazy at all. He is very diligent when watching Hell Joke. What's going on? Why haven't you come yet? Isn't this delaying my making money? The Lord of Greed entered the room, pulled out a chair, sat down, and slapped the hourglass on the table. He was restless and anxious, which meant that when the hourglass was over, no matter how important today's meeting was, he would leave directly. Unlike the 2 big devils who are full of energy and slovenly, Greed is not handsome in appearance, or in other words, on top of being handsome, he is a bit richer, shrewd, and pragmatic. What's the use of being handsome? Rich people will eventually get married, but poor people only deserve to see it with their own eyes. Immediately afterwards, 2 figures entered the room at the same time, one with a cold frown and the other with a cold frown. After taking their seats, they still stared at each other. Lord of Gluttony. Lord of Wrath. The 2 great demon kings are at war. They both want to reach the top and become the only demon god in hell. They want to get information about mechanical weapons and study hard day and night in their territory. While studying, he practiced the knowledge in the book and transformed his relatives into mechanical life forms. They also asked the mechanical life to reverse engineer, build a large number of arsenals, analyze and summarize the purchase and test data, and provide more theoretical basis. Then, they saw the arsenal being built in full swing next door. The 2 demon kings immediately realized that the mechanical weapons were not unique to them, and the bastard on the other side had also obtained it. In order to prevent the other party from taking the first step, they declared war and launched an invasion. Wayne is not affected by mechanical weapons. He does whatever he has to do. Day after day, his life is very regular. Anger is different from gluttony. It combines the indifference of machinery and the enthusiasm of gunpowder, and his temper gradually increases. If the Demon King's counsel wasn't crucial and the initiator was jealous, no matter what, there would still be a new hell joke to watch, and it would have already been broken. On the road of evolution, only one person can reach the top and become successful, while thousands of people will be reduced to slavery. There is no possibility of peaceful coexistence unless death continues. The 2 of them can feel it now, which shows the gold content of hell jokes in hell. 5 minutes later, a faint fragrance came, and a tall and elegant figure walked into the conference room. She had the appearance of a human female, with flowing blonde hair, wearing a red evening dress, and her figure was graceful and enchanting. As if every curve has been carefully carved. Lord of Lust. The Lord of Lust is the source of the succubus. Her charm is not limited to the flesh, but has a fatal charm for all life. It seems that the evil darkness and the temptation of blood are intertwined, and every part of her body exudes an irresistible charm. The perfect face and figure that makes people breathless, the charm that makes people crazy, even if she does nothing, just appears there, it can stir up ripples in people's hearts. Wayne called Hea a walking lust, which is right and wrong. Just looking at the flesh, Hea has indeed reached the standard of lust, which makes people want to tremble. The real lust is a bottle of walking poison. Knowing that it is impossible to do it, it is determined to throw itself into the fire and conquer this graceful body. E=O**. Lust pulled out a chair and sat down, tilted his head, and lit a lady's cigarette listlessly. The dilated pupils are similar to Lanking. The difference is that Lanking is really lazy. She has no more than a drop left, as if her thoughts have been drained. Succubus can't beat tentacle monster, what's the reason? Lust is not convinced, and she is ready to go back and increase her strength when she meets the only strong enemy in her life. She firmly believes that she can win. As long as she presses harder, the opponent will bow his head and surrender, and be poisoned by Slaanesh, and completely become her pet. Lust with a lazy posture is also beautiful. She doesn't need to light a cigarette herself in any place. Some people light themselves to illuminate the cigarette in her hand. This is the Demon King Council. The big demons will not be affected by her charm. To be precise, this group of demons have higher level desires, and their eyes will not be blinded by lust and jealousy. Son of the beach, hell is hopeless. In the field, laziness is lazy, gluttony and rage are staring at each other, greed is trying to sell himself and do business, and lust lights a cigarette to recharge his energy. Jealousy looked at the empty chair without blinking, and was annoyed that pride was late. The light and shadow deflected, and the Lord of Pride appeared on the chair. All the demon kings looked like humans, and they were very good looking, without any ugly ghosts. Pride's appearance was that of a human male. At the age of 30, Zoshi looked calmer than ordinary people. His black hair was combed back, and he wore a white shirt. The black suit was casually draped over the chair. Pride supported his chin with one hand and tapped the table with the other hand. He looked at the six wastes expressionlessly. It was so boring. I really wanted to go to the human world. Pride, why did you come just now? It's always like this. You only showed up when everyone else arrived. I know. Jealousy's eyes lit up, and he stood up and slapped the table, pointing at Pride and said, "This is not Pride. In fact, you are the first to arrive every time. You deliberately don't show up and have to be the last to appear. You are afraid of being embarrassed if you come too early." Pride didn't say anything, and Pride ignored Jealousy. Jealousy was furious, holding up the sleeves of his robe and was about to fight. The six demon kings looked at Jealousy at the same time, and even Lazy Ghost was not sleepy anymore. Today was different from usual. Jealousy did not choose to fight. He held back and snorted coldly, saying, "I called you all here today for a very important matter." At this point, Jealousy paused. X6 damn it, someone come to take over. Jealousy, what do you want to say? Arrogant said lightly, "Who asked you to speak? As if I am the younger brother, you are the older brother, and the younger brother reports to the older brother." Jealousy snorted coldly, and said in a gloomy way, "I received accurate information that there is a traitor among our 7 demon kings. He is an undercover agent of heaven and was ordered to enter hell to lurk." At this point, he paused again. Arrogant glanced at Jealousy and said lightly, "Continue." "Damn it, don't keep talking." Jealousy was even more unhappy, pointing at Arrogant and said, "You, Arrogant, are the undercover agent sent by heaven. You were originally an angel." *X5 It started again. X5 The 5 demon kings shook their heads at the same time, greedily saying, "Envy, if you are only playing a clown to amuse us today, I just want to say that this joke is meaningless." "Yeah, let's change it." Lazy said, "For example, Hexunyo lost his purity, this is good." Ha ha ha. X5 Jealousy's face was livid, and he insisted on throwing dirty water on Pride. "My source of information is very reliable, it is the strongest biological weapon in heaven, that tainted Hexunyo's purity. Puff. He said it, he really said it? Ahahaha x6 The demon slapped the tables and chairs, laughing so hard that they fell backwards. Arrogance laughed the most fiercely, pounding the table with his fists, and tears of joy flowed out. Envy, 3, he was furious and overturned the long table of the parliament, kicked Arrogance in the face, and then punched all the demons to the ground. M, hashtag 3 degrees, E, hashtag O equals M, M, equals O, hashtag, 3, pi li pa la, shi li hua la. At the end of the battle, the 6 demons lay in a pile like a pile of arhats, and Envy stood at the top and roared to the sky, emptying his pent-up energy and clearing his mind. The fantasy time is over. Envy looked at the group of insects who were laughing until tears came out, and said coldly, "Laugh, while there is still time, you'd better hurry up and laugh. When the angel army comes in, you won't be able to laugh anymore." We all heard it, he made us laugh. Ha 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 ha, I can't take it anymore, I'm dying of laughter. I knew it was the right thing to come to the meeting today, I deserve to die of laughter here. I can't take it anymore, jealousy is too strong, I'm going to be killed by my arrogance. Jealousy looked up at the sky expressionlessly, biting his lower lip in grief and anger, thinking that justice was out of order, and there was no justice in hell. Suddenly I no longer want to be a devil. He wants to go to heaven and team up with the 7 virtues. From now on, he will be the 8th virtue of justice, integrity, and patience. He can laugh for a long time, and the demon kings pant and stop. Arrogance patted the table and affirmed, "Yes, you said it well on the opening day," and the atmosphere suddenly dropped. Regarding the fact that I am an undercover agent in paradise, Jealousy, do you have anything else to add? Of course. Jealousy snorted, "Arrogant, although you are very good at acting, your teammates are too incompetent. I captured him today and obtained important information, including the angel army surrounding hell. You are the leader and important information from the general staff." As he said, blah blah blah, he repeated Wayne's lies about fooling the ghost. Jealousy himself didn't believe these words. How could he be so arrogant that he was an undercover agent of heaven and also the chief staff officer? If he heard it, he would be a liar. What if I really deceive a ghost? Facts have proven that before you lie to others, you must first lie to yourself, otherwise your words will be weak and it will be easy for others to see through your guilty conscience. After Jealousy spoke for a long time, the demon kings became less and less interested. Lazy Ching raised her hands lazily, "I'm too lazy to listen anymore. I'm too sleepy. Can you tell Hershino's joke again to cheer me up? Lazy love, just say no to yourself." Greedy said, "No, it's only funny if it comes from the mouth of envy. We can't even say it. It's missing that sincerity." Puff. Ha 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 x6 TMD, can it still be better? Jealousy was so angry that his face was distorted. He took off his shoes and banged the table. "Be serious, this is the Sacred Demon King's Council. Can you stop laughing? It's obvious that you have been telling jokes. Ha 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 ha, I won't hear any more jokes from now on. As expected of arrogance, what you say is reasonable. It's so right to be far-sighted." The demon kings were full of sarcasm and ridiculed Jealousy. At this moment, although Jealousy was not the leader of hell, the demon kings never left him, and he was the focus of the entire conference table. For the time being, he can be regarded as another form of spiritual leader. Jealousy, tell me, what is the purpose of convening the Demon King's Council? Arrogance glanced at Envy, "If you are still the same as before, don't waste everyone's time. We are different from you. We don't live to create jokes. We are all very busy." "You bastard." Jealousy gritted his teeth and finally held back. He glanced at the demons and said solemnly, "I caught a human sleeping with Hexiuno. Whether you believe it or not, purity is indeed impure. Jealousy, if you don't arrest Ren Hexiuno, it will be useless even if you arrest a human male. Although we are devils, we all respect objective facts. Arrogance shook his head. I still say the same thing. We are different from you. We are really honest and never tell lies. Stop setting the pace here, I haven't finished speaking yet. Jealousy snorted angrily and said with hatred, his name is Wayne. As I said before, he was sent to hell because of Sosna of the Abyss. My territory in Malsha will be. He was very strong, so strong that I had to go all out to capture him. With that said, before Arrogance could speak, he waved his hand to open a curtain of water and light, and played the scene of the battle with Wayne, with the beginning and end cut off, and half cut off in the middle, so that the battle was intermittent. The demons were slightly startled. The life of the void? Such a big eye, I almost misjudged it and thought it was the eye of judgment. Why are there so few details about the battle? Jealousy, did you delete the scene where you were beaten? These are not important. Jealousy looked at the demons. He had a relationship with Hexiuno, and his purity was tainted because of him. Whether you believe it or not, this information is true. I have never lied about this matter. Jealous, you're lying. Shut up, you arrogant, you interrupt my rhythm every time. I think you are clearly an undercover agent of paradise. Jealousy spat back angrily and spoke quickly, Wayne has a direct relationship with heaven. Among the reincarnated angels who came were Ur and Heshino. The two archangels came to the world and trained Wayne and made him step by step. Powerful, look at his fight with me, don't you understand? Understand what? Arrogance frowned and his heart skipped a beat. Wayne is a weapon cultivated by heaven in the human world. Look at his terrifying pollution ability. He can submerge the gods' chosen continent at any time and make the world full of void life. He was a legendary mage some time ago, and suddenly he became a demigod. Heshino and Ur were feeding him. Heaven got a super biological weapon that crushes all life. If I hadn't caught Wayne in advance, if not he fell into hell before he was fully formed. Can you imagine the lobby throwing this monster into hell? All creatures in hell will be devoured by him, including the 7 deadly sins. According to reliable information, he has won the trust of the 2 goddesses of darkness and death, and it is very likely that he will step into the kingdom of God as a slave god. We are all prey. Heaven is making the next big move. They want to conquer the world and start a war of faith to kill all the gods. Blah blah, way by, Jealousy raised his arm loudly. Seeing the 7 demon kings frowning and thinking, even pride did not interrupt him. He was so excited that he could not help but give an impromptu speech. Apart from personal beautification and the disparagement of pride, the general meaning is that under his leadership, hell played with majesty and domineering, swept away the waste, and successfully sealed the lobby. Now, the world has become the second hell. Except for pride, the 7 demon kings have a bright future. No, you are wrong, Wayne is not a weapon cultivated by the lobby. Wayne is the Son of God. Pride's eyes were cold. A few days ago, he communicated with the human mind and found that first had hidden a big secret, and immediately asked the other party to share the fun. First disagreed at first. What level are you, and you want to share the fun with me? Even our own people can't do it. After a dispute, both sides took out their memories, and the fun that pride used to exchange was jealousy. In hell, the only fun he could take out was the clown master. The memory of first was very scary, and pride almost laughed to death. Generous generosity, angry gentleness, indulgent moderation, and more filthy purity, the 7 virtues descended on 4 people. After coming to the world, they ran all the way on the fast lane of the 7 deadly sins. If hell continues to be so bad, it will sooner or later be overtaken by them. When did heaven become like this? Page watched the fun several times, and pride saved the precious pictures and examined the not-so-important information about the Son of God. What is the Son of God, what does it represent, and what does it mean to heaven? First didn't know. while challenging the sugar-coated bullets of capitalism, while waiting for the reincarnation angel to reveal the mystery. First speculated that the Son of God was the child of the Father, and the reincarnation angel came to find the Son of God. Because he didn't know the specific characteristics, first had no choice but to wait. Pride thought that the matter was over, but he never expected that the Son of God that the reincarnation angel didn't find was found by jealousy. No. Hizayunyo had found the Son of God a long time ago, so she allowed herself to be unclean. Pride sorted out his thoughts. Jealousy was limited by intelligence and mistook Wayne for a biological weapon from heaven. Hizayunyo knew everything, but concealed it because of selfish desires, causing Ur and other reincarnation angels to still search blindly. It's not Ur's fault that he can't find it. The little thing really has nothing to do with the Holy Spirit. Pride analyzed First's memory, about the picture of Wayne, how to say, if this anything can be the Son of God, so can he be arrogant. Arrogant and disdainful of Wayne's character and morality, he would like to call him a devil, but he knows very well in his heart that the so-called 7 virtues, justice and light are all false. It is the beautiful fantasy of the world about the Great Father. The lobby and the Great Father Church have transferred the concept of goodness in people's minds to the Heavenly Father through propaganda. The Heavenly Father won the war of faith and is the only winner. He overwhelmed the Life Alliance and frightened away the 5 goddesses. It is okay to say that the Heavenly Father is powerful. It is okay to say that the Heavenly Father is kind, there is no need to do so. Religion makes people stupid. Ordinary people just believe in it. The devil does not believe in this stuff. Wayne has nothing to do with the 7 virtues. He can't open his identity as the Son of God. As long as he does one thing, he is the Son of God. Powerful. The most powerful life in the world is in the void, the perfect life form an ancient God. The Heavenly Father embarked on the evolution of the ancient God. Wayne is a void life that can maintain himself. He perfectly inherited everything from the Heavenly Father. His power can be imagined. Maybe it's not strong enough now, but what about the future? Even jealousy can see Wayne's potential, and there is no doubt that he is powerful. If this is not the Son of God, then what is the Son of God? Pride's mouth curled up, and the Son of God that the reincarnated angels did not find came to hell and was obtained by him. Hizayunyo, my old friend, you must be crazy. Pride laughed gloomily, and had seen the scene of Hizayunyo descending to hell regardless of everything. Very good, another strong evidence that Wayne is the Son of God. Jealousy, stop talking nonsense, take out your captives, we want to see what the weapons of heaven look like. Pride interrupted Jealousy's speech, don't you want to prove yourself? Come on, now's your chance. You don't need to say that. Jealousy took out the glass beads and slapped them on the table with a snap, uncovering the seal and releasing the pale sea with terrifying pollution ability. This is the Demon King's council, and the 7 Demon Kings are all here. Pale can't make a big wave. Give Wayne a chance, or he will be captured alive. Open your eyes and see clearly. This is the thing. It pollutes the purity of the 7 virtues. Kaka. The glass bead cracked, and a ball of white foam flowed out, squirming on the table for a moment, and then, turned into a ball of black mud, and it was over. X7 ha 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 X5. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 508. Looking at the mud on the table, the 7 demon kings were all stunned. Jealousy made his eyes widen, his mouth opened wide, and his complacent look was quickly replaced by hesitation. After a few seconds of hesitation, despair came over his heart. It's over. Ha 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 X5. The 5 demon kings laughed out loud to save face. They didn't understand what jealousy was playing. They were already at the top of the joke list in hell, so why were they still working so hard? Maybe this is pressure. The second child in Wanyan has always been weighed down by arrogance. After finally occupying the top spot, he naturally has to find ways to consolidate his position. Thinking of jealousy, he talked endlessly, and his words were so shocking that they seemed to be true. They couldn't help but believe him and nodded repeatedly. Jealousy is really too hard. Listen to what I said, it's not necessary, no one is taking your place at the top of the hell joke list, you are not the first on the list, I am the first one to disagree. It's impossible, how could this happen, it shouldn't be. Envy stood staggering on the spot, there was a bang in his ears, his mind went blank, the world in front of him turned white, and the laughter of the Devil Kings could not be heard. Look, he's still talking. What am I talking about? You have to be jealous when telling a joke. Others are not sincere enough. Stop talking, I'm going to die laughing. Ha 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 X5. I caught him, I really caught him. You believe me? Jealous came back to his senses and looked at the demons without tears, I didn't lie. Those pictures just now are all true. Wayne is in hell. He is a weapon of heaven. Heshino is no longer pure. Everything is gone. It's true. Ha 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 X5. How could the devils believe it? They laughed and praised Envy's acting skills. He was conceived of the plot and directed and acted. Seeing how hard he worked, they didn't care about him wasting everyone's precious time. After all, it's really funny. The Lord of Clowns, truly worthy of his name. The world was spinning before Jealousy's eyes, muttering some words that no one could understand, and slumped down on the chair as soft as a bone. Why did it become like this? I blocked the space in advance and used my authority. I have obviously obtained the evidence. I should clear my grievances. Why did I become a clown again? As for justice and justice, we promised that they would never be absent. Why is it like this every time? He was overcome with jealousy and looked decadent without any desire, as if his whole person had turned pale. The more jealous they were, the happier the demons became, and they almost all laughed away. Arrogance, why don't you smile? Greed asked curiously. How could I possibly laugh when the Holy Sun is lost? Do you really think that I know nothing like you? Arrogant was angry and glared hard at Envy, the most useless of the 6 losers. He failed to achieve anything but failed, and he couldn't even use his power to catch Wayne. Seeing that Arrogance was quite annoyed, the demons put away their smiles and wanted to hear what he had to say. Could it be possible that what he said about jealousy was true? The lost jealousy was instantly resurrected with full blood, as if it had grasped a life-saving straw, and said with hope, Arrogance, you know everything, Wayne has said it, you met Ur and Heshino in London, you know I didn't lie, tell them, everything is true. Shut up, you idiot. Arrogance had no intention of redressing the grievances for jealousy, not before, and never again in the future. He said fiercely, the Demon King's Council is the most solemn place in hell. You tease everyone here again and again because you think everyone is too idle, or do you think you are too strong and can take advantage of us regardless of the consequences? Really, jealousy is too much, everyone is very busy, right? X5. The demons looked at Envy with unkind expressions. Although Envy acted as a clown to please everyone and they laughed happily, but from another angle, it was not that Envy had successfully played tricks on them many times. I didn't. Jealousy cried out that he was wronged, and he was really wronged to the extreme. Seeing that the demons did not believe him, he pointed at Arrogance, no, you obviously know everything. Wayne said that you knew everything in London, but you didn't say anything. You are the biggest liar. You are said to be stupid, and you continue to be stupid. Arrogance knocked on the table and said sternly, first of all, is there such a person as Wayne in hell? It's still your wishful thinking. You have no evidence to prove that everything is true. Secondly, even if there is Wayne in hell, he is a human being and is related to heaven as you said. Can you believe his words? That makes sense. X5. The demons nodded one after another. They would also believe that arrogance and jealousy were a little too deep into the drama. They took the script they wrote seriously while acting. Jealousy glared angrily, "Asshole, you know everything, but if you don't tell me, you are arrogant and jealous of me." With that said, he slapped the table and stood up, wanting to challenge arrogance to a duel. Arrogance just got angry, and this move played into his own ambitions. He stood up with a sneer, raised his 5 fingers and raised the dark hurricane, drove envy out of the island sky, and then jumped down together. Light of fear. Eat my restricted area of hell and fall into the abyss. The 2 demon kings roared and used their strongest skills, fighting to the edge of hell, and the laws of the 7 deadly sins were obliterated. It's out of the question. Only in the fantasy time of jealousy would such a ridiculous scene appear. The truth is that jealousy is not an opponent of arrogance at all, and the battle can be described as one-sided violence. In less than a moment, Pride returned with full HP and full mana. After taking his seat, he unbuttoned the buttons on his shirt collar, looking calm and composed, as if nothing had happened. The 5 demon kings were envious and frightened. It had been a long time since they had seen Pride so serious. The last time was when he was fighting Mikhail. It was obvious that jealousy really pissed him off. Today's meeting ends here. You guys should also be careful. You can talk and laugh in private, but don't bring evil spirits to such an important occasion as the Demon King Council. Pride faded. Just because we are demons, we must respect objective facts and be clear-headed. Just deceive humans and angels, don't deceive yourself like jealousy. Before leaving, he glanced at Lust. Wayne was lost, but there were clues. Pride remembered clearly that he had obtained Wayne's Hell clone Bat Demon, and went to guide him as soon as the latter entered Hell. At that time, he asked Bat Demon where he wanted to go, and Bat Demon answered the territory of greed, and was thrown into the territory of lust. Thinking back, he was filled with regret. The Son of God was within reach, but he waved his hand and let him go. If he had known that Wayne was the Son of God, he would not be an insignificant little person. He would have kept the Bat Demon by his side. But what about the Son of God? He has to use his arrogant appearance to survive in hell. Arrogant.jpg. Arrogant was arrogant for a while, sorted out all the clues, and figured it out completely. The reincarnation altar has been hidden in the underground of London for a while. Except for Wayne, no human has successfully contacted the reincarnation altar, and no one has successfully reincarnated into hell. He should have thought that all this was not a coincidence, and it had nothing to do with luck. Wayne was not an ordinary person. Evidence of the Son of God ad 1. Looking at the lustful Lust again, Arrogant secretly marveled that he was worthy of being the Son of God. He conquered lust with lust, thinking what his predecessors dared not think, doing what others dared not do, and his spiritual realm surpassed him. The most important thing is that he did it. Evidence of the Son of God ad 2. Hexeunio. Well, evidence ad 100. In short, it's confirmed, Wayne is the Son of God, and the Son of God is in hell. The question is it really just a coincidence that the Son of God entered hell? Why did he step into hell? Wayne is the Son of God, Hexeunio knows it very well, and he should be protected by Hexeunio. There is no need to risk reaching hell. Wait, did Hexeunio follow him? Arrogant frowned and thought, what shape is the seal of heaven, what backdoors the 4 archangels left? He knows better than anyone else, knowing that Hexeunio can come and go as he pleases, and hell can't keep the archangel. Hexeunio will not let the Son of God take risks alone. She is in hell now. If Hexeunio didn't come, it means she is not worried that the Son of God will be trapped in hell. Wayne is like the archangel, free to enter and exit hell, and the devil can't stay. Thinking of this, Pride's face darkened. He didn't want to make the worst plan, but the fact was that it was not that easy to keep the Son of God in hell. Even if you can't keep him, you have to keep him. At least you have to keep the bat demon. There is a son of God in heaven, and there is also a son of God in hell. This is fair. A son of God entangled by the 7 deadly sins, this is so interesting. Pride knew that his idea was wrong, contrary to the mission of the first of the 7 deadly sins, and would make a big mistake, but he couldn't help but be eager to try. After thinking about it, he decided to ambush in Paradise Lost and study the Son of God Wayne at close range. I want to see what the future of heaven is like and what's so special about him. 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. Jealousy was pressed to the ground by pride, how angry, how she swore to pursue justice, and how she went crazy looking for Wayne. Let's not talk about it for now. On Malsha's side, she ran away while recuperating. She didn't dare to take the main road, but took the small road to take a detour, avoiding one territory after another. This move is to avoid living in a small dark room. Hell has a simple and pure style, and everyone is a devil. It is clearly written in the dictionary. Seizing charcoal in the snow, throwing stones into traps, climbing trees and pulling ladders, taking advantage of the fire to rob. If you can only gloat over other people's misfortunes, you are a moral model among the devils. Martya's territory is gone, and her strength has declined sharply. With her reputation and status, she has suddenly fallen to the bottom, which will only make her former allies and friends excited. If she is too ostentatious along the way, she may not reach the lost paradise in 100 years. Martya's goal is the lost paradise. Without the territory, she is ready to go to her master, the Lord of Lust, and lurk for a while. After resting up, she will continue to be an undercover agent outside. By the way, report the information about Jealousy and Wayne. Before leaving, Jealousy vowed to convene the Demon King Council, but Martya did not believe him. She knew that the great Demon King would definitely hide something. She wanted to explain the whole story to Lust in person to prevent her leader from being misled by false information. After 2 days of walking, Marty's injuries recovered a lot. She put on her clothes and walked much faster. Although she was still no match for the devils with their own territories, at least she would not be surrounded by the little demons and dragged into the dark and damp underground nests to do some reproduction. At this time, she had reached the edge of hell, and the target Paradise Lost was within reach. The hormone index in the air rose rapidly, and it made people feel itchy just by smelling it. After arriving at the entrance of Paradise Lost without any danger, Marty's heart was finally put down. She was terrified all the way. She thought there was someone in the bushes when she looked at the bushes, and thought there was someone behind the trees when she looked at the big trees. She tasted the taste of weakness and loneliness, not to mention how bad it was. Fortunately, there was no danger. Malsha didn't know that she was not alone, and Wayne hitched a ride to Paradise Lost. When fighting with Jealousy, Wayne sensed the solidified space around him and knew that this was the power of the great devil in hell. If he couldn't defeat Jealousy, he couldn't escape. Before he planned to win, he planned to lose first. When Wayne tore off his face, he threw part of himself on the ground, boarded in Malsha's body, and protected her life at the last moment. In the subsequent battles, he went all out and created a huge scene, successfully hiding from Jealousy, so that his body was not sealed. You can hide it for a while, but not for a lifetime. Jealousy will soon find that the sealed pale sea is nothing. A group of white foam derivatives will rot into mud if they are out of Wayne's mind control. Wayne didn't know how long he could hide it, but he knew that he was surrounded by enemies in hell. Once his position was exposed, a large number of enemies would come to the door with a cry. There are too many enemies, so you have to line up. For safety reasons, he did not pollute Malsha and was ready to get off the bus halfway. First, find the bat demon and find a way to occupy a territory, then go to the territory of gluttony and rage to confirm whether the information about the mechanical weapons is true. How to put thoughts into the human world and find Hexunyo to rescue people from hell are all later stories. It is very troublesome and there is no use in rushing. What Wayne did not expect was that the bus went directly to the target. Although Malsha took a long detour, it was getting closer and closer to the Bat Demon. He did not have to do anything and just sat in the car. In addition, he contacted the Bat Demon several times during the period, but did not get a clear response. The situation of the Bat Demon was very bad. Wayne could not see the specific situation. He only knew that the other party was stuck in the mud and had more than one seal. There was no way to the sky and no door to the ground. He didn't know where to run if he wanted to. This is too miserable. He is still a child. Thinking that the Bat Demon was his clone, Wayne couldn't help but get a little angry. He had never suffered such a big loss in his business before, and he must take revenge. The Seventh Abyss, Paradise Lost. The environment of the abyss is very similar to hell, or in other words, the abyss is a hell with a worse living environment. The sky here is always a layer of ink, the stars are swallowed by invisible forces, the rolling black clouds are as heavy as lead, and the ashes like snowflakes are always falling. The black mountains on the earth are undulating, black rivers and muddy lakes are interspersed among them, there are few plains, and there are countless poor mountains and bad waters. After the 7 demon kings came, the situation in the abyss improved. They transformed the abyss into the shape they liked, dividing it into 7 from bottom to top. The 7th abyss Paradise Lost is located at the entrance of the abyss, and the 1st abyss Paradise is at the top. Yes, arrogance named the 1st abyss Paradise, and raised a group of angels in it. According to gossip, an unnamed jealous demon king saw with his own eyes that pride pretended to be the archangel in heaven, calling himself Micah, and played role-playing games with other angels. Because it was jealous of pride, he attacked and discredited pride on a daily basis, and the words coming out of his mouth were not worthy of trust, so the demon smiled and didn't take it to heart. Entering the entrance of the abyss, which is also the portal of Paradise Lost, a colorful scene came into view. The blue sky, the floating pink heart clouds, and the weather were full of sweet and greasy smells with extremely high sugar content, which made people more addicted the more they smelled, and the more they wanted to do good things. These tempting and strange aromas are pheromones on the succubus, which have an effect on any life, whether it is a human, a cat or a dog, or even an angel or a demon. In this Paradise Lost, succubi are the main residents. They have graceful figures, beauty far beyond ordinary people, and exquisite skills that make the passing devils. Well, let's be frank, no devil will pass by the Paradise Lost by chance, they just come to have fun. The guests and the host are happy, running in both directions, no feelings, only lust. The Paradise Lost is full of happiness, but at the end of happiness, it is the loss of happiness, only endless torment and painful torture. Succubi are very tempting and dangerous. Without strong willpower, the long-famous devils will also lose themselves here and become the playthings of succubi. Looking down from a high altitude, the overall structure of the Paradise Lost is circular, divided into 4 fan-shaped blocks, and the ends of all the blocks point to a towering black castle. That is the king's city of the succubus king and the lord of lust. As the top card of the Paradise Lost, it is not easy to see her. Only after going through hardships and passing through many levels can you get the favor of the Lord of Lust and become the guest of the night. It is said that only the true brave can step into this restricted area and have a thrilling contest with the Lord of Lust. If the challenge fails, you will become the slave of the Lord of Lust and wander in the abyss of Slaanesh forever. If the challenge succeeds, it is the supreme honor to be able to fight with the most beautiful woman in hell and to suppress the 7 demon kings. What rewards do you need? If you want to fight, fight. If you don't want to fight, get out. There are people queuing behind you. You have no sense of public morality. Martya covered her body with a black robe, passed by colorful stores, listened to the singing voice in her ears, and passed by the outermost area. Next, there are magnificent and luxurious palaces. There are fewer and fewer pedestrians on the road, and each one has a vulgar momentum. Those who understand will understand, and those who don't understand must be pretending to be stupid, so I won't go into details here. Martya had also studied in this area and was recognized by the Lord of Lust for her outstanding performance. He promoted her to be his right-hand man and took her to see various big scenes. After that, when Malsha finished her studies, the Lord of Lust granted her some territory and allowed her to fight for her future. From a defeated immigrant to the high position of the Demon King, more than 99% of the demons in hell, Malsha's history of success is a story of constant improvement, which can be regarded as a very inspiring story. The light was distorted, and the space in front of her suddenly dimmed. Malsha stopped and looked forward. Outsider, the Demon King's hall is forbidden to set foot. This is not the place you should come. Two big waves of red hair blocked the way. They had a charming figure and a charming appearance. The smile on the corner of their mouths was a little cunning and provocative. Obviously, they had recognized Malsha's identity. "Leon, Michelle, it's me." Malsha pulled down the black hood and revealed her true face. "Of course I know it's you, traitor. Paradise Lost does not welcome you." The succubus named Leon spoke slowly, looking at Malsha with ill intentions, as if considering the possibility of locking her in the basement. Michelle also sneered, waved her hand to take out a black steel fork, ignited the flames of hell, and stared at Marty's chest. "If you dare to take a step forward, I will give you 3 knives and 6 holes, so that you have more vents on your body." Marty is the younger sister of the Lord of Lust, loyal and devoted. Even if she has achieved a career, she has never forgotten the Lord of Lust who once appreciated and promoted her and gave her a bite of food. There are only a limited number of people who know, only herself and the Lord of Lust. Leon and Michelle don't know that Marty has a mission. The latter is ordered to lurk outside and convey information to the Lord of Lust at any time. She can be called the #1 loyal minister. They only know that Marty is ungrateful, arrogant, betrayed her faith, and is an unforgivable traitor. In the past, Marty could hide from the guards and see the Lord of Lust directly, but now it's not possible. Her strength has dropped sharply. If she wants to see the Lord of Lust, she must pass the guards. Fighting hard, maybe she can win, and she can also see the Lord of Lust smoothly. But in this way, she can no longer hide her identity, which is not in the interests of lust. Marcia was helpless and bowed her head and said, "You too, I know that Lost Paradise does not welcome me, but I have something very important to see the Lust Master. Please inform me." "If there is anything important, just tell us," Michelle said coldly. "What else can be important? Look at her miserable appearance and you will know that she was beaten outside and lost her territory. She came to seek refuge with the Master." Leon sneered again and again, "You bastard who doesn't know how to repay kindness, the Master will not see you, and you don't want to get her forgiveness." Marcia's face was ashen, her hands were hidden in her sleeves and clenched into fists. She did not reveal her undercover identity. She bowed her head again and humbly asked the 2 mortal enemies to inform her. "She is really loyal." "You're talking too much nonsense. I said the Master won't see you, so he won't see you. If you want to see him, it's not impossible." Leon grinned, "Go to the open space outside, start with the lowest devil, and when you crawl here, you will be qualified to see the Master without us notifying you." In any case, Martya has the title of the 72 Demon Kings, and she is also a big shot in hell. With her identity and status, serving the lowest devil is absolutely a humiliation and trampling on her dignity. Martya took a deep breath and slowly turned around and walked towards the periphery. At this moment, a voice reached the ears of the 3. The voice of the Lord of Lust. "She wants to see Martya, immediately, now." Martya was as if she had been pardoned, and glared at Leon and Michelle fiercely. Although the 2 succubus sisters were dissatisfied, they did not dare to disobey the order of the Lord of Lust. They each snorted coldly and took Martia to the Demon King's palace. To show his hatred for the traitor, Leon waved his hand and threw down a black chain, which was tied around Martia's neck. "Let's go. You haven't been here for many years. I'm afraid you don't recognize the road. Please come this way." Martia did not resist. She kept the humiliation in her heart and secretly said that one day Leon and Michelle would pay the price. Michelle waved her hand to disperse the demigod domain, opened the way ahead, and went straight to the back door of the Demon King's palace. "The main gate is not okay. It's too chaotic over there. There are demonstrations going on. It's noisy and not free at all. The Lord of Lust is obsessed with bat tentacles, which is a moving story. However, the powerful enemy has a racial advantage. He is pressed step by step and is defeated step by step. He is defeated repeatedly, beaten, and killed. As the great demon king who controls lust, the Lord of Lust is unwilling to admit defeat. He charges towards victory again and again, and collapses in the trenches of failure again and again. The bus riding has now become a one-man show for the Bat Demon, who can write positive things if he wants to, and draw 40 if he wants to. On the contrary, the Lord of Lust has lost control of his time management, and only has the Bat Demon in his eyes. He has no intention or energy to care about the demons controlled by her. The demons are very dissatisfied and gather together to make trouble at the door. The demons who dare to march and demonstrate in front of the Demon King's palace are not ordinary people. Most of them are from the 72 Demon Kings, and they are all demons with status and position. They don't ask lust to return their freedom. They are happy to indulge in women. They just ask lust to look at them, give them a few minutes to detoxify, and stop torturing them with the poison of love. This taste is really tormenting. Obviously, these demons have truly understood the profound meaning of paradise lost, and they have fallen because of desire and lost everything. They just won't change. Wayne. What's going on? Is it an illusion? Why are we getting closer and closer to the Bat Demon? Paradise lost is the territory of lust, and the owner of the Demon King's palace can only be lust. No, this is not right. Wayne felt that something was wrong. He had some guesses but was unwilling to admit it. He sensed the location of the Bat Demon and told him not to panic. Master Wayne was at the door and would save him from the sea of suffering. Very quickly, the Bat Demon, who had not spoken before, responded in seconds this time. "Wayne, run, go, don't worry about me." What are you doing in there?" "You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment." Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 509. The Demon King's palace was filled with birdsong and flowers. From the moment I stepped through the back door, the scenery in front of me changed dramatically. Blue sky and white clouds, green trees, gardens, and landscapes. The weather was sunny and no different from the human world. Pavilions and palaces were dotted in the tranquility and peace, without any interference from the outside world. No matter how loud the gongs and drums of the demonstrations were, there was no sound in the Demon King's palace, let alone disturbing the leisure and elegance of lust. Do what you should do. Similarly, whether lust was singing or dancing inside, no one could hear any movement outside no matter how loud it shouted. It was good that they did not interfere with each other, so that some demons would not be stimulated by the sound and cry loudly because of the deep love poison. She was practicing her skills again for me. XN. Michelle was in front, Leon was in the middle, holding the chain and leading Martia through a green corridor, and arrived at an outdoor swimming pool among the flowers. The swimming pool is 10 meters square and there are some succubi-like puffs placed around it. One of them is a woman, lying limply on the ground, looking embarrassed, and actually embarrassed, but it does not affect her noble and beautiful temperament. The most beautiful woman in hell, the king of succubi, the lord of lust. The lord of lust is wearing a black gauze glove, and the perfect golden ratio is visible at a glance. Seeing the three subordinates coming, she slowly stood up, and all the puffs around her disappeared. At the same time, the lord of lust's face suddenly changed, his knees were sore and weak, and he staggered to the ground. Master, X2. Michelle put away her weapon, quickly stepped forward to help Lust up. Leon threw away the chain, waved his hand to condense a pure white chair for Lust to sit down. In the swimming pool behind, the pale tide was stirred, but in just a moment, a tentacle threw a succubus out. The blonde beauty rolled twice after landing. On her delicate face covered by her hair, her sky-blue eyes lost their luster and looked at the sky without a clear mind. Only the occasional twitch proved that she was still alive. Moma. Leon and Michelle took a breath of cold air. Seeing their colleague's miserable defeat, their legs trembled. That devil, he is simply not a human. Moma is not the incarnation of the Lord of Lust. Like Leon and Michelle, they are all powerful succubi with the strength of demigods. They are not forged creatures and have the potential to become stronger through cultivation. In addition, Martya is the most trusted right-hand man of lust. If you throw any of them out and gain territory and authority, you can make a name for yourself among the 72 demon kings. Looking at the soul-losing Moma, Lust's face was ugly, and he slowly said, Leon, Michelle, you two go deal with him, I have something to talk to Malsha alone. I understand X2. The two succubus girls untied their weapons and stepped into the swimming pool. Several tentacles danced over and dragged them into the pale abyss that seemed like a bottomless pit. Gulp. Malsha swallowed her saliva quietly. She had been defeated here before and knew the evil of this thing. She was willing to call it the nemesis of succubus. The battle-hardened succubus was unable to resist. If they were put in the human world, those magic girls who were complacent after learning a little bit of superficial magic would only face a one-sided massacre. Listening to the sound of water splashing behind him, Lust's eyes twitched, thinking of some pleasant but humiliating experiences. She took a few breaths, managed to calm down, and frowned at Malsha. What happened? Why are you so badly injured? Who took your territory away? Malsha knelt on one knee, smiled bitterly and said her grievances. It was the Lord of Jealousy. The situation was like this. What? Hearing Malsha's story, Lust stood up suddenly, and the next second he fell back, saying in disbelief, Tell me again, what is the name of the monster fighting jealousy? Wayne, he comes from the human world, jealousy calls him a biological weapon from heaven. Malsha repeated it, curiously, My master, did the Lord of Jealousy conceal the information and did not tell the whole truth at the Demon King Council? No, he did, but no one believed it. Lust had a gloomy look on her face. She could not believe in jealousy, but she could not help believing in Martya. There was indeed a strong man named Wayne in hell who could fight jealousy head-on without losing, and even escaped under jealousy's nose, causing jealousy to lose face in the Demon King Council. If jealousy didn't lie, then wouldn't all his previous grievances be? Lust's eyes suddenly shrank, and she stood up abruptly. Her nine-headed body swayed, but this time she stood firmly and did not fall down. The joke in heaven is true. Archangel Hexunio, the purity of the 7 virtues that opposed lust, is no longer pure. The real murderer who defiled purity is named Wayne. Damn it! Lust had a fierce look in her eyes, and the fire of jealousy burned in her chest. She had an extremely strong jealous fire for Wayne, whom she had never met. It has always been her dream to defile Hexunio's purity and seduce him to fall, but someone actually got there first. By the way, Envy also said that Wayne is a weapon of heaven. Hexunio is feeding him. In order to make him stronger, he is willing to sacrifice the purity of the 7 virtues. Lust sat down slowly, waved his hand to call for a slender lady's cigarette and held it between his fingers. Marcia stepped forward, ignited the flame with her fingertips, and respectfully lit the cigarette for her master. Lust closed his eyes and took a puff, and exhaled the sweet light smoke elegantly. Marcia, Wayne was not caught by envy, he escaped. Do you know where he went? What? Seeing the shock on Marty's face, Lust knew that he had thought too much. Jealousy didn't even notice Wayne's escape, and Marty had no right to do so. She was lucky to be alive. You have worked hard these years. I will allocate another territory to you. Stay with me in the future. Master, it is an honor for Malsha to serve you. Malsha knelt down again and said respectfully, I have been undercover for many years and have gained the trust of many demons. It is not in your interest to give up now. Please consider it again. There is no need. The situation is different. It is more useful to stay with me. Lust's mind was full of Wayne. After a little thought, he said, I will give you a task. Wayne is currently missing. You secretly investigate in Paradise Lost to prevent him from sneaking in. I understand. Oh, I forgot to give you a reward. Lust raised his hand to hold the chain and gently lifted it, causing Malsha to raise her head. The charming eyes from above made Malsha's heart flutter, and she quickly looked away and didn't touch him. Cute. Lust smiled slightly and put the cigarette into Malsha's mouth. The master and servant exchanged glances, and the atmosphere gradually became charming. Malsha's heart was filled with spring, and she dreamed of the past. The lofty succubus lord appeared in front of her again. Bang! X2. The two figures were thrown out of the swimming pool, and they fell to the ground and rolled. Their fair skin was all pink and greasy, and they looked like dead without any signs of life. Leon. Michelle. The two succubus sisters fought hard but were defeated. They followed Moma's footsteps and could not get up for a while. Sigma. X2. The charming atmosphere was dissipated. Lust stood up and subconsciously took a half step back, with a hint of fear in his eyes. My master, are you serious about taking a half step back? Marcia, go ahead. Ah. I understand. Marcia rejected this mission from the bottom of her heart. Fighting with the octopus bat would only trample on her self-esteem. After a short period of happiness, there would be endless emptiness and humiliation. If possible, she really didn't want to go down. The loyal Spider Queen was unwilling to disobey her master's order. She took off her robe, put a chain around her neck, and moved into the swimming pool. At the same time, Wayne, who had hidden in her body, also went down. The pool was rolling and all kinds of clanging and making random noises. Wayne perfectly blended into the pale water mist, followed a section of tentacle into the bat demon's body, and took over his clone like a leather suit. After 0.25 seconds of careful consideration, he continued to make random noises. It was the bat demon who was entangled with the witch, not me. Thinking of this, Wayne felt much better. After almost 2 years of not seeing each other, the bat demon has evolved from mature to complete, and is no longer that half-grown boy. He is 2 meters and 5 meters tall, pale all over, with a vertical line on his chest and a single eye extending from his chest and abdomen to the bottom, which is jet black. Apart from these unique features of Wayne, the bat demon's other appearance features are hellish, or in other words, influenced by the altar of pride, and somewhat similar to the real appearance of pride. White chin, black lips, blood-sucking fangs, half of the black horny mask covers the eyes, and there are 6 golden pupils. In terms of limbs and torso, the limbs are slender, the hands are over the knees, there are bat wings on the back, and a long white tail with black spikes. Very evil, but also has a sense of beauty of falling into hell. Wayne controlled his clone to fight against Malsha while cursing at the bat demon, look at what you have done, look at you, what have you done, why don't you run? The bat demon has limited IQ, or in other words, his behavior logic is driven by instinct. Without Wayne's control, his thinking ability is limited and his language expression ability is very average. Stupid, not very smart. Hearing Wayne's scolding, he replied aggrievedly, I want to run, but I can't beat the Lord of Lust. I can't even beat her succubus subordinates. What can I do? I am also desperate. He said some thought-provoking idioms, such as bearing humiliation, swallowing spit, bearing humiliation, and swallowing tears. He was so miserable. Where did you learn these idioms? Who told you how to use them? Don't use them if you don't know how to use them. He tooey. Wayne was pissed off by the bat demons misusing idioms, and said angrily, Are you desperate? Are you defeated? You are obviously greedy for their bodies, you are cheap. If you are not cheap, then we will leave now. Speak. I can't leave now. I may not be a match for Lust. I have to find a way to get her away so that I can escape. Wayne hesitated. It was helpless. He had tried the quality of the 7 demon kings. If the demon kings were really as rumored, their strength was almost equal. He might be able to escape from Lust, but he would not have a peaceful life afterwards and would have to face the pursuit and interception of the whole hell. If possible, Wayne hoped that the bat demon would sacrifice himself and cheat some territory from Lust. When the territory was expanded, whoever wanted to stay in this broken hell could stay. Wayne didn't care. What he said was that it would not work even if the Lord of Lust came. Shameless, you are double standard, the bat demon complained. I'm not being hypocritical, I'm just being tactical. Just be patient and avoid the spotlight for now. With your intelligence, it's hard for me to explain such a profound truth to you, Wayne snorted. It sounds good, but don't move. You are the one moving. I only move because you control me. Oh, you move when I control you, but when I don't control you, you also move. Are you being unreasonable? Wayne and the bat demon's reunion was not very pleasant. One scolded the clone for being self-indulgent, and the other claimed that it was instinct. Wayne came first and then the bat demon. The child was influenced by his parents and became like this. Bat demon, wake up, I am you, don't lie to yourself. Wayne failed to pass the blame, and was quite angry. Speaking of which, the reason why he was so angry was somewhat jealous and envious. In anger, he accelerated his movements and beat Malchia so hard that she was unable to resist and was thrown to the side of the swimming pool with a bang. Martia, 033, although she was in hell, at this moment, she arrived in heaven. Swish. Amid the sound of water splashing, the bat demon stepped out, slowly floated up, and stretched out its huge black and white bat wings in mid-air. The tentacles retracted into the body at the ribs and philtrum under the wings. Lust took another step back, feeling ashamed of his fear, and waved his hand to pull the bat demon down from mid-air. Lust's human form was 1.8 meters tall, standing in front of the 2.5-meter tall bat demon. In front of her, she looked like a little bird, her eyes narrowed slightly, and a pair of bat wings spread out behind her, revealing the true appearance of the succubus king. Very similar to the bat demon, with wings, a tail, a pair of handles on the forehead that bend backwards, ram horns that bend backwards, and square pupils that are seductive and evil. Wayne had previously hidden in Malchia's body to avoid the perception of Lust, and did not show up to leak his breath, so he did not observe the succubus king. Now looking at it up close, I would like to call this body the most perfect female body. Lustful body. He raised his body, raised his hands to hold the bat demon's neck, pressed his chest against it to exert great pressure, but his eyes were cold and without any lustful light. A closer look revealed that what was burning was not lust, but the will to compete. Kill me if you can. Wayne. Bat demon, what did you do in Paradise Lost? Is this the legendary Lord of Lust? Lust was perfect, so beautiful that Wayne couldn't refuse it, and didn't want to refuse it. He had to think divergently and interrupt the beauty in his heart with random thoughts. Such a long legs, it's a pity not to ride a tricycle. Such a beautiful back, it's a pity not to use cupping. Such a beautiful mouth, don't eat. The effect is average. Wayne can't resist the charm of lust, and hates himself for not being as simple-minded as the Bat Demon. At least the latter is much more sober than him, and has persisted in the clutches of lust for almost 2 years, and has not yet become a servant under the skirt. Wayne doesn't know if he can hold on. Just in case, he reluctantly rejected the challenge of lust. "I'm tired, let's stop here, great lord of lust, you win." "I win." Lust is delighted, and I don't know how much grievance she has suffered, and her eyes are a little red. Before Wayne can breathe a sigh of relief, her face suddenly changes, and she says seductively, "I didn't win, you feel tired, right? How is it possible? You don't even know how beautiful you are." Wayne shook his head repeatedly, indicating that he was willing to lose, and asked Lust to let him go, and sit down to talk about anything. The effect was average. Lust didn't believe his nonsense at all, and waved his hand to push him to the ground. Lust ain't need new. Wayne let the Bat Demon struggle, but the Bat Demon didn't obey the order, indicating that his behavior was all affected by Wayne. It used to be Wayne's instinct, but now it is Wayne's will. Wayne didn't want to struggle first, and then the Bat Demon refused to obey the order. "Asshole, you just want her body, don't quibble." Wayne scolded the Bat Demon, "Wake up quickly, she is the Lord of Lust, the worst and most vicious female demon in hell. But you can't deny that she is broad-minded, eager for salt, and has the grace to tolerate others. She is a demon king who can achieve great things." "Damn, you are still talking about idioms here. I just said what you think." Wayne was numb. Perhaps, possibly, 80% of the time, the voice that had been talking to him since he took over the Bat Demon was himself. A self-depraved angel and a demon that led people to fall, the two of them were arm in arm, dragging their moral integrity to hell. While Wayne was thinking, Lust had already applied a facial mask. Seeing that the Bat Demon was vulnerable today, he rushed up with a big laugh. The sky cleared up, the rain stopped, and the Lord of Lust felt that he could do it. The camera turned. 3x5. Wayne sat on the chair, with a beautiful body lying at his feet. He had won battle after battle, which was quite lonely like a master. This was obviously impossible. He still maintained awe of lust, and until now he had not been able to get rid of the other's charm. Thinking of the information provided by Tolas, those demons who fell at lust's feet and lost everything, he couldn't help but shudder. Wayne shook his head repeatedly, knowing that he could not resist lust's charm alone, and closed his eyes to recall the white moonlight in the world. Anastasia is gentle, generous, elegant, and tolerant. Only she can overcome the charm of lust and dispel the infinite fantasies in her heart. The effect is average. Anastasia failed to overcome lust, which is too strong. Wayne had no choice but to use 3 luxury cars at the same time, and called the 3 little ones and secretaries over, and also called Hea, Wise and other helpers. Finally, under the guidance of the Dean, I completely overpowered my lust and dispelled the endless reveries in my mind. Win. Wayne stood up overjoyed, and when he looked at the lust at his feet, he felt, "Damn, she is still so beautiful." The wonder comes from the love of beauty, and there is no longer the lingering evil thoughts before, and I can't help but fight against lust as soon as I see it. After clearing his mind of distractions, Wayne tried to communicate with the Bat Demon again, but the latter's response was dull, without his previous destructive idioms. There is no Bat Demon. The Bat Demon is just the instinct of the clone. The person talking to Wayne is himself, influenced by lust, and his own lust is constantly amplified. What a scary succubus! Other demon kings are not affected by her and are even more terrifying. The Bat Demon can suppress her for so long, the Bat Demon is the most terrifying. Wayne shook his head and looked at several of his lusty and beautiful subordinates, and he couldn't help but complain. I just received the memory of the bat demon, and it was a mess. There is nothing to describe, except for the relationship between Momoa, Leon, Michiru, Malsha and Lust. Ranyi regards the goddess of death as the main god, faith, leader, and mother. The attitudes of these four towards lust are more complicated. On this basis, there are also strange labels such as idol, master, and beloved. Considering that the four of them are demigods, they have their own creation succubus in the lost paradise, and their relatives also have a lot of labels for them, and the bat demon only met the lord of lust after walking through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The bat demon didn't eat the rice bowl, he even ate the whole family. I'm so envious. Wayne put aside his desires and became a little more bold to complain, unlike just now, when he was afraid of saying what was on his mind. Now I dare to speak and do things, and my spiritual realm has suddenly improved. A man who conquers lust is so confident. You talked a lot today, which is different from before. Lust stood up unsteadily, came to sit on Wayne's lap, leaned on his neck and said lazily, I used to tease you, but you almost never responded. What happened today? I'm tired. Haha, I think you are awake. Lust looked at the 6 golden pupils in front of him, then looked down at the big eyes, and praised, perfect body, arrogance, where did you get the evolution of the void? This has something to do with arrogance. Oh, this does have a lot to do with arrogance. Wayne tilted his head. Lust had obviously misunderstood something. His appearance was useless to explain, so he simply didn't explain it. Among the 7 demon kings, you are the most powerful and the earliest being born in hell. You could have transcended everything and become a real demon, but you didn't do that. Lust raised his hand and brushed Wayne's face, exhaling the fragrance faintly. Tell me, what are you thinking about? Don't talk, it's too strong. Hee. Lust's body swayed, and she put on a red evening dress, with her long blonde hair tied up on the back of her head. There was no trace of dirt on her body, she was holy and noble, as elegant as a queen. Arrogance and jealousy are not lying. He was forced to become a clown. You played a big role in it. Without you to lead the rhythm, we will not ridicule jealousy for lying. Lust then asked, when I knew the truth, I believed you already knew the truth. What happened to this clone? Do you want to prove that my sins are not worth a blow compared to yours? Isn't it? The corners of her lustful eyes twitched. Yes, she had not defeated the bat demon until now and was severely humiliated by arrogance, but this had nothing to do with the sin she carried. It was purely because arrogance was too powerful. What, are you hurting your self-esteem again? Snort. Lust sneered and stood up, his steps a little weak and his confidence not that strong. She said bluntly, let's talk. The army of heaven is suppressing the territory, and they have also developed powerful biological weapons. Hell is sealed and there has been no progress for many years. We were not opponents of heaven before, and it is even less possible now. You. What exactly do you want to do? I want to counterattack heaven. Ha. What, you think I can't do it? No, I don't think the 6 of us can do it. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 510. The 6 of us can't do it. Lust laughed at himself, his arrogance was a good idea, he was an ambitious devil, and he was worthy of being the first of the 7 deadly sins. But arrogance has found the wrong teammates. 1 devil is a dragon, and 2 devils are insects. Together, the 7 devils can turn the invasion into a defense war. The bloody facts are before our eyes, if it doesn't work, it just won't work. Well, you are somewhat self-aware. It made sense, and Wayne could only nod his head in agreement. In his opinion, the devils had never accomplished anything great as a team. Each devil has his own plan. They all feel that they are foolproof. They all feel that their teammates are not worthy of trust. They all feel that their teammates are scheming against them. They all treat their teammates as tools and want to monopolize. In comparison, although the angels also fight among themselves, there is a major premise of political correctness. When it comes to political correctness in heaven, the 7 virtues will protect each other and advance and retreat together. The 7 deadly sins cannot be the opponent of the 7 virtues. So, you want to counterattack heaven. What are your plans? Lust sat back in the arms of the bat demon, with his majestic chest pressed against the bat demon's chest, and a large area of delicate whiteness spilled out of the neckline of his red evening gown. Her posture is very inelegant, but her temperament and manners are extremely elegant, charming yet noble, active and enthusiastic yet cool. She is really good at it. The charm of lust is always inadvertently, and there is no need to deliberately cater to the aesthetics. She conforms to the aesthetics of all life, and any life can find its own desire in her. In other words, kill them all. Wayne glanced down. The huge evil was like an abyss, capturing and swallowing all the light in the past, and even his sight could not escape. The corners of his mouth were raised in lust, and he was just arrogant, but he had surrendered to her charm. I have many plans, but there is no need to tell you. You also said that you can't do it. Wayne shook his head slightly. He didn't understand arrogance and couldn't make it up without knowing his character. He hoped lust could help him come up with one. Arrogant, stop acting. You may look down on the 6 of us because of your arrogance, but there are only 6 of us who can help you fight against the 7 virtues. You coming to me means that you need me in the plan. Lust raised the bat demon's hand and pressed it on his chest, smiling gracefully. Now I am more valuable than the 5 of them. They don't deserve to know the plan. I am different, so you come to me to cooperate. Sister, where does your confidence come from? Your disdain for other demon kings is just a manifestation of arrogance. Seeing that the bat demon didn't speak, Lust said bluntly, jealousy has been holding you back. Although you are strong, it is an unstable factor. Laziness and greed are too extreme and cannot be trusted. Gluttony and rage are at war, and internal strife is unbearable use. Only me, I am the only 7 deadly sins you can cooperate with. It makes sense. Wayne holds a conscience heavy with lust. From the perspective of arrogance, it is too difficult for him to be the leader of the 7 deadly sins. If he were arrogant, he would definitely find ways to escape from hell. I can't carry it, I can't carry it at all. Seeing that the bat demon has been pretending to be crazy and acting stupid, Lulu was slightly unhappy. Arrogant, you appear in front of me, and I will be your partner. Come on, what is your plan? Well, I know that you are planning to unify hell and become the devil. Lust glanced at arrogance with disdain, hid it, and didn't ask, as if she couldn't guess. Forget it. If I become a demon god, I am arrogant and disdain to become a god. I will always be above gods. Wayne snorted twice, showed arrogance, and said carefully, for a little brat like Mikhail, if I punch him, he will cry for a long time. Lustful eyes suddenly shrank, and he said in surprise, can you defeat Mikhail in heaven now? After the words fell, he looked at the bat demon in front of him intently, raised his hand to brush his pale chest, touched the huge demon eye with his fingertips, and murmured, with the power of the void, or the power of the eye of judgment, you have tamed those angels and got the key to angels' evolution. Wayne didn't say anything, and needless to say, the lust was all made up for him. But what does it mean to tame those angels? There are still angels in hell? Prisoners taken in the last war? After all this time, have the angels kidnapped the arrogant children and used them as hostages? I see, this clone is your support. He is indeed very powerful, enough to convince me to believe you. Lust thought of the bad memory and recognized the bat demon very much. A clone with great potential, capable of self-evolution without being controlled by arrogant thoughts, and its future is limitless. Lust, since you have seen through it, I won't hide it anymore. You are indeed a partner in my plan. Apart from you, the other demon kings are of no use now and are only worthy of being my tools. Wayne pressed his conscience violently, and his 7 eyes brought him 7 different perspectives, each of which was full of lust. I need the 7 deadly sin laws you have mastered, and a territory. I will use this clone, start from scratch and replace one of the 7 demon kings. Who? Lord of Greed. The characters of the Lord of Greed and the Book of Greed overlap, and Wayne is very unhappy with this 7 deadly sins. If he has to replace anyone, it can only be the Lord of Greed. Today is different from the past. Information about mechanical weapons is spreading in hell, and the claws of the mastermind behind the scenes have reached hell. Gluttony and rage have higher priority, and greed can be moved back first. One of gluttony or fury, the two of them are at war, the kind that will never end. The fight to the death is exaggerated. They will stop. Haha, I see you don't understand anything. Wayne pushed away his lust, stood up and put the bat wings and long tail into his body. His body changed and reshaped, and he put on a dark metal-style leather jacket and pants. Boots, metal belt, black trench coat, fingerless gloves, nails. The big eyes that covered his chest were still 2.5 meters tall, and his 6 golden eyes looked down at lust. Why do you think gluttony and fury went to war? They once secretly sneaked into the human world. Guess what they got? Lust frowned. Jealousy said that you have seen everything in the world, and everything he said is true. Fake. Wayne insisted, there is no evidence for jealousy. Without evidence, it is just fabrication. He only deserves to be a clown, and his justice will always be absent. Lust nodded, that was indeed the truth. After learning the truth, it is even more interesting to look back at the expressions of jealousy, grievance, and anger. Gluttony and rage have obtained an evolutionary information that has never appeared before in the human world. This law is strong enough to contaminate the 7 deadly sins at your level. Wait a minute, what are the 7 deadly sins at my level? Lust was greatly dissatisfied. Steamed buns, you don't have a handle. Wayne smiled scornfully, acted arrogantly, had a bad mouth and was sarcastic, and in just a few words he made his lust extremely hot. Lulu was about to retort when he saw the bat demon raised his hand and spread his fingers, and a strange message leaked out from his fingertips. He subconsciously took a step back. Don't be afraid. I told you that you are a partner, not a tool. I can still harm you. With all due respect to the devil, don't believe a word the devil says. Her lustful reason made her unwilling to touch the unknown information, and Wayne did not force it. He pointed at the limp figure on the ground and said, Mitchuli is your dependent, a powerful succubus at the level of a demigod. You can use her body to fight the message and see if you can resist the erosion. The red-haired succubus has perfect curves and a beautiful face and temperament. Wayne has just been in and out and knows her name. Her name is Leon. It doesn't matter, they are all redheads. You are so arrogant. Lust shook his head slightly, agreed to the bat demon's suggestion, and waved his hand to take a picture of the naked Leon. Leon was hanging in the air, sunken by lust into the shape of a cross with his hands raised flat. His red-haired head hung down, and his half-open eyes lost their highlights, as if they had been spoiled. Tick tick tick. JPG. Lust held Leon's shoulder, and Wayne held the other shoulder, releasing the information about the mechanical weapons and contaminating the succubus evolutionary path. It's very easy, even if he resists and struggles with lust, he can only watch his family members being taken away. After Leon was 80% contaminated, Wayne withdrew his mechanical weapons and said calmly, how about it, are you convinced of the 7 deadly sins at your level now? Lulu pretended to be calm but couldn't hide the shock in her heart. She polluted Leon again into her own shape, staring at the bat demon with her beautiful eyes. The evolutionary root of the succubus was vulnerable to machinery, or in other words, the 7 deadly sins suffered a disastrous defeat and lost completely. She might be able to discard the contaminated parts and retain her independence, without being controlled by the pollution of mechanical weapons, but under the strong invasion of the bat demon, her relatives would be in vain. After a brief period of panic, intense greed flashed in lustful eyes. Want it, want it? Lust is not an aggregation of yellow waste. He has a very clear mind. Thinking about what the bat demon said before, he instantly realizes the reason why arrogance targets gluttony and rage. Gluttony and rage have received powerful evolutionary keys, and the winner will become the devil of hell. This seriously infringes on the interests of arrogance and must be dealt a heavy blow. Lust suppressed the greed in his heart, lowered his head and closed his eyes. I don't understand. You can control the law, you are ahead of gluttony and rage, sooner or later they will become your slaves. Why can't you tolerate them, and why do you want to arouse my emotions, desire? First of all, I didn't seduce you. It was you who couldn't resist the temptation. Wayne said slowly. Secondly, I did not step in front of gluttony and rage. They will not become my slaves. As for who their future masters will be, 2 wretches, they think they are the masters. What? His lustful pupils shrank suddenly and his breathing stagnated. There are still hidden gods in the world, ready to pollute the entire hell. Without waiting for the bat demon to answer, Lust spoke quickly. You know everything, why didn't you stop gluttony and rage at the beginning? Who is that god? You. Why can you control the information of mechanical weapons? You should be like us. Lulu stepped back again and again, thinking of some possibility, and said in a trembling voice, Arrogance, tell me the truth, you are already a demon, right? No matter what you think, I will agree with your answer. Did you see that I am really not arrogant at all? Wayne laughed sinisterly. That's not called approval, it's called ignoring. You're really arrogant. Lust took a deep breath and considered the possibility that pride had become a god. Arrogance has always been ridiculously strong. Jealousy, the second most sinful person, can challenge arrogance in a single fight. When arrogance is serious, jealousy can show its face every time and severely attack arrogance's fists and kicks. A sure hit, no chance of losing face. Form a group to besiege arrogance. Again, the devil has his own plan, and forming a team will only lead to defeat faster. No, arrogance did not become a god. Lust denied it in his heart, calmed down, and gave 100 reasons why arrogance is not a god. The power of arrogance can explain that the gap between demigods and demigods is sometimes larger than the gap between demigods and ordinary people. Arrogance is the first life born in hell. It is not surprising that it is stronger than all devils. If arrogance were God, with his arrogant arrogance, he would not tolerate heaven defeating hell, and he would have trampled all the gods under his feet long ago. If pride is a god, surely so is Michael in heaven. There are too many unreasonable things. Arrogance is not a god, he has not ignited the vital divine fire, and the 7 deadly sins are still contributed by the 7 devils. After figuring out the key, Lust probably understood something. Gluttony and fury are competitors. You have to get rid of them. You have obtained the key to evolution outside of hell. You will become a demon in hell. That's fine too. Wayne nodded. As long as he could defeat gluttony and rage and eliminate hidden dangers in advance, it didn't matter what he thought about lust. With that said, he reached out and asked for the lust chapter in the 7 Deadly Sins Divine Comedy, as well as a part of the territory. I can give you the territory, but not the information about the 7 deadly sins. If I share it with you, I will be dispensable. Then I will be no different from them. Lust categorically denies that human existence depends on its own value, and the devil is no exception. Let's discuss it. Half is fine. Unless there's an exchange. Exchange. Wayne raised his hand and touched his chin. The exchange was okay, but it couldn't be so straightforward. He muttered, Let me think about it. Thinking about what? Consider whether you are eligible for exchange. Lugzu's face turned livid, and he gritted his teeth and said, "You should think slowly here, and come to me when you think clearly." As he spoke, he raised his 5 fingers and waved lightly, and 6 more succubi in red with the same appearance appeared behind him. After repeated defeats, he was still a little dissatisfied. Wayne was helpless. It was too difficult to do business with the devil. Not only did he have to tell lies without conscience, but he also had to endure humiliation and sell his body. Bat demon, move. Bat demon, let me say it again, there was never any bat demon, it was you who was always moving. Lost Paradise, Luxury Palace VIP area. A male guest was walking on the red carpet on the 2nd floor, his steps steady and his back straight. The door behind them was ajar, and 2 succubi ladies were holding the door tremblingly, looking at the man who was striding away with complicated eyes. The very strong devil used some tricks to make the 2 of them die in heaven. Unfortunately, the devil did not want to reveal his real name, and he did not know when the next time they would see each other again. "That handsome gentleman, don't forget my job number plate, and remember to come here often." "Definitely next time." The man waved his hand and walked down the stairs to the 2nd floor. After a few steps, the world in front of me was spinning, the scenery changed drastically, and I appeared in a garden surrounded by greenery. Lust is sitting under an umbrella, wearing large sunglasses and bright red lips, which match well with the red evening dress she is wearing. Lust folded up her long legs, and the skirt slid down her delicate skin, revealing a soft curve of her legs that were elastic and shiny. She picked up a glass of red wine on the table and shook it slightly in her hand. "Arrogant, what do you mean? What do you mean?" The arrogant lord took 2 steps forward and sat next to Lust. "Why, I came to Lost Paradise to take care of your business, why don't I have to report to you in advance?" "Taking care of business, to put it nicely, you clearly look down on me." Lust snorted coldly, "I admit that you are very powerful, and I am not your opponent, but that is because the sin level of lust is second to arrogance. Putting aside the 7 deadly sins, you only deserve to tremble under me." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Arrogant frowned, "lustful and aggressive today. There must be a limit to arrogance. Your avatar is communicating with my avatar. You don't come to me, but you go to the succubus below." Lust became more and more intense as he spoke, and he felt insulted. "Are you talking about the bat demon?" The arrogance dissipated the disguise and returned to his original appearance. Thinking that he had taken the blame for the bat demon, his face looked disgusted as if he had stepped on jealousy. "But don't tell me, he can only bear the blame, and he can't explain it clearly." Arrogance came to see Wayne. Yurong pinched his face and was asked to go up to the 2nd floor when passing by the VIP area. He thought that it would be the same wherever he waited, so he followed them. Nothing out of the ordinary was done, it was just lush and orderly. The succubi were too skilled and their acting skills were useless. Arrogance did not find the feeling I wanted in them. I tried a few more and found them to be quite average. It's boring, but the world is still interesting. Sensing the anger of lust, Arrogance snorted coldly and refused to communicate face to face. He likes graduates, fresh graduates, those studying dance or art, the kind who are unemployed right after graduation and have to work as personal secretaries for rich bosses due to the pressure of life. The youthful helplessness, the helpless catering, just thinking about it makes the devil's index finger twitch. The succubus is so skilled that I can't tell who is looking for fun. Not getting an arrogant response, Lulu was even more unhappy, and said with a cold face, "Tell me, you came to me, have you already thought about it, are you willing to exchange the 7 deadly sins with me?" "Ah, what are you talking about, exchange 7? Arrogance narrowed his eyes. It turns out that Wayne had already found the bat demon and used the characteristics of the bat to pretend to be him and start a business with lust. As expected of the Holy Son, he slipped under his nose. Thinking of this, arrogance raised an evil smile on his lips. Lust, how is my clone? Does it satisfy you? Ha ha ha, it turns out my clone is so powerful. Arrogant and overjoyed, what about the Holy Son? He was only worthy of being his clone when he went to hell. He was also seduced by the Lord of Lust, and was so addicted to beauty that he couldn't control himself. Wait a moment, Hexyuno is watching helplessly from the side. Can you bear this? He raised an arrogant brow. Hexyuno did not follow him to hell, nor did he act as a bodyguard beside the Holy Son. The Holy Son himself has the ability to enter and exit hell. He came to hell. Lust, I want to change something about my business with you. Don't go too far. Lust and anger put down the red wine glass. You should tell me where it's too much. If you don't tell me, how will I know where it's too much? Arrogance lazily leaned on the chair and said proudly, after all, I am so arrogant and never care about other people's feelings. If you don't tell me, I really can't guess where I offended you. Haha, you are about to become a god, don't you want to act now? Become a god. Arrogance's eyes twitched, and he secretly scolded Wayne for making up the story randomly, causing him to take many scapegoats without knowing anything about it. Can this be said nonsense? Speak. What's there to say? I'm so arrogant and it makes sense not to speak. Arrogance glanced at Lust, tell me what you think is unreasonable, and we'll talk about it again. Forget it, you might as well say my original words again. To be honest, I can't even remember them clearly. Lust's face became increasingly impatient, and his arrogance was as annoying as his doppelganger, the Bat Demon. Just now, your clone Bat Demon told me your plan to conquer hell and then counterattack heaven, Lust sneered. Arrogance. There are so many flaws that I don't know where to start. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, go on, if the plan is feasible, I will do it. The plan to destroy heaven was made by the Son of God. It was a great experience to stand in the position of the big devil, and I was a little excited when I thought about it. Gluttony and fury are contaminated by the information laws of mechanical weapons. Once the war expands, the two of them will quickly contaminate the entire hell. You are right, and I am willing to join forces with you to eliminate them. Lust closed his eyes and shook his head. You have gained the powerful power to defeat Mikhail. It is easy to deal with gluttony and rage. I will not participate in this war, so as not to be taken advantage of by you and count your money even after I die. Yes, I couldn't deceive you. Arrogant eyes widened. What the hell are mechanical weapons, and what kind of mess is eradicating gluttony and rage? Isn't the plan of the Son of God to lead the 7 deadly sins to heaven? The logic does not make sense, and I looked at my arrogance, but I didn't understand it clearly. You hold the laws of mechanical evolution. I saw how powerful she is, and I long for it in my heart. Please don't use her to pollute me. I can't bear this temptation. It's okay to divide a territory for you, but the characteristics of your clone are too obvious, and you can't hide them from gluttony and rage. Anyone who is not blind will know that you personally killed them. You want to support your identity to occupy 2 places of the 7 deadly sins. Doomed to fail. The laws of the 7 deadly sins must be exchanged. This is my bottom line. In addition, I also want half of the chapters on gluttony and rage. Hell cannot be without the 7 deadly sins. Even if you become a demon, I must exist. Finally, I want Wayne. A hint of ferocity flashed across his lustful face, and he said with high spirits, he has desecrated Hexyuno's purity. This should have been my dream. I want to get him. If Hexyuno sleeps with him a few times, I will do it 10 times come back to sleep. Arrogance. The big devil only understood the last sentence, and the rest was not clear. Regarding the last sentence, he was going to say 2 sentences. Is there a possibility that Lust has slept with Wayne, and the number of times Lust has slept with Wayne far exceeds the number of times Hexuno slept with Wayne? Be confident, Hexuno is not pure, you are the real Lust. Lust, your request is very reasonable, but I don't accept it. Go talk to my clone Bat Demon. As long as you sleep with him and he agrees, I will agree. Arrogance had a weird look on his face and said with a suppressed smile, believe me, the Bat Demon is easy to sleep with. He can't resist your charm. Lust frowned, what's the difference between him and you? Why did you come to me if you don't want to agree? You're so arrogant. Lust waved his hand to see the guest off. Arrogance smiled slightly, don't worry, let me see how the Bat Demon is doing and whether you have bullied him in your territory. As he spoke, he raised his hand and opened a black-framed light mirror in front of him. In the mirror, a live broadcast of the palace of the Demon King of Lust was played. Lust's heart tightened, what was this, a warning or a show of force? Arrogance smiled lightly and did not explain. Being strong means being able to do whatever you want. Lust should understand this truth. In the light mirror, the 6 clones of Lust collapsed on the ground, their postures were very messy. After they fell, Momoa, Leon, Michelle, and Malsha stood up, obeyed their master's orders, and mingled with the Bat Demon. The picture is so confusing that it's hard to describe. It can only be said that under the careful watering of the Bat Demon, the 3 succubi and 1 spider banshee were so wet that their faces were wet and their food and drink were no longer thick. Arrogant. Is this little taboo thing really the Holy Sun? If it was an act, would it be too hard? Is it really appropriate to take the blame for such a Holy Sun? A little panicked. After thinking for a long time, Arrogance felt the need to meet with Wayne. It's okay to play him, just be more restrained. Wayne is shameless and arrogant. The Demon King's great reputation cannot be ruined by the Holy Sun. Thinking of this, Arrogance looked at Lust. The question came, should Lust be allowed to know the true part of the truth? What are you looking at me doing? Lust sneered, now that I think about it, sorry, there is no way. You're a loser. Apart from being pretty, you're no more useful than the 5 of them. Arrogance made a comment in his heart and smiled, Lust, you said you wanted Wayne, right? Right. Lust nodded heavily, she wanted to play the tricks Hexuno had played, and she also wanted to play the tricks Hexuno had not played. To tarnish Wayne was the same as tarnishing Hexuno. Rounding things off, dreams come true. Have you ever considered the possibility? Arrogance points to the busy Bat Demon in Black Mirror, he is Wayne. He. You don't believe it? Arrogance smiled, so ignorance is common to trash. Arrogance, look at his face, he is exactly the same as you. If he is Wayne, wouldn't you also become Wayne? Lust shook his head repeatedly. I'm talking to you properly, why do you curse and use such vulgar derogatory terms? Arrogance does not want to be called Wayne. If this is the Sun, he personally refuses and prays for heaven in hell, praying that the 7 virtues will not become the 7 deadly sins in the future. After all, the signs are already there. Arrogant humility, filthy purity, overflowing generosity, indulgent moderation, angry gentleness. If it's not enough, his arrogance will add more fire to completely forge the Holy Sun into the shape of hell. If the Holy Sun wants to be the 7 deadly sins, no problem, we can discuss it.